105 kilo division, where he took top 3 in that deadlift event at the 105 class, 2 classes above his own. Really incredible deadlifter out of CJ Kraus. Not shocking, he's coached by the deadlifting king himself in Gabe Penman. Now, in lane number 1, we have Mike McGill. Lane number 2, we have Chase McGee, JD Cherry in lane number 3. At 260 pounds.
I want to see some energy-efficient cleans here.
Absolutely. For those watching overseas, it's about 119 kilos. Lane number 2 is flying with reps.
Same for JD. Both looking very confident in their abilities to move this bar from chest to overhead.
Absolutely.
Mike finding a bit of difficulty with the clean.
If Mike gets that to his chest, I'll have a much easier time, I believe. But lane number 2, already at 7 reps, we have Chase really performing well in this contest. And in lane number 1 there, we have Mike, who's already at 4 repetitions.
20 seconds left. We're going to see if Chase buys his energy or goes straight back into it. He wants 1 more rep.
I mean, 8 reps really is that kind of like that barrier line here for placings. Let's see how Chase does. Not
being the first heat of this big group in the under 80 kilo class.
90.
Under 90 kilo class, excuse me. They have to try to get as many reps on the board as possible because they don't know who's going to come next.
Right.
They don't know how many of the next heats are going to put up. And
there's some freaks out here today in terms of the press, and interestingly enough, some of the best pressers don't often do well in other events, like a deadlift, for example, interestingly enough. So it's really important that those athletes really kind of get as many points as they can before the rest of the contest comes. Now in our next group in heat number 2, we're going to have a Devin Ford, a Cesar Serrera, and a CJ Kraus coming on up. Now, being his coach, how is CJ's press?
CJ has a surprisingly strong press for someone his body weight. You know, he is one of the best deadlifters in the world, but his press, fortunate for him, does match up to that caliber and strength.
That's fantastic.
I mean, he's very technical too, and I think we're going to see him put on a clinic here.
So again, in lane number 1, in lane number 1, we have Devin Ford. Lane number 2, Caesar, and lane number 3, CJ Kraus. CJ with an easy clean to the chest, and he strict presses it.
Look at that.
Oh my
Making
goodness.
a statement right off the bat.
Lane number 1 with some smooth, fast reps as well. This is an outstanding heat already. You can already tell the reps are coming. Lane number 1 already on 7 repetitions.
And he is doing some very reactive style pressing, saving his energy. And watching CJ, you know, he is using the push press technique, but getting a substantial amount of strict shoulder lockout power at the top of each rep. Will he be left with some energy to bridge the gap between him and Devin Ford?
CJ needs this rep. CJ needs to get 8 repetitions if he wants to get off that tie from heat number 1. But we have Devin crushing this event. He has 10 seconds left. He's already at 12 or about to be at 12 repetitions. And he gets it. Come on, CJ.
And a second. 13 repetitions from Devin Ford.
Absolutely incredible heat here.
And CJ hitting 7 reps, having bumped up to the next weight class in this under 90 kilo class. Incredible.
That was a really fantastic heat here. CJ tying with heat number 1 with 7 repetitions. Devin Ford smashing 13 repetitions, it looks like.
There is something very aesthetically pleasing of seeing some well-balanced, precise, and rhythmic overhead presses.
It quite literally is art. Like when someone understands the dip and drive mechanics, hips go over the heels, straight up and down through the legs as if they're pistons, receiving a bar at its maximal height, it really is a thing of beauty coming from a dorky weightlifting coach.
I see another one of my athletes stepping up to the platform. Jaime Solis trains out of my gym in AlphaFit.
Jaime Solis. So in lane number 1, we will have Jaime Solis, a Cameron Peters, and a Brett Allen lane number 3. Brett Allen, I know, is actually a quite talented overhead athlete as well, so it's going to be interesting to see this heat here. Brett Allen's actually an athlete that I helped with at one point on his overhead, so let's see if he sticks to the split jerk technique. And he does. Fantastic work, Brett.
All 3 athletes getting numbers on the board. Looks like Jaime has found his groove.
You can already tell this is another very talented heat here. Lanes number 2 and 3 really killing the reps right now. And lane number 1 with a fantastic push press with that 5th rep.
Lane 2, Cameron Peters still going strong.
Lane number 2 at
Just entering double digits.
just got that 10th rep. Brett's going for that last rep here with 10 seconds remaining. He has 5 reps so far. So we have a tie in this heat as well. 2 5s and 1 10. Mr. Peters crushing 10 repetitions in that group.
Very proud of my athlete, Jaime Solis there. There was a time not too long ago where that weight was his 1 rep max, and he just knocked out 5.
I mean, again, for those watching, that's 119 kilos. It's 260 pounds. That is an incredible amount of weight for reps in a regional qualifier. This is a national level weight and beyond norm in most circumstances. So to get 5 is incredible. To get anywhere near 10 is bananas, frankly.
But this is getting the athletes prepared and not sugarcoating the next stage. If they do come out on top and they get that invite to the 2022 official Strongman Games, they have to be ready to go against world-class athletes.
Right. This really is a proving grounds to see if you are ready for that next step. Because at the end of the day, in November, the world's strongest man, 90 kilo class, you're not only facing against the best in North America, but it is the best in the world.
Just like you said, the world's strongest man.
Yeah,
90
right,
kilo
quite literally,
class.
right? we're going to have athletes from the Eastern Bloc. We're going to have athletes from South America. We're going to have athletes from the States, obviously, Canada, like quite literally everywhere. We have athletes featured from Africa now and India. Like it truly is becoming the most international competition in relation to the 90 kilo class. So coming up next, we have the 105 men's class. In lane number 1, we will have Austin Hay. Lane number 2, we have Omar Salazar. And lane number 3, we will have a Ben James. We'll have 3 athletes featured in the first heat of the 105 class.
Looking forward to watching this class. I've got Austin Hay, one of the athletes that I coach with my Los Titans group.
You coach everybody here, huh?
Not everyone. You do too, my friend. You've got a lot of athletes under your wing. But Omar Salazar also trains in Brownsville from my neck of the woods. You know, he's competed at Beerstone before. He's a Rio Grande Valley athlete. I'm looking forward to see what he brings to the stage. And then Ben James. Let's see how he holds up against these 2 men.
And for those curious, we're featuring 280 pounds on this axle clean and press weight for the 105 kilo class. Again, I mean, anything near 300 for reps is at one point was just open class territory, and now weight class athletes are smoking it apparently in shows.
Still 50 pounds over the body weight that they had to weigh in at.
Right.
And they are pressing it overhead not once, but for multiple reps.
Right. So just to go over the results from the 90 kilo class one more time, we had at 14 reps, Devin Ford. At 10 repetitions, we had a Cameron Peters. And at a tie for 3rd place, we have CJ Krause and a Chase McGee. So that's fantastic placings there for Mr. Krause. I know he mentioned to me he was a little nervous going into the overhead. He said his goal was just to get about 5 points, and he exceeded that goal.
He
so
did.
Good for him.
He did, and that's some serious momentum going into the next events.
It really is. So that's a fantastic top 3 there for the 90 kilo class. We're waiting for this weight change to be finalized. It should be done in just a few moments here for those watching. All right, so we're about to start this next grouping for the 105 kilo class. They're pushing 280 pounds over their head. In lane number 1, we'll have Austin Hay. Lane number 2, we have Omar Salazar. Lane number 3, we have Ben James.
Austin Hay, a veteran athlete. He's been competing in strongman just as long as I have. I've known him from my first strongman competition. I'm really looking forward to see what those years of experience yield today at this platform.
I mean, he looks very calm right now. He looks like he's been in the situation quite a few times. Fantastic clean. With a really interesting re-rack position there in lane number 3. Fantastic save.
At 280 pounds, this is some big weight here. Omar Salazar just getting his 2nd rep on the board.
Omar looks very strong right now. His dip and drive is really proficient. Just missing that 3rd rep, but it looks like he has it in him. Now, what would you be thinking about technically here, Gabe, if you're as an athlete going into this event?
Brace, making sure that abdominal stack is unbreakable, and then also the lats, the upper back, making sure it creates a very stable shelf under that bar. If the upper back does not come into play here, the athlete is not going to have the support to send it straight up overhead. Instead, the bar is going to go way out in front of them, and they're not going to get the rep. Right. If the bar goes out in front, they're essentially having to keep it raised, and it's at 280 pounds. I don't know about you, Alec. I cannot do a 280-pound forward raise. No,
I'm not into that. I'm not interested in a 280-pound forward raise. But you're right. Keeping the upper back braced, the core, and obviously staying within your whole foot as a whole is going to be really crucial in this event.
But again, your ability to do all those things and check all those boxes depends on how much energy you're left with after that clean.
Right.
If it takes everything out of you, you got nothing left to stabilize and send that bar up overhead.
All right, so going into the second heat here, in lane number 1, we have a Juan Luna. In lane number 2, we have a Garrett Payne. In lane number 4, we have a 3 rather, we have Zach McIntry. In lane number 4, we have an Alex Sukup. Alec Sukup, wow. All right, very rare you see someone with that name.
Your tocayo right there.
Oh, here we go. These gentlemen literally ran towards the bar. Let's see what they got here.
Garrett Payne in lane 2 recently stepped down to this weight class from being a heavyweight.
That's
he had
right,
to
not
go
that
through a
long ago.
significant weight cut to get here.
Yeah, he's a really strong. He was very strong in the open class. It'll be really interesting to see what he does here in the 105s. Lane number 2 and 3 really banging out some solid reps here.
Even lane number 1 already has 4 on the board. A close spread.
All the way in lane number 4, already at 5 repetitions, and Alex Sukup. This is a very close heat here.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 reps. I mean, these guys are all neck and neck with each other.
Lane number 2 for those watching, Garrett Payne really killing the push press right now. About 12 seconds remaining. We have one more attempt here. This is a
Garrett's
really
gonna go for it.
Is he gonna
All or
get
nothing.
it?
No.
Oh, not today. Great attempt from him though.
And you can see through all of these heats that the athletes that have to re-clean the bar, it just takes so much out of their top end. You asked me what my approach would be in training, and that would be to only have to clean it once and be able to last all 60 seconds with that bar on my chest. And that is no easy feat, especially at the weight these guys are moving.
It is incredibly difficult, and honestly, you're seeing such some stoic composure right now. You can kind of see those veteran athletes just breathing smoothly in through their nose, exhaling through their mouth, and not worrying necessarily about where the clock is, but more about their technical proficiency, just to get every bit of potential out of themselves. So in our last heat here, for heat number 3, we have Terrence Porter in lane number 1. Lane number 2, we have Salvador Marroquin in lane number 2. We have a John Alamo in lane number 3, and a Michael
Battaglino.
There he is in lane number 4.
Very excited to see Servando Marroquin, another one of my athletes representing the Rio Grande Valley. He recently got out of his first Arnold Amateur World Championships this year, and he got second place.
He took second at the Arnold?
He took second place. So,
that's incredible.
This guy has proven himself to be a world-class athlete.
So we have a pro-level athlete here. And which gentleman was that?
Servando Marroquin in lane 2.
Lane 2. So keep an eye out for lane number 2, everybody. He's quite literally a world-class talent there. Oh, that push
and
press
he's off with 1 rep.
Something tells me this is going to be another fantastic heat. Already getting quality reps out of lane number 2 and 3. Again, this is 280 pounds for those watching. For the 105 kilo men's class. These men weighed in at 231 pounds. So watching your athlete here, Gabe, what are you seeing that's really making him, separating from him and the rest of the crowd?
He looks cool and collected. He's been to the world stage before. The pressures of this competition are not getting to his performance. He knows what he needs to do. He's asking his judge how many reps he has. He's happy. He walks off. He already got 9 on the board.
That's absolutely incredible. So he knows at this point he just won more than likely won the event.
Well, what I'm seeing from Servando is an athlete who's already had their metal hammered before. Right. He knows the rhythms of this. He knows it's the first event of a contest. Not to use too much energy, just get done what he needs to in terms of points.
Absolutely. So now we're going to have a change of weight yet again. Actually, we're going to keep the weight the same, it looks. We're going to have a change of class. We're going to have the Masters 40-plus division. So we had the Masters 50 earlier, Masters 50-plus. Now we have the Masters 40-plus. We have 3 athletes in that class, an Adam Larson, a Chris Porter, and a Ricky Kelly. All right.
I guarantee you these athletes stepping onto the field in this Masters 40-plus division have the goal in mind of competing against the likes of athletes like Jerry Pritchett, like Zydrunas Savickas.
Ken McCullough.
Glenn McClelland. Oh, my gosh. He's what a force to be reckoned with. But if they want that top spot, they're going to have to prove it, and it all starts here with the first event of today's show.
Absolutely. It's exciting to feature these athletes here. It's a class that normally doesn't get featured in shows like this, so it's really fun to kind of give these opportunities to athletes in this age division and weight class division. So again, in lane number 1, we have an Adam Larson. Lane number 2, a Chris Porter. And in lane number 3, a Ricky Kelly.
I see Chris Porter staring down his axle with the fire burning. I can feel something coming off of him. I think he's going to put on a show.
I love it. I love it. All right, here we go. About to start, ladies and gentlemen. Lane number 1, first athlete to clean the bar, and Chris Porter. And an easy press.
Smooth overhead, and Adam Larson answering it. Already 2 on the board for Adam.
Oh, we're going to have a rat race between lane number 1 and 2.
You know, Adam's one of those guys that once he got it to his chest, he is looking so cool and so collected, just banging out rep after rep. He's got the strong shelf to move this thing up overhead and support it rep after repetition.
Interestingly enough, out of all 3 athletes, he's the only one that gets the bar as close to his body as possible. What is the advantage of that, kid?
You know, you think of a battery ram knocking down the door. When you have that bar in contact with the body, if the athlete has the shoulder mobility to do that, you physically have the body ramming it up overhead. It benefits to not have that cushion of air between the chin and the bar.
Right, so essentially your body is serving as like a piston, if you will.
Yep. Piston, battery ram, a bull charging through a door, whatever you want to think.
I love it.
Adam really got some good scoring there. 8 repetitions on the board for him.
Fantastic. So 8 reps for lane number 1. It looks like there was 2 reps for lane number 2, and I don't believe there was any reps accomplished by Mr. Kelly in lane number 3. Now we're going to have a change of weight and division. We're going to have the open class men, and this is
our biggest class.
Our biggest class, and
both in size and roster.
Yes, size and yes, a very stacked class as well. A lot of fantastic talent in the open men's division here. So they're changing the weights to roughly right around 320 pounds exactly. We're at 320 pounds.
That is a few pounds over my body weight.
Right.
Think I can step in for one of those bars and have them push me up overhead instead?
Yeah, I mean, you could. It'd be a little more fun to watch. But yeah, it's about 145 kilos for those watching. It's gonna be that's a very challenging weight for really any division. I mean, World's Strongest Man, for reference, they had 150 kilos, just 5 kilos more on the log this year. So these athletes are pushing some world-class talent, world-class weight here, rather.
But again, they are vying for that spot to the official Strongman Games. And at the official Strongman Games, they're vying for that spot to Giants Live. I mean, that is the top echelon of this sport.
Yeah. I'd imagine, you know, if this was something that was happening right around your amateur days, you probably would have gone through a similar route as this as well.
Absolutely. I'm always when I was an amateur aiming for the pro ranks, it was what ladder do I need to climb to get there? What is the avenue to go? You know, the path is paved here at the official Strongman Games Southwest Regional Qualifier. You just have to be able to perform and show that you are the one who truly deserves that spot. But looking at this first heat of athletes, we have Daniel Moreno, Dominic Creequy, Stephen Good. I know Daniel Moreno, he's an athlete from Brownsville as well. He's a naturally gifted stone loader, but he's a tall guy, a lanky guy. Can he power up 320 pounds in a clean and then press? I don't know. We'll see. But Stephen Good and Dominic Creequy, these guys, we've seen Stephen perform at the Arnold. We've watched his training videos. Dominic Creequy has competed at the USS pro level ranks before too. These guys are juggernauts in the sport, and I think we're going to see some amazing feats of strength with this heavy 320-pound axle bar.
I agree. This first heat's really stacked in particular, especially with Stephen Good here, who features, you know, a split jerk technique in well excess of 400+ pounds for repetitions. So it's going to be really fun to see Stephen here perform. And I know Stephen is arriving for that Giants Live invite this year. And he's an athlete that has it in him. He has the talent. He has the size. He's a former football player. I believe he's a D1 football player. Where, I couldn't tell you. But look at the size of him. It's not that shocking.
And Dominic towering behind him, too. Like I said, these guys are juggernauts. But the tall athlete on overhead pressing event involving a clean, that is more distance the bar has to travel from ground to overhead.
You know, Lasha would have something to say about that, being 6'8".
Yeah.
But here we go, the start of heat number 1. Again, lane number 1, we have Daniel Moreno. Lane number 2, Stephen Good. And lane number 3, Dominic Sequel. Stephen with a shockingly fast first repetition.
Dom just not getting that down command on his first rep.
So we have a reactive push press, similar to what you were commenting on before, Gabe, out of lane number 2.
You know what I'm seeing out of Stephen right now? Just absolute technical precision. No wasted energy, very rhythmic, comprehensive bracing. He is on point, and he is aiming for that top spot today.
Well, he knows, and this event, considering it's one of his strengths, he has to accumulate as many points as possible because we have a lot of freaks here today, especially in events like the deadlift.
Double digits for Stephen already.
He's got 15 seconds remaining. Can he get 2 more? And he looks like he's opting to stop here.
11 reps, and he is happy with it. Incredible, incredible output.
Now that was a fantastic performance out of Stephen Good in lane number 2. 11 repetitions is no joke to accomplish in 60 seconds. I mean, it's really world-class weight there.
You know, I will say, judging from a pro-level standpoint, anytime you have a 300-plus pound bar and it's press away, double digits, you're doing some serious stuff right there.
Yeah, you are world-class.
This is pro-level strength that we just saw out of Stephen.
Not shocking out of a man that qualified for day 3 at the Arnold Amateur. He is an incredible athlete. You will see Stephen in the biggest stages of the world, assuming his progress is consistent in the next couple of years. So in lane, we have a second heat coming out here in Colton Solon in lane number 1, Donald Strigilia in lane number 2, Brett Vaughn in lane number 3, and a Nathan Norman in lane number 4.
I met Colton earlier today prior to the show, and he came all the way down from Canada.
Came down to Canada. Wow.
Canadian here in Texas. And then Brett Vaughn in lane 3. I competed with him at Texas Strongest Man in 2020.
Oh, these athletes are fighting. I know lane number 2 has a fantastic press as well. This is a fun heat to watch, here, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting reps
Just
on the
rhythm
board.
and matching from the first 3 lanes.
It looks like in lane number 2, out of Brett Vaughn, we have someone chasing down Stephen Good's 11 reps. I'm sorry, Donald rather, in lane number 2.
Those lockouts are getting tougher for Donald, though. He's nearing the end of his work capacity.
He's got 25 seconds. He's about to get his 9th rep, hopefully, and he gets the down call.
But when you have to re-clean that bar, you can't expect too many reps to follow, especially with only 10 seconds on the clock.
He's going for it. We're going to see if Donald can do it. Not today. Fantastic effort by all these gentlemen. That was a really great heat. Again, that was Colton Solon, Donald Tagalia, Brett Vaughn, and Nathan Norman.
320 pounds for 4 reps.
It's incredible. Again, for those watching, these are weights very similarly featured in Giants Live competitions, even World Strongest Man, depending on the implement.
Well, I know I have a Giants Live show coming up in August.
Oh, and what would that be?
And that would be the World Deadlift Championships and the Giants Live Open.
Oh, wow. And what would you
And
plan to
we
do
do
with that
have
show?
a log coming up there that is around 330, 340 pounds. So this is very close
So right around
to that
150
level.
kilo range.
Yep.
These athletes are right there because they're at 145 kilos today.
But again, this is grooming the future.
Right.
That is to take that stage.
I'll make the claim right now, out of the open class men today, you will see one of these men at a Giants Live show, I'll see in the next 2 years.
Absolutely. I'm 100% with you on that.
In lane number 1, we have a Wyatt Shiflett. Shiflett, pardon me. Lane number 2, we have a Bradley Pillow. In lane number 3, we have a John Green. In lane number 4, we have a Damian Dunn. Do you have another one of the athletes in this group as well?
I know Wyatt Shiflett. He's competed at a lot of my competitions. He's leaned down quite a lot, and his athleticism has just increased, but this is still very much a rookie athlete, and it shows with such a heavy axle as they're pressing today.
Lane number 2 with really interesting split jerk technique here. Honestly, a lot of people consider it a bit of a splat jerk made popular by Kendrick Harris. Really interesting, a very shallow split. His dip and drive is very efficient.
But with 7 reps already on the board, it is working for him. It is working well.
Yeah, Kendrick Harris made this popular, Ferris rather, referred to as a splat jerk in some groups. Wow, he's 9 repetitions already out of Bradley Pillow. And he's choosing to stop here. Smart decision. Probably
Smart decision. You could see him huffing and puffing at the end of that.
Yeah.
And that is, you know, in hindsight, looking back on this, with the amount of strength and skill that he showed, going back to the drawing board, it's not a matter of getting stronger. It's a matter of being able to last.
Right.
That's full 60 seconds.
Yeah, that was not a weakness issue. That was just, that man was spent. I mean, 60 seconds, got 9 reps again at 320 pounds. It's an incredible weight to get for 9 reps.
Absolutely. Almost 3,000 net pounds of output right there in that one set.
Okay. Yeah, it really is. So coming up in our 4th heat for the open class men, we have a Scott Deese in lane number 1. In lane number 2, we have a Seth Sukup. In lane number 3, we have a Chase Woods. In lane number 4, we have a Charles Pillett. Now, real quickly while I have time, in first place so far in the 105 kilo men's, we have Cervanio, we have Garrett Payne in second place, and Alex Sukup in lane number 3, the brother of one of the athletes who's coming out now. Seth Sukup, his brother, is in the open division in lane number 2. A real family affair here in strength with the Sukup house.
The more the merrier.
Yeah. Here we go. Again, in lane number 1, we have Scott Deese, Seth Sukup in lane number 2, Chase Woods in lane number 3, and lane number 4, we have Charles Collette. And Chase with a fantastic first rep there. Lanes 2 and 3 looking metronomic in their abilities. Very
Seth,
smooth, very efficient.
Looking very powerful, and you'll notice he jumps out his legs to dip down under that in that jerk catch.
Yeah, giving himself a little bit more clearance, if you will, to receive the bar in that power jerk.
Very explosive.
I mean, this is incredible performance out of Seth Sukup and Chase Woods.
Look, he is just giving everything he has here. He almost passed out under the bar.
So again, lane number 2, Seth Sukup, lane number 3, Chase Woods, really killing this. 8 reps for both gentlemen. Fantastic work.
Incredible. Look at that sportsmanship too. Strength recognizes strength.
That was a stellar performance out of those gentlemen. They look quite young as well. Looks like they have a lot of room to grow in terms of their physical capabilities and technical abilities. So it's going to be quite exciting to see where those gentlemen go with their career.
I'm looking forward to the rest of the show too, you know, to see which athletes are the overhead pressing phenoms and which ones are kind of reserving their power output for the carries.
Because you
or
know
the
there's some
deadlift.
people gaming it right now. They're just getting enough points where they're still in the running to maybe they're a move. Maybe they're going to demolish the cruise hole today or something like one of those lines.
I would be one of those people. You know, historically, overhead press has been harder for me than a lot of my other lifts. So with it being the first event in every contest, it's always a little bit of apprehension and nerves going into it.
Absolutely.
But you got to know that this is a points game. The points that you can earn here pale in comparison to the 4 events worth of other points that yet to come.
Absolutely. So we have a bit of a mix-up. Okay, so in this heat, we have Eric Carlson, lane number 1, lane number 2, Keith Green, lane number 3, Xavier Wiseman. Now, I know Eric Carlson here in lane number 1 is a very talented overhead athlete, so it's going to be exciting to see what Eric does here.
Just look at his shelf, you know, the very wide upper back.
Absolutely.
Big pecs, like he is made to press.
Another day 3 qualified Arnold Amateur Championship athlete. I know Eric is looking to win this show. He told me that yesterday, and he very much has the ability. For a big man, his ability to move as well is quite shocking.
I've gotten to see Eric compete before at a show, at a USS Pro level show, and the guy answers the call every single time.
Eric and Xavier still out here getting reps. Eric at 9 now. Xavier just missed his 5th, but still has 4 on the board. Eric with 9 reps.
He's happy with that, got the thumbs up right there, but you could see that the systems were just fatiguing. You know, whether it was the lat support in the upper back or the triceps.
He waves it off, he's good. He knows exactly where he's at. He's gaming the show, similar to what you were describing there.
He's been through this before. He knows it's a points game.
Yeah.
No need to waste energy or potentially risk injury.
All right, so that being said, everyone, that was the remainder of all of our open class athletes. We're going to take a quick break here, roughly 5 to 10-ish minutes before they set up for the next event to come. That being said, for you guys to watch will be the Yoke and Iron Cross medley. We look forward to showing you that. First class will be the 64 kilo women. My name is Alec Jose, and we want to thank you for watching. And with my partner here,
Gabriel Pena, the Texas Titan, thanks to you as well. I'm looking forward to this next event. This is time we get to see the athletes in motion.
See you guys soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning back in for the official Strongman Games Southwest Regional. My name is Alec Jose, and I'm joined here by Mr. Gabe Pena, the Texas Titan. How you doing, Gabe?
Alec, I'm fantastic, man. We just got finished with the Axle Clean and Press Away event, and now we get to see these athletes test their strength and fortitude against a yoke and an iron cross carry. So we get to see them in motion.
And that's a very unique event. It's a very unique way to display moving ability. Why don't you describe that a little bit for us? Like, what's it like to train for something like this? What's it like to compete in something like this?
Well, these two objects are very different that the athletes have to carry. The yoke, first of all, a big structure with the straight bar that they have to put across their back and walk with it. Very simple in nature, but you have such a taxing task of just this immense tonnage pushing down on the body and then having to walk with it and stay upright with it too.
Right.
Not only that, they're carrying this yoke 50 feet down. They got to run back for this iron cross. And the iron cross, as you see on the screen, this is a very unique implement. Sometimes it's called a Magnuson carry. Sometimes it's called a mooring bit. The athlete will front carry this object, and it is very bottom heavy. It's very big. It crushes the breathing systems of the body. Alec, let me tell you something.
Tell me something, Gabe. Tell me something.
This is the only event that I have ever passed out from in Strongman before.
Iron cross.
I had an iron cross carry at the Ronnie Coleman Classic in 2018, and I passed out halfway down the course with that thing. Something about the bottom heavy, big nature of it, it just sucked the air out of me.
Right.
But I came to and I finished the event, but it has a special place in my heart for that.
It is one of the unique carrying events where the entirety of the front torso is covered with pressure, and not just one portion. Like a Husafel, for example, depending on your size, is predominantly just on your chest. But in this case, it's your whole torso.
Absolutely, and you're having to bear hug. Most athletes will bear hug it. Some will go with an underhand grip. But when you're holding it closer to you, if you have not trained your diaphragm strength, your abdominal strength in the sense of pushing outward, you're going to have a hard time breathing. And 50 feet doesn't seem like a long course, but if you can't breathe, the lights are going to start going out once you take a couple steps.
You know, something I saw quite interesting out of the athletes, out of the Strong Box in New Jersey, in training for a Husafel and events similar to the Iron Crosses, they quite literally laid the implements on their chest, laying down in the gym, and practiced breathing.
That's something that I do. I do it with sandbags. I have my athletes do it sometimes with sandbags, especially if they're training for a heavy front carry like this. You sit there, lay down on the ground, put it on top of your airways, and just, it's a very different type of training your abdominals. You know, people think the abs are thinking sit-ups, crunches, pulling the ribs closer to the hips.
A lot of flexion.
Right. But the abs work in a defensive way too, pushing outward, not allowing things to crush the airways, making it easy for the athlete to breathe.
Similar to how you brace against the belt.
Exactly, exactly. And you know, the athletes that don't leave any stone unturned are the ones that practice things like this, and they're the ones who can move faster because they purely can get more air in there.
Absolutely. And let's go over some of the weights for this event and the weight classes associated today. So for the 64-kilo women, we have a 415-pound yoke, which is quite light, so there'll be some pretty fast runs there, and a 175-pound crucifix carry, or iron cross carry. Now, it may sound light, but it is brutal in nature.
It's brutal, and again, you got to think of these weights in relation to the athlete's own body weight.
Right.
Every weight carried today on that iron cross is more than the athlete's body weight, and they're having to front carry it and walk with it. And then you think of those yokes too. Some of these yokes are approaching the 3 times body weight range.
Absolutely. So for the 73-kilo women, they have a 455 yoke into a 190 iron cross. For the 82-kilo women, we have a 515-pound yoke, which is quite heavy, into a 205 iron cross. And the Masters women, featuring the same similar weights, but at 415 to 175. For the 80-kilo men, or actually, for the open class women, we have a 565 yoke. That's actually very heavy for that class. And then we have a 225 iron cross. That's going to be brutal for those open women. In the 80-kilo men, we have a 605 yoke into a 250 iron cross. We have a 645 yoke into a 275 iron cross for the 90-kilo men. And for the 105-kilo men, we have a 705 yoke into a 300-pound iron cross. And last but certainly not least, for the open class men, we have an 805 yoke into a 325 iron cross. And then for the Masters divisions, we have a 705 for the 40-plus into a 300-pound iron cross. And for the 50-plus, ages 50-plus rather, we have a 605 yoke into a 250 iron cross. So these are not lightweights in the least.
They're not lightweights at all, and the nature of carrying the yoke first, you know, you've got something that's on top of the back, carried behind the neck, running backwards for the iron cross where you're now carrying in front of the body. The athlete having to toggle that balance, that bracing, the endurance, just that total spinal crushing nature of this event. I mean, this is where we really filter out who is the strongest at moving with these implements.
So an event like this, going into this yourself, because at one point you were considered probably the best mover, especially during your amateur days, how would you pace this? What would be your strategy?
You know, the biggest thing that the athletes have to remember here, aside from just moving fast, because you have 2 objects, transition time is going to play a huge role. the athlete's ability to get set under the yoke and take off, and the athlete's ability to come back and get set for the iron cross and take off, not losing seconds there. But, you know, prepping to this contest, the athlete would want to make sure that they are strong and able to carry the yoke fast, because that starts it. If you can do it fast, you can do it well, and you have enough energy left over for the iron cross, you're good to go.
Absolutely.
But if you're not a good yoke carrier, and you are left with next to no energy reserve by the time you're done, that iron cross ain't gonna move.
I absolutely agree. Now, for those watching online, the lane number 1 is furthest away from the screen, closest to the regional banner that you see behind you, the Southwest Regional banner. That's lane number 1. And lane number 2 is the furthest from the regional banner.
That's Ziri Apodaca.
Yep.
She is
Apodaca's
off.
up. Here we go. Let's go. One athlete in this heat for now. Again, that is a 415-pound yoke into a 175 iron cross for a 140-pound athlete. That is incredible weights.
She looks stable all the way through.
Throws off that belt.
She doesn't want anything getting in the way of her airway, and doing a front carry with a belt on can be tough.
This is an incredible performance out of Apodaca right now. That crucifix is so much larger than her literal body. This is incredible. Taking a moment here, she's allowed to drop.
You can see from how slow that pick is off the ground that it is just pulling her forward, draining everything she has left.
It's nearly her own height as well. This is an incredible apparatus for a 140-pound woman to be moving like this. She's getting every bit that she can. She has 10 seconds remaining. She can do this.
It comes down to steps here.
That was an outstanding performance out of Apodaca there.
That iron cross is just brutal. I guarantee you we're going to see so many athletes on this event. When they pick it up, it's going to be a lot more labored than they think.
Yeah, that was an outstanding performance by those athletes. That was an outstanding performance there out of Apodaca there. Really killer performance. Now, I think it's really going to come down to the distance on the iron cross for quite a few athletes today.
But just like we were talking about, how much energy is left after the yoke? Because they're going to need every bit of calorie, of mental fortitude, of just pure endurance and willpower to finish that cross.
Absolutely. So in lane number 1, we should have a Maria Pearson. In lane number 2, we should have a Jessie Cullen as soon as they reset this event. It'll take a few moments here to bring the yokes back. We want the athletes starting at the same side for each event, so it's nice and fair. It also sets up for a really fun race to watch. So again, in lane number 1, we have a Chelsea Cullen. And in lane, in lane number 1, we have a Maria Pearson. And lane number 2, a Chelsea Cullen. So again, for those watching at home, the yoke is 415 pounds and the iron cross is 175 pounds. Now, Gabe, anything unique about this event in particular that you would take into consideration when training for it?
Other than just trying to get faster and more energy efficient at these objects, I can't think of it. You know, the one thing that I will say that plays a big role here that athletes tend to overlook is footwear. Footwear and supportive gear. Because if you're wearing improper footwear, you know, you need to be level, but you can't have soles that are too squishy on the yoke or they're going to rebound on you.
And here we go.
Same thing with the belts, especially on that front carry. If the belts get in the way, they can't breathe. So the athlete needs to train with proper gear. They need to get faster at both. They need to train transitions and just overall endurance.
And Chelsea just finishing just ahead of Maria there. Chelsea running back to the iron cross.
Let's watch this pick. Let's see how it goes.
And now Maria's running back to the iron cross as well.
Strong on the pick, and she really has to lean backwards to counterbalance the sheer size and weight of this object. But Chelsea is looking on point. She might go the whole distance without a drop.
Chelsea is killing this event right now. Outstanding performance. She's going to absolutely finish this. Fantastic effort out of Chelsea and a fantastic finish by Chelsea. Amazing performance.
Maria just going hard, trying to get every last step she can.
You can see her upper back collapsing under the sheer load of that iron cross. She is really fighting.
Now, the athlete really also, when training for this, they want to train their ability to get that iron cross up high, where the crossbars are. If you have it too far below the shoulders, it's going to pull you forward, it's going to drain your airway, and you're not going to be able to take those steps necessary to clear the distance. But if you can pick that thing up and get it high, right up to chest height, right below your chin, you've got a much more clearer shot at saving some energy and going the course.
I totally agree. It's an outstanding performance, and our loaders just moving it for us. Fantastic work out of our loaders. Round of applause, and I want to thank our loaders for working really hard today as well. They have to reset these implements quite a few times.
With the long roster of athletes that we have here today, it is not uncommon for our loaders and volunteer staff to leave here more sore than the competitors, or at least in some cases, because they are moving a lot of things back and forth.
Absolutely. So in lane number 1, we have Deandra Flores. Lane number 2, we have Jess Garcia. This is going to be a really fun heat to watch.
This is going to be a fun one to watch. Like I said, Deandra is one of my athletes that trains out of Outfit. I'm very proud of her. I've known her since she was a teenager, and watching her grow, she went to her first nationals last year. It's been really incredible. And then Jess Garcia, a friend to Deandra Flores too. She trains out of Heavy Metal Fitness in San Antonio.
Okay.
They are rivals in a lot of ways, but also good friends with each other too. It's going to be really nice to see who comes out on top on this one. Because Jess has such a strong back. She is one of the best deadlifters in her weight division.
Jess in lane number 2.
Correct. And I mean, Deandra's not too far behind her either, but.
So friends outside the gym, foes on the competition floor. Love it.
Well, we won't say foes. We'll say rivals.
Rivals.
We'll say rivals.
It's a fun, more
I guarantee you they'll
word.
finish this and embrace each other with open arms and smiles.
I'm sure they will. And again, for those watching, it is a 415-pound yoke into a 175-pound iron cross. So here we go. Athletes getting ready here. Both athletes are setting up. Deandra Flores in lane number 1, Jess Garcia in lane number 2, and a fast start for lane number 2, and Jess Garcia.
Jess looking like a speed demon moving down there.
She's already running back to the iron cross, and Deandra's not far behind.
Deandra tosses the belt, making room for air.
Oh, lane number 2, absolutely smoking this iron cross. Jess Garcia is killing us. Not too far behind, we have Deandra. Jess already with a finish.
Athletes looking stable. Jess finishing lightning speed. Deandra not far behind her.
Amazing performance. Amazing.
Incredible.
That was so fast.
It was. And I see Deandra's got a big smile on her face.
At least as of now, I'm going to go and assume that's at least a first and a second placing for those two.
I think so, too. I really think so.
We have just 2 more athletes to finish out the grouping for the 64-kilo women in Miranda DeMarc and Sarah Furman.
Now, the 64-kilo class, this is a class where they do have enough athletes to where the entire podium today will be getting that official Strongman Games invite.
Absolutely.
So top 3.
So there's a real fight today. No matter what, there's a real fight for those top 3 placings because there's a considerable talent pool right now in the 64-kilo class that showed up today. Just like we saw with Jess Garcia, who clearly smoked that performance there. We have Chelsea with an amazing overhead, and we have Sarah Furman here coming into this last heat. An Arnold Amateur World Championship competitor, a very good athlete.
One thing I like to see from these athletes as they go head-to-head on events like this is, like we just saw with Deandra and Jess. Jess inched ahead, and she wound up finishing ahead of Deandra. But for the athlete who's slightly behind the first place finisher, can they keep that mental fortitude, that coordination, not get frustrated, and still finish off strong?
Right.
Because this is a points game. They don't know what this next heat's going to do. They don't know how it's going to stack up at the end.
Yeah.
But you do want to give your best performance and not have any cloudiness in terms of holding yourself back or getting disappointed.
Couldn't agree more. And in lane number 1, we have Miranda DeMarc, and lane number 2, Sarah Furman. We're about to start this heat here. This is going to be an interesting heat here. It's going to define a lot of the competition.
Both looking fast. Miranda with longer legs getting those strides over Sarah.
Just finished there, Sarah coming back here. Both heading back to the iron cross. Sarah Furman with a high pick on that iron cross.
High pick, but she's leaning back well, and again, her longer legs are giving her an advantage on this event.
Absolutely, and a stellar finish by Sarah Furman. And not too far behind, we have Miranda. Fantastic finish. That was an amazing heat. Excellent performance out of the athletes. That was our last of our 64-kilo women. Sarah Furman in lane number 2 to finish off, just ahead of Miranda in lane number 1.
I think I got their names mixed up for a second there.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, so Sarah, right here in lane 2.
Yes.
She's, every event that we have in these contests, different body frames have certain advantages where some don't. Like on the axle press, the taller athletes have more distance that they need to cover from the axle to the ground up to overhead. But on an event like this, the taller athletes with longer legs, they can wrap their legs more around the iron cross. They can take longer strides in the yoke.
Yeah.
But there's not a clear-cut path for any specific body type because it's a give or take on each event.
Each body type definitely is going to have a huge advantage depending on very particular events. And you can see, you know, like you mentioned, Sarah with more of a lengthy build, she's able to clear the ground further with that iron cross. She'll probably use a fantastic deadlifter considering the arm length as well. And they have athletes with really shorter arms who are fantastic with pressing. So it really kind of just comes down to yourself and what you train. Here we go. Now we are setting up the yokes here for our next group of athletes. I don't believe we have a change of weight. We should have the Masters women using the same exact weight. This is the Masters 40 plus for women. There's 3 of them, pardon me, there's actually quite a few Masters 40 plus today. Coming up in lane number 1, we should have Leslie Nickman, and lane number 2, a Christy Stefanik.
Leslie Nickman, one of my favorite people. I've known her from the second I started competing in Strongman. I met her here in Houston at the Metroflex Police Fire Military Games back in 2014. She's always got a smile on her face every time I see her, and she is definitely a veteran athlete.
Oh, it looks like we're going to have Leslie on her own in this heat for now. So lane number 1, we have Leslie Nickman. All right, now Leslie halfway down the field here, holding that yoke nice and steady. Doing a great job of keeping that upper back stable.
Very balanced.
All right, she's
how much
back.
energy is left?
Now this seemingly is going to define the medley for most individuals. See how she carries this iron cross here. She has gloves on for extra grip. She's going to lean back now. But she might get this in one full run.
She's got a wide walking gait. And I know she's done the iron cross before because that memory I shared where I passed out during it, she was at that contest.
She just dropped just before. She's going to finish strong here. And Leslie gets it. Fantastic work.
Now, I will say, from a coaching or a training standpoint, if the athlete can feel confident with not having to wear a belt on this iron cross carry, I think it would tremendously benefit them. Because when you have a belt strapped on tight, you're restricting the airway or the airspace from the bottom. And then when you're carrying something heavy in the front, you're restricting the airspace from the front and the top. There's not a lot of room to expand under all that pressure.
Absolutely. And to quickly go over the results for the 64-kilo women, in first place we have Jess Garcia with 22.39 seconds. Oh, pardon me, that just changed on me. Yeah, no, Jess Garcia in first place with 22.39 seconds, and second place in that event with 22.98 seconds, so barely a fraction of a second. We have Sarah Furman in second place, and in third place with 24.8 seconds, we have a Miranda DeMarc.
And just like we were saying, Alec, it all comes down to fractions of a second oftentimes between the first, second, third, and fourth place.
So in the lead in the overall of the competition, we have Sarah Furman with 13 points. In second place, we have Jess Garcia with 12 points, and in third place, we have Miranda DeMarc. All right, back to our Masters athletes. In lane number 1, we are going to have a Christy Stefanik, and in lane number 2, a Jamie Schema. Now, Jamie's been competing for a long time. I've seen her at many national championships, doing quite well in the 82-kilo class, but now she's bumped herself up to the Masters Open division. In fact, she actually competed at the 2019 Nationals that you won.
That's correct. That was one heck of a year, my friend.
No big deal. You smoked that show.
Quad Cities, Iowa. I remember right after we had to relocate from Hurricane Dorian.
I know, it was supposed to be in Florida that year. We had the beautiful, scenic Iowa instead.
Yeah.
So lane number 1, we have the Christy Stefanik, and lane number 2, we have Jamie Schema. Again, that is 415 pounds on the yoke, 175-pound iron cross. Looks like Jamie's picking up great speed here in lane number 2.
That acceleration is phenomenal.
Fantastic finish by Jamie. It appears as though she doesn't have a belt on either.
That means she feels these weights are well within her working range. She hikes it up high, gives the legs plenty of clearance.
But lane number 1, just behind her, Stephanie, and it looks like Jamie's about to finish just ahead here. Fantastic performance out of Jamie, and Christy with the finish right here. Great, that was a great heat.
Wow, great performance from both women.
That was a stellar performance out of that last heat from Christy Stefanik and Jamie Schema.
I'm impressed. They made quick work of that iron cross.
Yeah, that was really impressive. That iron cross was really, weighing down on a lot of the competitors before, and they really kind of.
It's an object I would describe as utterly cumbersome, and neither of those women made it look that way.
No, they've obviously well-experienced, strong women. All right, here we are resetting this event here for the last 2 athletes of the Masters Women Division, Masters 40 Plus. We have a Laura O'Connor Butler in lane number 1, and an Amanda Kelly in lane number 2. keep in mind, folks, that the Masters Open Division is for anyone of any size and any weight in particular to compete in. We don't have weight classes yet for the Masters women, so as of now, it is still just the Open Division. And really not that too distant of the past, there was only the Open Divisions for all classes. The weight class, strongman and strongwoman, is relatively new. I believe when you started, there wasn't that many weight classes at all.
There wasn't. I've seen a lot of things transpire in my time in the sport, including the birth of the women's pro classes.
Right.
It's been a beautiful journey watching it all happen, and it's just the beginning. You and I were just talking how Strongman has really hit a new wave of growth in the recent years.
Absolutely. So now we have, again, for our final heat for the Masters women, Laura O'Connor Butler in lane number 1. Lane number 2, we have Amanda Kelly. And Amanda off at a blistering pace here.
Both ladies moving fast.
Just finished, heading back already. It looks like she's going to keep her belt on for this. Let's see how that helps her. Oh, and she just grips and rips that iron cross. But Laura O'Connor is just behind her. Oh,
wow.
That was a nail-biting finish of both of them.
I think Amanda just barely squeaked by with like a half-a-second finish, but you could tell that Laura was just stepping on the gas, trying to catch up.
We're definitely gonna have to go down to the timers for that. That was as close to the tie as it possibly could be in a medley. That was a fantastic performance out of all of our Masters ladies. We'll get the scores to you in just a few moments after we get our scores updated. What do you think about that overall for the Masters women?
That was just phenomenal. I love how we finished on that note right there. You know, seeing such a close, essentially tied match. That's how it should be, and it attests to the caliber of athlete that has come out here to this.
Yeah, because Amanda was well ahead of Laura on that yoke, and then really Laura covered the distance really well on the iron cross.
And I think Laura did feel the pressure, you know, because you could tell that she was taking steps maybe a little bit more quickly than she was prepared for, almost looking like she might lose her balance, but she kept it. She kept that back tight, she kept her posture, and we'll see when the timing results come into play.
Yeah, she definitely did what she had to do to keep herself in the game there. That was really interesting.
That's what it's all about. There's no cruising at this platform.
No.
It is take off the chains and let's see where your ability puts you.
So it looks like we're getting our scores now. We're getting our placements in just a few moments. So
half a second between Laura and Amanda.
Wow. So in first place, we have Laura O'Connor Butler, who actually took the win.
Wow.
Laura O'Connor took the win. And in second place, we have Amanda Kelly. And third place, we have Jamie Shema. So Laura finishing in 22.42 seconds. Amanda, 22.92 seconds. That was incredible. And in third place, we have Jamie with a 24.67 finish. Fantastic out of our Masters women. Now coming on up, we have our 73 kilo class. We have just 3 athletes in this class. However, that means just first place gets to go to the World Championship. So these ladies are really going to want to not make many mistakes.
The pressure is on.
Yeah. And their weight is being bumped up to a 455 pounds on the yoke and 190 pounds on that iron cross. That is going to be debilitating.
Debilitating is one word to use, but invigorating for the person who can carry it all the way across the fastest, I would say.
I'll leave that for you strong folk. I'm just a coach. So we should have a Brittany Davis here coming on up in lane number 1. She'll be the only athlete in this heat in particular.
She does have her belt on, but notice she has it turned backwards to where the lever is behind her. So she does not want that to get in the way of her iron cross carry once she finishes this yoke.
Right. And the rule stated earlier today, for those that might not have caught that, that if you're wearing a lever belt, you cannot have it facing forward when doing the iron cross, mostly out of fear of damaging the equipment. And also, not for nothing, you probably wouldn't want to anyway. It's going to create further separation.
Absolutely. And with the nature of these solid metal iron crosses, you might mess up your belt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So they're making sure that the weight is correct right now on the yoke. The judges and the refs there in the back are checking things, make sure everything's solid. And then from there, we're going to get this event started for Brittany Davis.
Let's see, this is 455 pounds, correct?
Yes, the yoke for the 73 kilo class is 455 pounds. I do believe the yoke empty is 200 pounds in this case. So we're going to get these plates loaded by these gentlemen in the back here. So if you had an athlete in this case where we're messing around with weights and whatnot, how do you handle that sort of potential delay when you're an athlete and competing?
You have to train. I stress my athletes to train that mental fortitude. You know, knowing when to flip that switch, knowing that when the switch is not turned on, you are managing and you are biding energy. You're not fuming, you're not huffing and puffing, you're not messing with your gear. You're just cool and collected.
Right.
But then once everything's set, once you see your judges get ready and take their positions, once you hear those calls, flip that switch, it's go time. You see red, you've got the blinders honing in your focus, it's time to execute.
Excellent, excellent. I completely couldn't agree more. It looks like we have our weights appropriate now. So once we have the secondary yoke loaded, Brittany Davis will get ready to go. Brittany Davis doing excellent earlier today on the axle clean press, getting 7 repetitions in 60 seconds. Now, in most competitions, that's usually winning, considering how many reps that is. But she happened to go against 2 amazing, literal world-class overhead athletes. So right now, Brittany's sitting in 3rd place. I'm sure she's hoping to gain some extra points here on this event. So far, the current standings for the 73 kilo division. In 1st place, we have Diana Maria Flores. We have an Evelyn Valdez in 2nd place, and Brittany Davis in 3rd place.
So Brittany's thinking, as she's looking down this course, getting ready to go, she's thinking she wants to make some serious points, especially after that axle, where she gave a strong performance.
Yeah.
But like you said, world-class athlete she's going against, she needs to summon some world-class strength and ability for this carry.
Absolutely. And here we are getting the thumbs up by our loaders. So it looks like we're going to get this event rocking and rolling. So again, in lane number 1, the only athlete in this heat is Brittany Davis in the 73 kilo class. Here we go. Okay, smooth pick by Brittany. Brittany Davis here is running 455 pounds, weighing 160 pounds, sprinting back to the Iron Cross here.
Fast sprint. Quick transition, here we go.
Trying to make us some time. Brittany Davis here absolutely killing this Iron Cross here. A little uneasy. And she finishes strong.
Incredible.
Fantastic.
Incredible.
She was moving so fast, she almost fell over a couple of times.
Well,
there.
you know, I think one of those times that she almost fell over, she actually turned a little bit just to kind of get to see where she was going, you know?
Absolutely.
But when these objects are so big, if you don't turn even slightly, you can't see over the thing.
Yeah, she made up a fantastic time differential there, running back to that Iron Cross, and her Iron Cross sprint in and of itself was very fast. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these next 2 athletes, and Evelyn Valdez and Diana Maria Flores, competes with that.
I don't know if you saw in the blink of an eye, Brittany quickly, as she turned and did that lightning speed sprint, she just flipped her lever belt behind her. Made room to expand for the air that she needed.
It's a pro move. It's a pro move. That's a smooth operator.
Very quick. Someone who's practiced.
Yeah, she's practiced before. I mean, at the end of the day, they are fighting for the opportunity to compete at the world's strongest woman U73. It's a brand new weight class. The field hasn't yet been established, minus those who obviously podiumed last year. So there's a lot of superstars being created right now within that 73 class. And you know, and honestly, within other sports, whether it be powerlifting or weightlifting, it is the most populated class in terms of total number of participants. So I'm expecting to see an incredible amount of women to move into that division.
I agree, and I like to think of a lot of these women as the pace setters too, showing the world where the ability lies, what can be done, what feats there are to accomplish, and you know, they're paving the way for themselves. This is a new class, like you said, but they have to earn that right to take it to the next stage.
Absolutely. So Evelyn Valdez in lane number 1, lane number 2, Diana Maria Flores. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So again, lane number 2 is Miss Flores here, who is a 64 kilo world record holder in the axle clean and press, moving on up to the 73 division today. But we have Evelyn sprinting back to that Iron Cross. Diana making up some time difference here. This is a fantastic heat here.
Easy pick by
here
Evelyn.
We go. Here we go.
Look how high Evelyn has it compared to Diana.
High on her chest.
That makes all the difference with how easily you can move your legs, and it shows in her performance. She clears that course in fast time.
A brilliant performance out of lane number 1 in Evelyn Valdez. Diana here has to finish this if she wants to hold on to her placing. She has to finish. She's doing it. She's getting there, and a strong finish by Diana. Excellent work.
Grueling and digging into every last bit of energy she has. Her rival, Evelyn, right there cheering her on the whole way as she finished that course.
That was a fantastic heat by those two, and that was the entirety of our 73 kilo division. We'll get our placings and times to you in just a few moments. We are now going to move up in weight, because next we're going to have the 82 kilo class featured next here. The 82 kilo women will be running a 515-pound yoke and a 205-pound iron cross. That is an incredible weight. For those that are a little unfamiliar with the standards, if you will, in terms of weight, in the 2020 Nationals that featured a yoke for 50 feet down and back, the open class women had a 500-pound yoke. So now we have 82 kilo women running it in medleys.
500 pounds on a yoke is very substantial.
Yeah.
I think of this is a personal story, but my wife competed in Florida's Strongest Man and Women 2 years ago, and it had a yoke series that featured a 500-pound yoke and a 520-pound yoke. Very brutally heavy, run by Alan Colley, one of the best yoke walkers in the country.
And your wife competes at 64 kilos, right?
Correct. And she wound up dislocating her ribs under the weight of that yoke. So, I mean, this is serious stuff. And you talk about the structural capacity of the skeleton, like, the athlete has to train their body well to be able to withstand this tonnage.
Exactly. And these are women that weigh in at 180 pounds. They're strong individuals, but still, this is still 515 pounds weighing down on them. Well, let's see if we get ourselves some of the 73 kilo results. And we do. Now, in first place, not shocking, pardon me, in first place we have Deanna. Correct. Pardon me. Yeah, first place we have Evelyn Valdez with a 23.69 finish. Really outstanding performance there. In second place we have Brittany Davis with 26.76. And in third place we have Deanna with a 38.98 finish. So right now the current standings for the 73 kilo class, Evelyn in first place with 5 points. And with 4 points we have Deanna Flores. And in third place with 3 total points we have Brittany Davis. So again, it's really, at least as of now, a real rat race so far between Deanna and Evelyn. That could easily swing. We have a lot of events left. We have 3 events remaining. So we really don't know how this contest is going to unfold just quite yet. So in our 82 kilo class, we have Sophie Sharp will be the first athlete out in lane number 1. The last 2 remaining athletes is Jocelyn O'Brien and Chelsea Pullen. Current standing so far in first place, we have Chelsea with 3 points. With 2 points, we have Jocelyn. And with an unfortunate 0 points due to a missed rep on the axle, we have Sophie. I'm sure Sophie's going to want to pick up some real points here.
Absolutely. And especially if she can move well versus compared to the overhead pressing ability, this might be her time to really...
Yeah, and that's usually the case. You see someone, usually the first event being the overhead in most contests, you have some athletes who won't do that well, but then all of a sudden you ask them to run or to deadlift, they're just blitzing everybody. So it's not quite a full representation of an athlete's ability, so it's going to be really exciting to see what Sophie does here.
That's why I admire the athlete's ability to keep their composure after the first event, after the second event, and have it endure throughout the entire show. Yeah,
it's something I tell my athletes whenever they're competing at some of the larger shows. You have to have the memory of a goldfish. Once that event's over, give yourself 5 minutes to be happy or sad, and then from there, it's gone. It's distant memory. You have a new event in front of you, a new competition, if you will. So being able to reset that mind frame, change that paradigm, if you will, is paramount for success.
Absolutely. And success is the name of the game here today at the official Strongman Games Southwest Regional.
That's right.
These athletes are vying for the top spot and getting their invite to the next biggest stage.
Yep, if you just happen to be tuning in, my name is Alec Jose. I'm featured here with Mr. Gabe Pena, and we are watching the Southwest Regional, as Gabe just mentioned. We are on the 82 kilo women's class, watching the yoke and the iron cross medley. In this class, again, we have 515 pounds on the yoke and 205 pounds on the iron cross.
At 205 pounds in the iron cross, I guarantee you these athletes would much rather be carrying a 205-pound person than a 205-pound metal cross like this.
Sandbag, Husfeld, literally anything but that thing.
Anything else. This thing sucks. It really does.
It's exceptionally heavy, considering how awkward the object is.
Everyone goes through the same trial today, though. Who is going to be the best at it?
Absolutely. All right, Sophia Sharp in lane number 1. Let's go. With a very good start here on the yoke.
Stable, level, fast. How's this cross going to look?
Let's go. Sophia sprinting back to this iron cross. She's really trying to make up some points here. Let's see how she handles this iron cross. Featuring her elbow sleeves there to protect herself. Just a slip up here.
A little bit lower on the carry position than I would advise, but she's a tall athlete. She's got long legs to where she can wrap around this thing, and it looks like she's going to clear it. Almost.
She needs to pick it back up and finish where she's almost there. And she finishes. An unfortunate drop just before the end there, but it really just goes to show you just how heavy this iron cross is.
205 pounds.
They're going to reset this implement here. Okay, very good. Now, Sophia with an outstanding performance there. I mean, the iron cross is so unruly, so brutal, and it showed. All right, so in our next heat here, we have the remaining 2 athletes in the 82 kilo division. We will have a Jocelyn O'Brien in lane number 1, which is furthest from the screen, closest to the banner that you'll see on screen. And in lane number 2, we have Chelsea Pullen. furthest from the banner that you see on screen. Now, have you ever had to run an iron cross in your competitions within a medley, a similar style to this?
Not within a medley. The only time I've had to do it in contests, it's been okay, you know what? I misspoke. It was a medley.
Okay.
We had a frame that we had to carry. I believe the frame was somewhere around 550 to 600 pounds.
Okay.
And I was an amateur heavyweight at the time. And then the iron cross we had was 325.
That's brutal. That's a brutal iron cross.
Yeah, so the frame felt easy in comparison, but coming back and having whatever energy was left to pick up that iron cross, I passed out. I passed out on that memory.
Yeah.
But this sport is all about trials of strength. You know, odd objects, gnarly, cold metal, sharp edges, whatever. Which athlete can adapt and overcome these trials most effectively is the one that comes out on top.
All right, in lane number 1, we have Jocelyn O'Brien, and lane number 2, Chelsea Poland. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And Chelsea with a fast pick and run. Let's go.
Hot out the gates. Jocelyn accelerating.
Chelsea's already on her way back to that iron cross. Full sprint here ahead. Let's see how she handles this iron cross. You're also featuring no belt, it seems as though. Get herself as close to the implement as she can. Oh, here she goes. She's going to finish. She might drop it. Oh, Chelsea with an unfortunate drop, giving Jocelyn the opportunity here to make up some distance.
Chelsea very quickly recovering, even in a less than ideal hold position. But you can just see how this thing really wants to pull these athletes forward.
Absolutely, and a fantastic finish there by Jocelyn O'Brien as well, collapsing on the finish platform over there. That was a fantastic heat. It's going to be really interesting to see the times on that one.
You know, watching this iron cross and the athletes in motion with it, it looks like the horrible combination of both a duck walk and a vertical sandbag carry.
I was just going to say, yeah, a sandbag carry, maybe some sort of awful hybrid Husafel, but it absolutely has the duck walk
you can't walk
movement
straight.
pattern.
You have to straddle and take a wider gait unless you want this thing to pull you forward, but it is a tough object.
For those at home curious what a duck walk is, just go pick up a very heavy kettlebell and just try to go for a run with it in between your legs. That's basically a duck walk.
It's a running straddle. That's what it is.
All right, so we have a reset here and a weight increase. We'll get to the scores in just a moment here, but the next division coming on up will be the Open Women's. But we actually have our scores for the 82 kilo women now. So in first place, Chelsea Poland took the win there in the Yoke Iron Cross Medley. In second place, you have Jocelyn O'Brien. And in third place, we have Sophia Sharp. So Chelsea with a pretty demanding lead, or commanding lead, I should say, with 6 total points. Jocelyn with 4 points, and Sophie with 1 point. Our next division coming on up, we have the open class women. Now, we already mentioned before how talent stacked this division is, and it's a shame that only 3 women signed up today, because really all 3 of these ladies are official Strongman Games or World Strongest Women caliber. So it's going to be a real fight today. We have Stephanie Hurd will be in lane 1 coming on up soon. Then we have Jackie Rhodes, and then we have Julia Hamilton.
Like you said, all 3 women, pro level strength. They all have exactly what it takes to take the official Strongman stage. But only one will get that top spot
Just one.
It is going to be a nail biter to the very end.
It really is. Like, at no point can these open division women, due to the fact there's only 3 of them, let it up. They can't. They have to be full pace the entire time. That being said, the weight of the yoke is going to be 565 pounds. That's an incredible weight.
So close to 600.
It's
so
brutal.
Close.
And then a 225-pound iron cross. So our loaders here are just changing up our weights. This should be done in just a few moments.
You know, we talked about how this iron cross wants to pull the athlete forward. And if you can see the loaders as they're loading these, they're putting plates in that giant cylinder in the center of it. And of course, those plates all go straight to the bottom. This is a very big and bottom-heavy implement. And when it pulls you down with a bottom-heavy nature, the entire posterior chain, the backside of the athlete, has to work in overdrive just to prevent you from tumbling forward.
Absolutely. All the muscles you can't see are the ones that you really need to depend on in reference to this. Really kind of both of these implements, really. Your ability to have that conditioning, that muscular conditioning of the spine, your erectors, your glutes, is going to be paramount for this sort of event.
There's a saying or a motto that tends to float around through our sport that says, big backs win shows, or strong backs win shows. And it could not be more true in this sport that every single event, even looking at the events that we have today, every single event you need a strong back for.
Absolutely.
You needed it for the axle clean and to keep yourself up and braced on the press. You need a strong back to carry this yoke and iron cross. the deadlift, the sandbags. I mean,
Yep.
it's all big backswing shows, Alex.
Yeah, I could not agree more, honestly. And honestly, when it comes to this open class division here, all of these ladies, pretty strong backs. I mean, Julia Hamilton, arguably maybe one of the most athletic open girls in the country right now. It's going to be really interesting to see her in this moving event. You know, Julia Hamilton just took a massive win in a truck pull in a Pro-Am show not that long ago. Actually, Gabe show at the Beerstone.
Yep, and it was a big, massive military vehicle. I tell you what.
It's an understatement. It was unbelievable.
And it was not on the flat, level ground like this either.
It was in a chaotic parking lot full of pain and fun.
It was lovely. A beautiful Texas day that was. But she has definitely tried and tested in her ability to move weight over a distance. Stephanie Herod, too. She's very new in the sport. This is still her first year of competing in strongwoman. I believe Beerstone might have been her first contest.
She picked a Pro-Am as her first contest,
yeah, I mean,
competing against athletes like Julia Hamilton, Inez Carrasquillo, Gabby Dixon, and Daphne Zhang, a whole myriad of incredible
She's got
athletes.
the strength to back it up.
She really does.
It's interesting to see how the months from Beerstone till now will create the package that we see here today.
Absolutely. So again, ladies and gentlemen, this Yoke and Iron Cross medley, the Yoke will be 565 pounds, and the Iron Cross will be 225 pounds. So now we have Stephanie walking out here for lane number 1, furthest, closest to the banner on screen. Very exciting for Stephanie here. She needs to make up some points.
She's looking ready.
Yeah, she's
envisioning the whole course from start to finish.
I mean, you're speaking of big backs. You can see her lats from here busting through her shirt. This athlete is very physically prepared for this. All right, here we go. Pretty fast yoke start here.
Even faster in the acceleration.
Absolutely.
Can she stay up?
And a solid finish. Now
Look at that.
Oh, she went well over the line.
Let's see this cross.
Solid sprint back in. Now, this is really important, this Iron Cross here. See how she handled this.
Easy.
That was an amazing front pick.
Can she stay up with it, though?
She can lean back a little bit more, but she's struggling to hold on to this weight. It's so heavy. She's almost there. She's just about to finish. And a finish by Stephanie Herod without a single drop.
Incredible. You know, Alec, think back to Beerstone. We featured a Husafell Stone replica there.
Oh, not just any Husafell. The heaviest Husafell in any women's show ever.
Well,
and 300 pounds.
300-pound Husafell Stone for max distance. And I remember Stephanie carrying that thing. And albeit she went in a heat before Inez did, but at the time, she had the strongest performance on that Husafell carry.
She took
and
second place.
we dubbed her the Queen of the Husafell at that moment.
Honestly,
until Inez came after.
I'm still going to call her the Queen of the Husafell because I'm so impressed that she's so early in her career.
Exactly.
And I mean, she moved it, I believe, over 100 feet with a 300-pound Husafell. And you got to see that sort of strength here in the Iron Cross here.
It was very reminiscent of that Husafell carry from Beerstone to see her carry this cross so effectively and even fighting against that thing wanting to pull her forward.
Absolutely.
Definitely a woman with a bright future ahead.
It is shocking to me that she is still just not even a year into her career here. So now we have our second heat of ladies coming on out, and Jackie Rhodes will be in lane number 1. And in lane number 2, we have Julia Hamilton, arguably the most experienced of all the women here. Julia Hamilton, again, is a new pro, a fantastic athlete.
With quite a powerful and colorful powerlifting background as well.
Yeah, she is one of the strongest powerlifters in North America. She's also the only Native American pro athlete in the pro-am scene, the strongman scene right now. All right, athletes are getting set up here. Julia Hamilton in lane number 2, Jackie Rhodes in lane number 1. Okay, smooth start by lane number 1 and Jackie Rhodes.
Both yokes looking so stable.
Really close. Both athletes just dropped now, sprinting back. Let's see how Julia handles this. Jackie's already at the Iron Cross. Julia opting to throw off her belt. Oh, Jackie getting the edge here.
Julia also seasoned from that Husafell at Beerstone.
Absolutely, she's catching up.
Oh, this is a nail biter.
Catching up. Oh, she just dropped before the line, giving the win to Jackie Rhodes at this heat. That was incredible. And it's just finished there by Julia Hamilton.
Oh, as frustrating as it is to watch, I can relate to that. So it just taxes the back every step that you go. But both ladies just really giving it their all there. And Julia quick to recover, got the course cleared. 565 pounds and 225 pounds on the Iron Cross. This is heavy stuff.
That was a nail-biter finish there. Not a bad performance at all. We'll get our results briefly for you guys to have the official results. But that being said, really excellent performance there in our second heat in the open class women. Now, we are going to feature the The next division to come on up, we will have the 80 kilo men will be the next athletes to come on up. We will tell you their weights now, and then we'll go back to the scores for the open class women. So the 80 kilo men will be running a 605-pound yoke into a 250 iron cross. Incredible weight here. So our official results thus far for the open class women, and in first place we had Jackie Rhodes there. Second place, Stephanie Hurd with an outstanding performance, and in third place we have our Julia Hamilton. So as of right now, Jackie Rhodes is in first place by half a point with 4.5 points. And in second place, we have Julia Hamilton with 4 points. And in third place, with 3.5 points, we have Stephanie Hurd.
Only a point separates first and third.
It's incredible.
I have a feeling it's going to be like that throughout the rest of the events with the talent in that group.
It really is. It really is. Now for our 80 kilo men. This is going to be quite exciting. We have 4 80 kilo men, so we have 2 heats featuring 2 athletes per heat. That'll be exciting to watch. Some real head-to-head competition here. Our first heat will feature a Nicholas Petrie in lane number 1, and in lane number 2 we'll have a Jeremy Clevenger. Again, for the 80 kilo men, that is 175 pounds body weight. They'll be running a 605-pound yoke and a 250-pound iron cross.
So we are above triple body weight.
Yes.
On the yoke carry for this group.
Absolutely. Incredible weight here being run. A weight not too far off from the world's strongest man weight for this weight class last year in Daytona Beach, Florida.
But again, this is that upper echelon of the sport that we're trying to groom the winner here today for.
Right.
Not sugarcoating any bit of what they're going to face ahead if they get that victory.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they are going against the best in the world and arguably one of the most talent-stacked men's divisions. Last year, our champion being Mr. Pangadaman with an outstanding performance. In second place, we had Tommy Lavelle, who was the 2019 world champion. And in third place, we had an Andrew Haynes.
And Tommy is here today, paving the road forward.
He is.
Helping out with the event loading.
He is. Tommy Lavelle is here loading plates. It is really cool for him to show up to this event like this and just help out. It's fun to see, some of the best in the world to participate, including yourself. Thank you as well for doing this.
Oh, it's great to be here. It's a lovely day for Texas and North American strength, and getting to see, like you said, there are going to be athletes here who win today that I undoubtedly will compete against in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is a really fun
true.
thought.
Yeah. I can think of probably 2 or 3 that come to mind, but we'll wait till official results.
Yeah, I definitely have my pick, but we'll save it till the end.
Yeah. Don't want to seem unbiased here. But that being said, the opportunity that OSG is providing by creating this regional system is truly exciting for all the athletes around. Because for the longest time, it's just an online competition, which is very fun. It is inherently more inclusive. But now having in-person competitions as well as the online qualifier really just covers the field and finding that next level athlete, that new talent that's hiding around somewhere.
And it lets the athletes sharpen their mettle. They get to feel what it's like to be in the moment of competition, have all the high stakes, have things change that they need to adapt to, be able to run head-to-head with someone at the same caliber of strength. This is what it's all about right here.
Absolutely. In lane number 1, we have a Nicholas Petrie, and in lane number 2, a Jeremy Clevenger. And Jeremy Clevenger with a fast pick and start here, picking up great speed.
Jeremy is seasoned at the yoke. You could tell by the accuracy and precision there.
And a smooth jaunt back to the iron cross. See, maybe he's saving some energy here. Oh, here we go. Now this is where things get tested. Jeremy more than halfway down the course in lane number 1. Lane number 1, Nicholas now just approaching the halfway mark.
Jeremy,
great finish by Jeremy.
Incredible.
Outstanding performance by Jeremy Clevenger there. Really fantastic work here. And Nicholas really struggling to get the iron cross down, but he's almost there. He absolutely can do this. He has 20 whole seconds to finish here. He's more than halfway done. He could get this. And it looks like he's calling the event there. I mean, it really just goes to show just how heavy this iron cross is.
How heavy, how much it pulls the athlete forward. I mean, not only does he have to get it high up on his chest, he has to lean back. And after doing a yoke like that, after running and having to stop his body in motion, everything's taxed. Nothing's fresh.
Absolutely. I mean, there is that potential added frustration of maybe watching one of your peers run by you. But on top of it, at the end of the day, just like you mentioned, you have to stay within your own element, your own zone, kind of have those blinders up as you described.
Sometimes, Alec, that level of mental training can be much harder than the physical hardening that you have to do to move these weights.
Yeah.
But that comes with experience and immersing yourself in competitions like this.
Absolutely. So we're going to have an event reset here. The next two athletes, we have a Tony McNavish, thank you, and a Quinn Ormatsko, who's currently in first place. This is going to be a really exciting heat because we have first and second coming up here. And something tells, I mean, Tony, that boy can move. He's fast.
He can move. He's very fast, but like I said with the beginning of that axle of clean and press event, he is coming off of recent knee injuries that he sustained late last year. And I speak from personal experience myself. The Yoke is very unforgiving when it comes to knee injuries, especially if you're still recovering in any way from them. So
yeah,
I'm looking forward to see how well he can move.
Well, you didn't just happen to run a very heavy Yoke recently, did you?
I just got fresh off of the car walk at World's Strongest Man.
Oh, right.
And that was essentially a 1,000-pound yoke.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
In the shape of a Volkswagen Bug. But I had some knee injuries last year where it definitely brought them back into the fold, and it's frustrating, but you've got to be able to recover effectively, keep those injuries at bay, and finish the darn thing.
Absolutely. Interestingly enough, the yokes used at World's Strongest Man this year were the exact car yokes used at official Strongman Games last year as well.
I felt the power emanating from the previous usage when I got under it.
I hope so. Hey, can you picture, like, 64 and 73 kilo women running the exact car that you ran?
I actually got to talk to Hannah Coldiron earlier today. She's like, Gabe, you and I were doing the same car. Mine was just a little bit lighter.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, there's something beautiful about walking with a car on your back.
It's
I tell you what.
It's pretty cool. All right, so in lane number 1, looks like we have Tony, and lane number 2, we will have Quinn. Tony's just checking the height here, make sure things are all appropriate for himself. Now, what is your best advice when it comes to height selection for a yoke?
This is something I was about to touch on just watching Tony. You don't want to pick something too low and have to expend extra energy on a squat, but you don't want to pick a bar too high to where your yoke's banging into the ground. This comes with practice and knowing exactly where your comfort zone is.
Absolutely. We have a very fast start by both athletes here. Going to finish nearly at the same time. Quinn with just the edge, but Tony is picking up speed.
Looking good.
He looks okay. Oh, he's picking an inch. Oh. Tony with an interesting tactic to pick up the Iron Cross. He went to save some time.
I think that tactic backfired a little bit.
It might have backfired, just gave Quinn just the edge, but Tony is picking up pace. Oh, and just the edge out by Quinn. Oh, it was nail-biting performance out of those
neck
men.
And neck, but I do think Tony's going to look back on that and maybe wish that he did not pick it up back-facing.
I understand the approach, the tactic. It's actually something that Tommy Lavelle, for example, actually does in most medleys. That being said, doing it with an Iron Cross and having to create such a swing due to the length of it, it might have backfired on them.
Think of torque.
Exactly.
Think of torque. Think of if you've ever turned while doing a farmer's walk, carrying weight in each hand. That weight wants to keep moving, and it makes your job just a little bit harder. And that's just one area where I think he could have improved his carry a little bit.
I really love the gutsy attempt on something like that, though, because the thing is, with a move like that, it either pays off massively or be a detriment. I still think Tony's in a very good standing, considering how fast he ran it, but it could have been one of those moves where either we think you're a genius or, maybe something not to do in the future.
And, sometimes the competitor is inclined to do moves like that when they know they're going up against a serious rival.
Right.
And he was going up against a serious rival over there. It was a fight for points.
Absolutely. Him right now, Tony and Quinn are really neck and neck so far in their overall performance against each other today in this competition. And it's really exciting to see. It almost, that sort of move or approach almost reminds me kind of like a Novikov approach. Novikov is willing to do something seemingly dangerous almost in terms of potential outcomes just for that slight edge.
But when it works,
it really
the heavens open up and he just shines like a star, man. It is incredible.
Absolutely. So in first place with a 25.73 finish, we have Quinn. But in second place with a 25.85, so less than a fraction of a second.
Less than a tenth of a second.
Oh, my goodness. Tony just barely behind Quinn. Third place with 26.76, we have Jeremy Clevenger. And in fourth place, with not quite the finish, we have Nicholas Petrie.
Look at that. Again, between first and third place, only 1 second difference.
Yeah, unbelievable. So Quinn now has 8 total points, and Tony with 6 total points. A very recoverable spread, but he's got his work cut out for him. Now coming up in our next event, we have the Masters 50-plus men. And the weight for that division, I'll pull it for you guys just right in this moment. We have a 605, so it'll actually be the exact same weights as the 80-kilo men. 605 on the yoke and a 250 on the Iron Cross. For our Masters 50-plus, each gentlemen are 50 years old or older. It's absolutely incredible.
These are the guys fighting for that spot to compete against
all they want.
The likes of Mark Felix and Nick Best.
Dimitar.
Dimitar.
Nick Best.
Well, is Dimitar 50 plus?
He might
No,
be.
he's
He
not.
might be
I
the
think
40
he's-
plus.
yeah.
He might be the 40 plus. I mean, he'll be 50 plus eventually.
Eventually, at some point,
He'll be
yeah.
there eventually. Do you foresee yourself potentially participating in the World's Strongest Man age categories, the Masters divisions?
I do. I pride myself in having an approach in this sport where I don't want to be here for a short time. I want to be here for a long time. So keeping the body working as best as possible, staying healthy, my goal is the long game.
And here we have Nathan Anderson in lane number 1 getting started. Looks like Nathan's trying to find his feet right now.
And I would say, seeing this, I would have advised him to go a little bit higher on the bar.
Right.
He's got a lot of clearance under him, but every attempt is a significant squat. I mean, we're talking 605 pounds, even for a partial squat. That is taxing everything, and he's not wearing a belt, so it's all core at this point.
Now, an athlete like Nathan, where you see his upper back is collapsing as he stands, would you almost recommend putting your hands on the bar as if it was a squat to keep more of an upright position?
Possibly. That might be able to like tighten up his lats a little bit more to where it would not allow that spinal collapse, but this is just one of those things where I think his starting position is backfiring a little bit, and we would need to work on a little bit more back strength.
Right. And quite honestly, maybe just a better yoke height.
Yeah.
But Nathan still has some time to get some work in. He's halfway down the course. Let's see if he gets a few more steps in. That'll be fantastic. Oh, and an outstanding performance there by Nathan Anderson. Unfortunately, didn't get to finish the medley, but
Strong effort, though, and he does not know what the guys coming after him are going to do.
Right.
They might not even move the yoke. So it does come down to measurements, and
Absolutely.
he gave it his all, getting every inch he could.
This is not lightweight whatsoever for those watching. It's still 605 pounds for the Masters 50-plus division. It's an incredible medley here. We'll find out exactly his distance at the end of the full event, but great effort by Nathan Anderson there. Now, our next 2 athletes to come out will be a Robert Stahl in lane number 1, and in lane number 2 we'll have a Joey Grape.
Joey, we saw after that first event, he was very animated.
Oh, yeah.
I'm wondering if he's going to bring that energy. He's got the headband on. He's got a smile. He's talking with his fellow rivals over there.
He definitely seems to be one of those athletes that is, honestly, and not in a bad way at all, doesn't seem to be concerned at all with the results, but more just having fun.
Yeah.
And I think, ironically, that will improve his performance. He's having a great time.
I love seeing that in athletes, but I especially love seeing it in the Masters division.
Absolutely.
You know, the guys who have been doing this for a while or have been doing whatever else preceding this and still have that fire burning.
Yeah.
You know, I love it.
Yeah, they're clearly having a good time today. It's really interesting to see how this heat goes based on Anderson's performance because, again, this is very heavy.
And here they come.
All right, so again, we have a Robert Stahl in lane number 1 getting psyched up, in lane number 2, a Joey Grape.
Robert's looking amped.
Yeah, right now, Robert's very focused. He has laser for eyes right now.
I take it that means that this is his event.
Let's see.
Looking forward to a lot more than the axle.
He looks excited. He looks excited. I like this. Both gentlemen getting set up here. They're just going to get under the yoke in just a few moments. Here we go. And a great pick by both gentlemen.
Now the acceleration.
Oh, looks like Joey Grape here is taking the lead with an outstanding yoke walk. Very consistent, very steady. And he just finishes the yoke. Robert Stahl just reaching the halfway mark. He absolutely could finish this.
Joey makes it to the cross.
Dropping that belt, trying to create some more room. Pushing the iron cross forward. And a finish on the yoke by Robert. Now he's running back to that iron cross.
Look at Joey getting a nice low grab.
With an interesting pick and turn almost.
But look how much clearance his legs have.
Absolutely.
He is going the distance all the way.
Joey
Look at that.
Grape with an outstanding performance.
Wow.
Falls to the ground with exhaustion, but I'm sure he's perfectly fine. That was a great performance.
Thumbs up from Joey down there.
Thumbs
He's
up.
totally fine. He just gave it his all. He's enjoying that floor.
And Robert Grape made the wise decision to just get it a few feet, take the clear second place. Great performance by both gentlemen, saving his body, kind of like what you mentioned earlier. Know where you're at, kind of be aware.
Because look what they have left. They have the axle deadlift
Absolutely.
next, and they are going to need every bit of back power and mental fortitude for that thing.
Absolutely. It looks like we have Joey over there thanking the ground for its support and standing up with a big smile on his face.
Oh, look at him.
Getting the crowd hyped up. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Dude, Joey Grape might be the winner of the contest today. The Spirit of the Games Award, I think we're going to give to Joey Grape today.
Yeah, we need to give him something, man. That's
maybe
that
a
level.
beer after that. Like
Right? I'd drink a beer with him.
Yeah. All right, so that was the end of our Masters 50-plus division. Coming up next, we will have our 90-kilo men. Now, they are moving some heavy weight today. The 90-kilo men are going to be running a 645 yoke and a 275 iron cross. Ooh, that's legit, man.
That's something else, man.
You mentioned earlier that the iron cross that you ran was not too far off in weight.
No, the iron cross I remember from memory was 325. And it was heavy.
Which is the same weight featured
Same
today
weight
for
as
the open
Yoke,
class
yeah.
men.
Although I will say that this iron cross, looking at it, this one is big.
This one's
It's
brutal.
tall,
It's mean.
wide diameter. I mean, it's definitely something that if I had it in my gym, it would collect a lot of dust because it does not look like something that I would like to train often.
No, this thing is mean. All right, so we're getting the weights changed right now. What would you say kind of like an outstanding performance thus far for you in this event? Who's kind of
From
standing
what
out?
we've seen today?
Yeah, so far.
I think Stephanie Herod.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I'm telling you, there was something about watching her do that iron cross that it just made me think of that Husafel that she just really shined at. And
Stephanie is most definitely a future superstar in the sport. She's definitely going to be an individual that we see on the international scene probably for many years to come.
no doubt. But we've still got quite a lot of athletes that are yet to come on this one. And I think we're going to see some more unforgettable performances before this one's up.
I completely agree. So our next grouping, for those that are listening, we will have the 90-kilo men. Again, that is the 198-pound weight class. They'll be running a 645-pound yoke into a 275-pound iron cross. The first athlete coming up today will be Mike Cargill. Our second athlete will be Cesar Sierra. Lane 1, again, will be Mike, and lane 2 will have to be Cesar. Lane 1 is the lane closest to the Southwest Regional banner that you see on screen, and lane 2 is the furthest from the banner. We
Here
have
comes
Mike.
Mike.
Mike coming on up. Mike might be featured by himself in this heat for now due to an odd number of athletes. So he's going to want to put in a stellar performance. Featuring a strong mustache.
Yeah, watch closely. You might actually see the hairs of that mustache help assist on that iron cross carry.
Added grips for Mike. All right, Mike's getting ready here. It looks like he has a pretty low yoke height. Probably saving some energy. And he's running smooth.
Running smooth, the yoke just barely skating across the ground.
It's a pretty smart decision, especially with a yoke that heavy.
Did not have to waste energy on a squat pick.
Finishes the yoke.
He
Now he's
gets
going to
it.
be running back. Looks like he's opting to throw his belt. All right, here we go with that iron cross pick. Oh, unfortunately falling forward there. It
He
shows
needs
how
to
heavy
really
he is.
crank it back so it doesn't pull him.
Sitting back into those hips, leaning back. Oh, he could do this. Mike can finish this.
The calves, the hamstrings, the glutes, the lower back, everything is fried.
He's got 10 seconds to finish. Mike could absolutely do this. Finish strong. And he's just 15, and he just barely finishes.
He does it. Oh my gosh.
Fantastic work by Mike.
Left it all out there. I love seeing that.
That was awesome. That really just goes to show you just how difficult this iron cross is. The yoke is almost seamless for most of these athletes. Just the iron cross, that is such a debilitating effort.
You know, I wish the audience and the viewers could understand by having felt the
Right.
iron cross to know what it feels like. But at the same time, I don't wish that.
Right.
But to tap into that level of exertion and mental fortitude to get that distance with seconds left.
Right.
Incredible.
The width of it, in terms of the circumference rather, is, I would say, arguably close to that of like a trash can that just happens to weigh 275 pounds.
A trash can
Start
or
wrapping
a
arms
thin
around that.
barbecue pit.
Yeah, or a
you know?
thin barbecue pit, right. So coming up next in this next heat, we will have a Cesar Sierra in lane number 1 and a JD Cherry in lane number 2. Again, this is our 90-kilo division, 198 pounds body weight. The weights featured will be 645 pounds and 275 pounds. Lane number 1, just checking to make sure that his yoke height is accurate. All right, so we should be getting started pretty soon. All right, both athletes are getting ready here. Looks like our judges are ready. Oh, we're gonna have a quick yoke adjustment here for lane number 2 for a JD Cherry. Cesar looks ready to go.
Good. I was going to say, his yoke looked a little low.
These are the same yokes featured at a Pro-Am show featuring 64-kilo women not that long ago. Pretty strong yokes. I believe they're 200 pounds empty.
Texas Power Concepts yoke, made by Frank Gonzalez, who lives just right up the road.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you, Frank.
All right, so a Caesar Sierra in lane number 1 and a JD Chariot in lane number 2. Here we go. Oh, Caesar with a great pick.
Probably glad that he readjusted that yoke height for how smooth that went up.
JD now picking up some speed here in lane number 2. Fantastic. And a solid finish by Caesar. JD just behind him. Both athletes throwing off their belt. JD almost falling over. Jerry almost falling over. Oh, he rushed his pick there in lane number 1. Lane number 2 also falling. Here we go. Lane number 1, struggling every bit of muscle. He's got to finish this. He's going to do it. He's almost there. And a solid finish by lane number 1 and Caesar.
Alec, we almost saw Caesar go down there for a second, but he recovered.
And just a finish by JD Cherry just behind him in lane number 2. That was awesome. I don't think these athletes quite realize just how much of a force this iron cross is. When they all pick it up, kind of have that look on their face like, uh-oh, this is real.
If we weren't standing behind them, we got to see that face as soon as they pick it up, there would be a lot of, oh crap moments, you know?
Absolutely.
This is what I got into.
This is not an implement that you often see, even in highly equipped strongman gyms. It's very rare to kind of have this just laying around. So a majority of athletes really wouldn't have had much time to train on something like this. What would you do if you wanted those athletes that you didn't quite have this apparatus to train with again?
I would study what this looks like. And, you know, like I said, this looks like it could be a vertical sandbag carry. I would train with vertical sandbag carries, you know, practice holding against me, feeling the air sucked out of me. But it's also got a crossbar on it. Maybe I might be inclined to do some front yokes.
Sure,
you know,
some
see how that works.
Maybe.
Just anything I can do to try to replicate the mass of the object. But I would say sandbags would be my go-to.
Okay.
Sandbags are such a versatile piece of equipment. You stand that thing vertical, you practice picking it up, you've at least given yourself a really good chance. And the plus side of a sandbag, you've got the weight that loves to shift around on you. So that further makes you stronger to be able to adapt and toggle when you need to.
It is dynamic.
Exactly, exactly.
All right, so in our third heat here, we have Jamie Soils in lane number 1. In lane number 2, we have a Brett Allen. Young Brett Allen is a real up-and-coming superstar in the 90-kilo class. He's a very talented 18-year-old man in lane number 2 here, Brett Allen.
Jaime Solis in lane number 1, one of my athletes from Outfit in South Texas, and he is hot out the gates.
And he's smoking this in
He
lane
is
number 1.
good at yokes. I want to see how he does in this iron cross, though.
Oh, Jaime with the sprint back. Brett Allen just about to finish his yoke. Here we go at Jaime in lane number 1 here. Let's see how he does with the iron cross.
He's looking good. He's staying lean back.
He's a little forward here. Now Brett on his heels. Brett's leaning back to start. This is going to be a nail biter. Looks like both athletes are struggling with the weight of this apparatus. At least 2 drops so far for Jaime. Brett Allen just behind him.
Jaime's closing in. He is almost at the mat.
Almost there. Come on, Jaime. Not quite.
One more
He's got to finish. He's got to finish. Got to get across the line. And he just gets it. And Brett Allen is about to finish as well, and he just gets it as well.
Both men collapsing on top of the iron cross.
Absolutely amazing performance out of both guys.
Just sucks the life out of him, doesn't it?
Jaime and Brett should be absolutely proud of themselves in that performance. That was an incredible performance. Brett, after dropping the yoke a couple times, nearly getting Jaime with the yoke with the iron cross, but Jaime with a very strong finish there.
You know, we do have an iron cross that I had made at my gym back home that the athletes who are here today got to train on, but this iron cross is bigger. I remember them telling me as soon as I walked into the game, that's bigger than the one that we have. This is different. And you don't know how the object is going to feel until you get there on contest day. No competition has the same, rarely do you get the same equipment. Yes. Everything can change a little bit, but you got to be able to see the object, feel the object, and adapt.
And that is the beauty of strongman.
It's
never going to be, very rarely it would be uniform from contest to contest. You do have to adapt, and that really really creates the separation between the good and the best. Those who could adapt to each other.
It does, and it gives the athlete a different type of strength. The strength of always being ready. No matter what physical task is thrown at you, the shape of it, the duration of it, always ready.
Absolutely.
I love it. And here comes
the
Giant Slayer, CJ Krause and Chase McGee.
Chase McGee in lane number 1 and CJ Krause in lane number 2. Now, for those who don't know, CJ Krause is an incredibly talented, a top 6 in the world, 80-kilo athlete, coming on up to the 90-kilo class here, and Chase McGee, another fantastic stellar athlete as well. This is going to be a fun heat to watch.
CJ's a good yoke walker. He can move well, just like he can deadlift. We'll see how this goes.
And here he's off, and CJ with a fantastic start, and McGee just behind him. CJ killing this run.
proud coach right there. I want to see this transition.
Already sprinted back to the iron cross. So is McGee, but CJ's already got his hands on it. He's got it high in his chest. He's got to lean back just a little bit more.
CJ's got the posterior chain. You saw how he pulled himself back.
Oh, he's
That's
running.
that deadlift ability
He's
right
running.
there.
He's going to finish it in one fell swoop.
Incredible.
And he does.
Incredible.
Now we still have McGee in lane number 1 here, finishing strong. We have CJ supporting him, cheering him on to finish. Chase McGee is about halfway down the lane with that iron cross. He could do this.
I love the sportsmanship right here. Even after the iron cross, just totally zapping energy from CJ. He's there.
Demanding that Chase finishes this. He's got 10 seconds. He could do this. CJ Kraus screaming at his fellow competitor to finish this. Just before the line, it seems. But that was an outstanding performance from Chase McGee.
Just going down to the wire there. And it's almost impossible not to when you've got the Giant Slayer cheering you from the distance.
Oh, that was a great display of strength, effort, and more importantly, sportsmanship out of these two men. That was a really exciting heat.
And a picture-perfect run from CJ.
I
don't think that could have gone any better for him.
He really, I know he was a little nervous going to the overhead, and he knew the other events would be good for him, and he really kind of displayed that just now.
An athlete who stepped up from the under 80s and is now competing in the under 90 kilo class.
We'll see if this is something that he sticks to. You know, I know he's not a small guy. You know, he does have a frame to fill in 90 quite well. I believe he walks around right around 90 kilos.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see if Kraus decides to stay in this class.
Especially as being a current record holder on the deadlift.
For the American deadlift.
For the American deadlift, correct. You know,
I believe
being a deadlifter myself.
705 pounds?
705, correct.
700 pounds.
And he wants the world record too. But I can only imagine as a fellow deadlifter that when you get that close in terms of moving that weight, that you're always thinking of the next weight, the next PR.
Oh, you think? Oh, yeah.
So at a certain point, when you're walking under 80 kilograms, you do put a little bit of a limit on how far you can go up.
There is. You can only put on so much mass, as we mentioned earlier, because at that point the cutting weight process is pretty brutal. You know, it can be pretty brutal. Even now, I know CJ. You know, he's talked about very publicly that it's a genuine effort each time he's got to make weight at 80 kilos. So it'll be interesting to see if he stays. I think honestly, based on his performance today, it looks like he has no reason to doubt himself in the 90 kilo division.
And that further adds to the confidence boost he got from competing above his division at the Arnold.
The 105 class, right?
Yep.
So now in our last heat here, the two individuals who are in the lead in the contest for the 90 kilo division, we have a Cameron Peters in lane number 1 and a Devin Ford in lane number 2. This is going to be a very exciting heat to watch. All right, just about ready. Let's go. All right, both gentlemen about neck and neck on that yoke. Is a really
Cameron
just ahead of him, and just behind him is Devin. All right, Cameron almost got too fast with that.
Yeah, did not lean back enough.
Now in lane number 2, he has an interesting approach. He's grabbing all the way at the top and just dropped it. Wow, an outstanding performance by Cameron.
Grabbing at the top, what Devin's doing, does force the upper back to kind of stay a little bit more engaged and get you to lean back. But Cameron was just lightning.
That was incredible pace held there by Cameron.
We're curious
see between him and CJ where they placed.
That's what I was about to say. It's going to be a nail biter on that one.
All right, an outstanding heat for these two gentlemen. We're going to get our scores here in just a moment, but that was a really fun division to watch. The 90 kilo men are now complete. We'll be moving to the 105 kilo class.
Cameron put on one of those performances that we were just talking about, to where it was a bit of a gamble in certain places. He really stepped on the gas, and at some times he was looking almost erratic and uncontrolled, but he kept himself up, and he cleared the distance, and he might very well be the top placer on that run.
Yeah, outstanding performance by both of those men. That was a really fun heat. We'll get our scores for us just shortly. If I just had to guess, I'd probably say CJ Kraus potentially in first and second, and Cameron either in first and second as well.
Correct. I think so too, but we'll verify that momentarily.
In the meantime, we have the 105 kilo men coming on up. We have a weight change for them. They'll have a 705-pound yoke and a 300-pound iron cross. Gabe, tell us about that, man. What's that like?
700 pounds is let's say when I do yoke, that's probably around the time when I start considering putting on a belt.
Okay.
So we'll call that heavy.
Okay, it's real heavy.
Heavy, but then going into the 300-pound iron cross, that's at this implement, you know, let's attribute this to maybe a Sandbag or a Husafel stone. I would say a 300-pound iron cross is equivalent to like a 350 stone or a Sandbag.
Also an
It's
incredible difference.
I feel like there's a difference. That's just my opinion, but this is heavy stuff. We are seeing the under 90 kilo class, or the 105 kilo class, so the middleweights, doing what I would consider to be heavyweight weights.
Yeah.
I mean, this is tough stuff.
Yeah, this
but
is
again,
legit.
we're thinking about the platform that comes next, the official Strongman Games, an international show, a pro-level show.
The international show for
Yes.
this weight class. It's the world's strongest X.
Yes.
Oh,
So we don't want any easy path forward. We want to really filter out the weak and see who is the strongest. Not to say that anyone here is weak. I don't think anyone here is weak.
Subtle jabs by Gabe Pena.
No. Just the lesser of the victors. We'll try to make it a little more eloquent.
Digging holes, I love it. Yes, we have our weight change here on equipment. We have our weight change here for the 105 kilo class. We are moving again, like Mr. Penny just mentioned, 705 pounds on the yoke, 300 pounds on the iron cross, and we have our results finally for the 90 kilo men. So let's go over the results just here. Just now being put in. We're watching the spreadsheet, kind of like the world's strongest man spreadsheet, just waiting for it to update. We're trying to see where our athletes placed here.
CJ Kraus coming out on top.
It looks like it as of now.
22.26 seconds.
Absolutely. So, yes, CJ Kraus in first place with 22.26. In second place at 24.64 seconds, we have Cameron Peters. And in third place, we have, where is that gentleman in third place?
That would be Cesar Sierra.
It's Cesar, wow. It's Cesar with 32.49. Fantastic work by Cesar. It really just goes to show you, just finishing it, how great that will be for you.
Absolutely.
All right. So they're just making sure our loaders here, one of which is one of the strongest men ever in the 80 kilo class, Tommy Lavelle, is just making sure all the weights are adjusted properly.
Got the thumbs up from him. We're good to go.
2019 World Strongest Man, 2021 second place, 80 kilo division, that World Strongest Man.
Here comes Austin Hay, one of my athletes.
All right, Mr. Hay coming on up. He'll be the first athlete to be featured in the 105 division. He'll more than likely be going by himself due to an odd number of athletes, so it's going to really be on him to really self-push and motivate to want to get as high a scoring as he can.
He's got a strong back. He's got a big back. This is one of his first competitions that he's done in a while, so this is kind of getting the rust off in a lot of ways, but I know after the axle clean and press, he really wants to make some good points here, and he's going to do just that.
Absolutely. All right, Austin Hayes just getting set up here, finding his focus. His judges are ready, timers are ready. All right, and a fantastic start by Austin Hay in that pick.
Looking stable and strong. This is where it comes down to. We got to see this iron cross executed well.
Looks like he's moving real well here. Gets a deep pick on that iron cross. Leans back well, and he's moving really proficiently here.
Look at him. Balanced, postured, smooth.
Wow.
I think he just made some good points up.
Honestly, yeah, I was going to say, despite the fact that he was the first one to come out, that really, I can't see that being outside of the top 5.
You know, there's a lot of pressure when you're the first to compete in your class, especially when you don't know how the other guys are going to come up after you. You don't have the luxury of seeing what they've done, of having seen other people run the course.
Absolutely.
But he delivered.
I think he just set a real hard standard for the rest of these boys to come.
He did.
That iron cross especially was fantastic.
You know, I would say the only fault with that run was how fast the yoke pick was in the beginning.
Right.
To where he just banged the ground slightly. But that is such a minor detail. To have that be my critique, that just goes to say, like, that was a phenomenal run.
You could be the one to critique him. You're his coach.
Yeah, let it be known.
All right, so we're resetting here. So in our next group, we will have a Michael Bagaglino in lane number 1 and a Ben James in lane number 2. So Michael in lane number 1, which is closest to the banner on screen, and in lane number 2, we have Ben James, the furthest lane from the banner on screen. All right, we're having the adjustments on the yoke here. Any little tips and tricks that you have for the Yoke that a lot of people wouldn't necessarily think of, Gabe?
Try to look forward enough to where you can see the horizon in front of you. Some athletes will look directly down at the ground, and they won't be able to envision that level ground that they're walking on.
Oh my goodness, lane number 2, Ben is flying with the Yoke. He's already running back to the iron cross.
Flying with the Yoke, but he did look back at it and kind of took away from some of his lead that he had. But he's not leaning back enough.
And
that's it.
And now he's getting faced with the difficulty that is this iron cross, crushing the upper back stability, falling forward.
Ben has to crank it backwards.
Lane number 1,
Michael's looking good.
Hands on top. Interesting approach by Michael in lane number 1, and he's just about to get the finish, and he does.
He does it. And, you know, Ben had such a strong start, but just not enough practice with an implement like this. He's staying leaned over, and it just, when it's so bottom heavy, so big, I don't care how strong you are. You know, we are not superhuman.
Right, especially with an athlete as tall as Ben. Especially with an athlete as tall as Ben here, you really can't lean that far forward, considering how much you have to squat that apparatus.
Right. But wow, what a fast Yoke run from him. How about that?
Yeah. That was a really stellar performance there out of those athletes, and Michael and Ben. Really good. It was interesting to see that time as Michael really caught back up there and saved himself.
Another tip on the Yoke that the athlete could probably benefit from is when they're practicing carries, and you can't practice this when you're going for max carries. You know, you got to work in the sub-maximal range, but try to imagine gliding across the platform that you're walking on.
Right.
Gliding across the course. Try not to have the Yoke teeter on you, because anytime that apparatus teeters, your body has to do so much stability work to where it takes away from the speed that you could have. Because you're having to recover every single step.
Something like an athlete like a Rob Kearney, for example. He has like these graceful ninja steps, if you will, barely gliding across the ground.
Absolutely. And it's trying to envision that crossbar that goes across the back. And if you record yourself even better, if you see that thing teetering left and right, you've got work to do. If it can stay nice and level, your hip joints are articulating well, you're taking good rhythm steps. But it all comes down to, are you able to accelerate once you get it up? Because we've seen some athletes where they pick it up, they're stable, and boom.
Yeah.
They're hot out the gates and they're level, they finish the course in the blink of an eye.
And that really does start with a smooth pick. You know, maybe you see some athletes will jolt into the start, and that kind of creates a sway with the Yoke in itself. It's really just it's not advantageous for running fast.
That sway is another thing. You know, some athletes will opt to grab the bar, where it kind of helps, you know, wrap their upper back into more of a brace, but some other athletes can grab the vertical uprights and a little bit lower. If you can grab it a little bit lower, and you're hot out the gates, you know you're going to be fast, you can kind of push against it. You kind of help keep those things from swaying. But all things that can only be put into play by practice, practice, practice.
Exactly. In lane number 1, we have Terrence Porter. In lane number 2, we have Omar Salazar. Terrence off to a great start in lane number 1.
And Omar is looking stable.
All right, Terrence with the drop there, running back. Salazar not too far behind him, throws off his belt here. Wow, Omar with an incredible pick. Look at the height on lane number 1.
That's Terrence right there.
Terrence with an incredible pick, pardon me.
Nice and high up, giving himself the leg clearance. Omar, about a third of the way done with the course.
That was a fantastic performance by Terrence in lane number 1. Omar just struggling to maintain the height of that iron cross. He can do it, he can finish, he's got to stay upright, lean back. He's almost there.
He can clear this thing.
It really goes to show you just how much upper back, legs, and glute strength you need to carry this bad boy, and he just gets the finish right before the buzzer. Fantastic work by Omar Salazar in lane number 2. Not to take away from the incredible speed of Terrence in lane number 1. Terrence Porter, outstanding.
At 300 pounds, to get that iron cross as high as he did, that's a bit of energy expenditure right off the bat, but it pays itself off in dividends by how much you're left with for the rest of the course.
Absolutely. And interesting enough about Terrence Porter, he's actually quite underweight. He actually walks around about 220 pounds for the 231 class, so he's actually a smaller guy.
Wow.
At least in comparison to his peers.
Right.
He's a large man in the regular world, but he's an athlete that doesn't have to worry or be bogged down by the weight cutting process. So it's a huge advantage in not necessarily having to, you know, beat yourself up, if you will, diet-wise or cutting-wise right before.
Or dehydrating the joints or anything like that.
Exactly.
That's admirable. It really is.
Yeah. Opting not to cut down to the 200-pound weight class, or the 198, I should say. Just gonna probably just keep up. It sounds like he's going to keep building mass at that 220 frame. Probably slowly build into that 231 frame and still not have to cut.
Slow and steady is the key to longevity.
It really is a sport like this. All right, so in lane number 1, we will have a gentleman named Zach McEntry, and in lane number 2, we have
McIntyre.
McIntyre, thank you. I probably put my glasses on, and a Juan Luna in lane number 2. So again, we have Zach in lane number 1, closest to the banner, and in lane number 2, we have a Juan Luna. There we go. A little switcheroo there. A little switcheroo there for the boys. Juan Luna's belt just says burrito.
I love it.
Fantastic, Juan. Fantastic.
Just enough to make me hungry.
Yeah, well done, sir. All
Both
right.
men looking solid.
Blitzing speed here by both individuals. And Juan just edges him out with the finish, running back now to the Iron Cross, and not too far behind him is Zach with an even better sprint. However, he left his belt on the field. That might get in his way. And it looks like his judge is going to help him out. Oh, Zach just falling forward. He lost a plate. He lost a plate. He's lost a couple plates here. In lane number 2, we have Juan just inching ahead, tortoise in the hair situation here. Oh, Juan's opting to take his belt off even more. This is such a debilitatingly heavy Iron Cross. It really is taking everything out of the athletes, and Juan with a finish.
Man, that Iron Cross is just pulling Zach, and with all the weight being at the bottom.
And you can tell this gentleman, he is not a weak man at all. It just goes just how heavy this stinking thing is. And he opts to just stop there, save some energy. That really took it out of him. Great performance by both individuals, and Zach and Juan here.
Talk about keeping that mental composure, you know, to get this thing done, to get as much of a measurement you can. If you do go down, if you do fumble, if you do lose some of your plates, you can't lose your cool because there's still a job to be done.
Absolutely.
And I mean, he gave it his all. It looks like he came within 10 feet of that finish line. Just short, but with a roster for this class, the 105 kgs, every inch counts.
Absolutely.
And you don't want to leave any stone unturned.
It's a stacked group. It's a stacked group here today. You know, we're in our second to last heat coming on up. It's going to feature John Alamo and an Alex Sukup. But that being said, just like you mentioned, man, literally the inches are going to come down to the placings here because a lot of these individuals aren't finishing. So getting every little step you can is going to determine whether you're going to the world's strongest man. This is quite literally how they get to the world's strongest man. They need every inch. These guys, this is everything for them. This is literally everything for a lot of these athletes. You don't sign up for a contest like this just for funsies. These people are trying to be the best in the world. And some sign up for funsies, and that's okay.
Yeah, there might be some that sign up for fun, but
some experience.
The ones who are here, you know, with the real intent, they want that top spot.
Absolutely. So in lane number 1, we're going to have a John Alamo, and in lane number 2, an Alex Sukup, who's competing with his brother here today. His brother is in the open division. Making sure that the yoke heights are adjusted and well. Looks like both athletes are ready. Judges are ready. Here we go. And a crazy pick by lane number 2 and Mr. Sukup here. Hands down the fastest yoke time so far, easily.
Like watching a bull.
That was incredible.
Break out of the gates.
Alex Sukup is here to party. Let's see how this Iron Cross treats him.
He needs to stay cranked back.
He
Pulls him
loses
forward.
footing. John now.
Look at that.
Wow, with the incredible finish there by Sukup. Now John with the high pick.
He is clear to move his legs. He just needs to stay breathing.
Honestly, this is a fantastic performance. He just needs to finish. Many of his peers did not. And a great finish by John.
Getting it that high really pays off if you can.
Absolutely. He didn't necessarily need to be faster, but he did need to finish. That's exactly what he did. That was incredible. That was an incredible heat by those two gentlemen.
So fast by Alec.
He really came out, just no way to describe it, but just incredibly fast here.
Even when he went down, he did not fully release. He didn't really let go of the carry. He still cranked it right back up. Yeah,
his recovery was just as fast as the actual runs. So, I mean, that in and of itself is a talent. The ability to not lose frame of mind, to stay in it, like, doesn't matter, I drop it, I'm going to scoop it back up. You know what I mean?
It's the points game, and that's how you secure those points.
Absolutely. Got to secure the bag. You know what I'm saying there?
Yep.
Got to secure the bag. Now we have our last heat coming on up in a Garrett Payne and a, you know, you can help me out pronounce this. I believe this is your athlete here.
Servando Marroquin.
Servando Marroquin.
Yes.
In lane number 2. We have, again, a Garrett Payne in lane number 1, which is the lane closest to the Southwest Regional banner.
Oh, this is going to be fun to watch these two go head-to-head.
Oh, yeah.
Both Arnold-level athletes.
Absolutely.
Garrett freshly stepping down from the 265 heavyweights to the under 231s.
And Servano taking second place at an international show not that long ago in the Arnold Amateur World title.
One thing I've noticed with Servando coming off of that second place at the Arnold is a reinvigorated sense of self-belief and confidence, like knowing he's gone through these motions before, knowing he's been at that high-stakes world stage. Well, this is just another training session in a lot of ways for him.
He quite literally is world-class. You know, he proved it at the Arnold Amateurs. Now it's time to qualify for the true World Strongest Man title, U105, and to see where he stacks up in the best of the world. All right, looks like both athletes are just about ready.
Garrett using a split start.
Garrett's both athletes with a crazy start here. Garrett with just the edge. Both running back now simultaneously for the Iron Cross. This is a fantastic heat.
Who is going to crank back enough? I don't
Servano
want to see either of these men fall forward.
Garrett finding his footing, but Servano's on his heels. Servano might be just slightly faster. He's catching up, but he just drops the Iron Cross. And a crazy finish by Garrett. Consistency.
Wow.
Servano right with him there. Wow, that was an incredible heat. Fantastic performance of lane number 1 in Garrett Payne, and Servano just behind him in lane number 2.
Wow.
Stellar performance of
Both
both
of these men knew that they were going up against another world-level athlete, and they had to really, really open up.
And honestly, just like you mentioned before, it comes down just to little things. And Servano, when going to pick up the Iron Cross initially, he lost his footing. He lost his footing just slightly, and it gave Garrett just that literal quarter of a second edge to beat him.
This is one of those things, too, where it might come down to who got to practice more on an Iron Cross, who got to do more training sessions with it, who got to feel the dynamics of the carry, who got to run it with the yoke in the full carry. It comes down to not necessarily who's more genetically gifted, who's got more of, it comes down to who can train harder, who can cover more bases, who can make their training experience as close to what they will face here on competition day. And it looks like, at least for this event, Garrett was the guy.
Absolutely. That was an incredible heat, and that is the final 2 individuals competing in the 105 kilo division here today. So we're going to wait for a few moments to get our official scores. In the meantime, we're going to talk about the open division, or the Masters 40-plus division that's coming up next, featuring the exact same weights for Masters athletes. Incredible.
Exact same weights, and this is, so correct me if I'm wrong here, but the winner of, our Masters over 40 division, they will, is it just 1 or 2 for this one? It's 1, correct?
I believe there's 3 individuals, so just 1 invite.
And they will advance to Masters World's Strongest Man?
That is correct, at OSG.
Now, at Masters World's Strongest Man, the winner of that, is there a next step for them after that?
They get a Giants Live invite. The podium gets a Giants Live invite.
So, I mean, for the athletes who think that when they turn 40 and they go into the Masters division, like, this is it?
Yeah, no, it's not.
No, you can still very well find yourself back in Giants Live.
Competing
you
against
can
guys
still
like you.
very well find yourself at the World's Strongest Man.
Yep.
Not just the over 40 World's Strongest Man, the World's Strongest Man. So, I mean, the path is paved for all of these classes here.
Yeah. You will. I mean, it's entirely possible that out of one of these gentlemen here, they could win the Masters World Strongest Man contest, and you could be competing against them at, like, Royal Albert Hall one day. It's entirely possible.
And I hope these gentlemen recognize that. Because that adds a little bit more fuel to the fire.
Oh, yeah. How could it not? So first on up in our Masters 40-plus division, we have a Rick Kelly, who will be going by himself. After Rick goes, we'll go back and talk about the top 3 in the 105s. But in the meantime, we have Rick Kelly in lane number 1. Rick here with a pretty smooth start. He might not be the fastest, but he's consistent here. He's nice and tight, nice and stable.
He got a low pick, gave himself plenty of clearance to move down the course. And he's looking good. I don't think it's going down until he clears.
Yeah, no, he's doing a great job here. And just on the line. Fantastic by Rick. And he's opting to not do the Iron Cross. Interesting. Interesting approach by Rick. Maybe he feels as though it's not worth the potential injury. Maybe he has bicep strain, something along those lines.
I'm guessing it's got to be something along the lines of a muscle strain that he doesn't want to push.
Yeah.
I don't think it's anything to do with his back because he moved well with that yoke, but I don't know. We can only assume that calls like that are calculated.
Yeah, it's definitely something he clearly thought about. He waved it off immediately. He probably knew. He probably just wanted to get some good points on the board, and that's about it. See what he get other than
Right.
that.
Tough but necessary calls. And any athlete at a certain point in their career has to make something like that for the sake of longevity. Exactly.
Yeah. So back to the 105 division real quickly. In first place, we have Alex Sukup with a 22.39 second finish. Incredible. In second place, we have an Austin Hay in second place with a 26.36 time. Fantastic. And in third place, we have a Garrett Payne with a 27.38 time. An honorable mention in fourth place, a Terrence Porter with 30.29 seconds.
Well, even then, Servando Marroquin, 30.54 seconds right after. I mean, the top 5 in this class were so close to each other.
The difference between fourth and fifth, or fourth and seventh even, is just incredible how close everything is.
And this is a division where there's 11 competitors. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
So first place will walk away with 11 points.
Oh, yeah.
And I know Austin, having not gotten a rep on the axle, for 0 points there, now he gets 10. I mean, it's a points game.
It's huge. Now we have Chris Porter in lane number 1 and Adam Larson in lane number 2. And Adam sprinting with that yoke here. Fantastic performance out of Adam in lane number 2, already to that iron cross. It looks like he is going to attempt it. It's going to be exciting to see what he can do here. And Mr. Chris Porter just finishing his yoke now.
Chris looks nice and stable the whole way. I can assume that that's going to leave him with a surplus of energy to get this thing done.
And Mr. Larson drops the iron cross, and Chris Porter is taking the lead.
Chris is looking good. He's leaning back. He's level. He's going to go this whole distance.
Chris has got this. Now it's going to be interesting to see if Adam decides to move it very far, if at all. Nope, he's going to take second place, it looks like. And Chris Porter with the official win. Fantastic performance.
Chris and his strategy paid off. He might not have run down the yoke in blitzing speed, but he did it level. He conserved energy, and when it came time to do that iron cross, he had exactly what he needed to get the course done.
Incredible performance out of both of those men. A tactical performance out of Adam Larson there, and a great event win by Chris Porter. Awesome job, gentlemen. So, in our next group of men, we have the open men finally now. This is going to be really interesting because, again, it's a very talent-stacked field. There's quite a few of these boys. There's 18 total of the open class men, I believe.
And guaranteed to be some future rivals of mine in here.
Absolutely. There most definitely is going to be. I think it's undeniable, especially.
I think the ones that I'm vying for know it, too.
Oh, yeah. Right about there on the list that no one else can see that I'm highlighting. It's going to be very interesting to see how these men do in this event here, especially because both of the gentlemen who are in the lead right now, and Eric Carlson and Stephen Good, are incredible movers. They're not just static kings. You know what I mean? They're very good at moving as well. Stephen being a former D1 football player, and Eric, I believe, as well played some football.
Even Brett Vaughn and Dominic Creekwe, they have both. Brett is a very athletic individual. He might not be the most statically strong for the class that he competes in, but he can move. And Dom, same thing for him. He spent a lot of time over this past year really working on his athleticism and kind of well-rounding his strength. It's so cool to watch the contrast between the static strength event of the axle clean and press and the dynamic in-motion event of this carry medley.
Absolutely. And the weights featured for the open class division today will be a 795 yoke, not 805 listed originally, but it'll be a 795 yoke and a 325 iron cross. So still considerable weight.
795, that 5 pounds makes all the difference.
it's a big deal.
It's under 800.
Yeah. Let's just call it 8 for funsies.
Big weight. Big weight for some big boys.
Yeah, it's becoming interesting to see a weight like 800 pounds is just regular medley weight. Because not that long ago, it was a weight that you would just run for 50 feet.
I remember when at multiple of the national championships I competed in, it was just a straightaway yoke carry, and it was 800 pounds.
Yeah.
And nothing else.
Yeah.
But here, it's not just that 800-pound yoke. It's that 325
and
beast
really,
of an iron
and
cross.
a sprint back to it, right? Like, it's kind of 3 parts.
It's always fun to watch the heavyweight strongmen do the sprint.
Because it's either amazing or just hilarious. There's no in between with that open class. They're either like, oh, that guy's an athlete, or oh my goodness, that man has never run.
Sometimes you see majesty, sometimes you see grace, other times you just see like an enhanced power walk.
Yeah, an enhanced power. Nice, I like that. All right, so our first 2 athletes to be featured in the open division today will be a Daniel Moreno in lane number 1 and a Nathan Norman. So lane number 1, Daniel. Lane number 2, Nathan. Here we go. Okay, pretty smooth pick from both gentlemen.
Daniel's looking good. He accelerated well. He's nice and stable. Nathan gaining on him because of that one drop.
Fantastic performance by both these guys. Now it's even the score.
Quick
Nathan is
sprint
sprinting back. That's a great run. This boy's an athlete. See how he does in this iron cross now. He's a very tall athlete. It's a lot of clearance he has to clear.
These guys got to really lean back for this one. Nathan's looking like he knows what he's doing. So does Daniel. Look at the posture from Daniel.
Daniel's picking up speed here. Nathan's just ahead, though. We'll see where this finishes. And Nathan just edges him out, but Daniel just seconds behind him. Not even.
Daniel really positioned his body well for that iron cross. Being a tall guy, it was imperative for him to have good positioning. He leaned back. He kind of sat back on his knees a little bit. He turned his body into a ramp, and he cleared the course.
That was incredible. It really just kind of goes to show you, and you know, I would say Nathan had just the steady approach. He wasn't the fastest on the yoke, but he was able to keep up or do just one minor error on Daniel's part.
Now, Alec, I might have missed this part in the rules meeting. When does the timer stop the iron cross? Is it when it crosses the line or when it touches down the mat?
When the body crosses the line, not the implement.
So when the athlete's body.
When the athlete's body crosses, that's when the time stops.
Full cross.
Yes.
Like okay, got it.
Your feet must cross at least.
Got it.
That's why most of the athletes are getting it quite a bit ahead of that black mat there. We have a nice little reset here. And our next group of athletes that will be coming out just momentarily, we have a Wyatt
Shiflett.
Shiflett, thank you. A Wyatt Shiflett in lane number 1. And in lane number 2, a Keith Green. Is Mr. Shiflett another one of your athletes, or a gentleman you just happen to know?
He's someone that has competed at many of my contests.
Okay.
So I don't have the privilege of coaching him, but I definitely enjoyed watching him grow.
Awesome.
Very young athlete, too.
Yeah.
Very young.
There's a lot of really young talent here today. A lot of people in their early 20s really crushing this competition.
Yeah, I believe he may have just turned 20 or 21, if I'm not mistaken.
That's really young, okay. Again, that's Wyatt Shiflett in lane number 1. And in lane number 2, a Keith Green. Now, at an event like, here we go. I'll ask you a question in just a few moments, but we're about to get started here on this group. All right, smooth picks by both individuals. Looks like Wyatt is just ahead of Keith. Oh, but he has a drop here, giving Mr. Green the opportunity to get ahead.
Keeping cool and collected.
Fantastic run by Mr. Green here, running back to the iron cross. He's a smooth operator here. He's taking his time, he's finding his positions. Wyatt just behind.
Keith not leaning back enough.
I really think it's just coming down to the sheer weight of this object so far out in front of him. Wyatt with a pretty good performance, but again, it looks like it's starting
pulling
to
him
come down.
Oh man, I can just see it happen, you know? Like, come on, guys.
Yeah, I mean, obviously these men are doing their absolute best to lean back and stay in their legs and hips, but with 325 pounds in front of you by a considerable margin, it is so difficult to do.
They need to squat lower. They need to make sure that they get those bars higher up on the chest.
Absolutely.
I see Wyatt kind of like almost limping off the field. He might have made a smart call for preserving performance.
Yeah. Choosing to save the body. Mr. Green looks like he's taking the lead in that heat in particular. Great performance by both athletes. So you were saying earlier that it sounds like you would say almost forget the crossbars, just get as low as you can and squat it and hug.
Right. I think the athletes that go with an underhand, like resting the crossbar on the elbows, are finding that not to be the best way to carry this object. Mm-hmm. Not only does it sit lower on the body, it gets in the way of the legs.
Right.
So you have problems with breathing, you have problems with mobility. If you can bear hug this thing and you can get it to where the crossbars or your arms are even closer to shoulder height, you've got clearance.
Yeah.
You've got clearance to move, and you can move faster, you're under tension for less time, and you get a better score.
Yeah, and you were mentioning also earlier, probably training with a sandbag might be more optimal for something like this, considering the circumference of the sandbag, but on top of it, it's dynamic, it shifts and moves.
It's dynamic, and when you get those vertical sandbags, just from having to pick them up, you're usually grabbing the top half of the object. There's still a significant amount hanging beneath you, so
right.
I do think that for the people who did not have this exact implement, that would have been the way to go, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's pretty solid advice, especially considering the circumference of this iron cross in particular. Yeah. It's quite large, and frankly, it's heavy as heck. So, having it being that low in the body is not that advantageous for running. So now in this next heat here, we have a Damian Dunn in lane number 1, and in lane number 2, a Scott Deese. Scott Deese in lane number 2. for anyone just tuning in now, this is the Southwest Regional for the official Strongman Games World Strongest Man Qualifier. This is the open class division, running a 795-pound yoke into a 325-pound iron cross. My name is Alec Jose, and I'm here with Mr. Gabe Penny, the Texas Titan.
Texas Titan in the house. It's a beautiful day for Texas Strength. You're going to find me here.
Absolutely. All right, both gentlemen are getting ready here. Again, that is Damian Dunn in lane number 1 and Scott Deese in lane number 2. Oh, and Deese with an incredible yoke start.
Both guys. Acceleration.
Both finishing nearly at the exact same time. Let's see how they handle this iron cross. Deese almost fell over there giving up his iron cross, but he has an easy pick on that thing.
Crank it back, gentlemen.
Oh, we lost positions, giving Damian the opportunity to take the win.
Damian is taking it.
Damian is running his life away. Let's go.
Incredible.
Fantastic.
He is happy about that.
Incredible performance by Damian Dunn. Deese is just about halfway with that iron cross. He can do this. Scott Deese got to give everything he's got in the last 10 seconds here.
Got to see that weight shift to the heels. Got to sit back almost.
Come on, Scott Deese.
We think of his fellow competitors in this class. It's measurements. It's measurements. Can he get the score that he needs?
That was an incredible heat by both gentlemen. Damian Dunn, though, however, taking the win handedly with an incredible time. That might be a top 3 time. That was really fast.
I tell you what, Damian, watching him go, that looked like a storm.
Damian the Storm, you want to give it to him?
Damian the Storm.
You seem to be the king of giving good nicknames.
Well, you know, I call it as I sees it, my friend, and he moved fast like lightning out the gates. It was beautiful.
That was incredible. All right, we have the event restart here. The next 2 gentlemen to come on up will be a Charles Pillette and a John Green. I want to take a moment to thank our spotters and loaders on a day like this. They're working their tails off for these athletes, almost entirely volunteering their time to do this. So we want to take a special moment to thank these guys. Thank you so much for all that are volunteering here in Texas for the Southwest official Strongman Games Regional.
Here comes Charles Pillette. Introduced himself to me earlier as Chuck.
All right, Chuck.
Chuck Pillette and John Green. Both looking ready to go, ready to get this thing.
Both these boys look pretty ready for this. I'm excited to watch this heat. Mr. John Green looking pretty confident and ready here. Chuck checking his yoke height. All right, both athletes getting ready. Chuck with a very narrow start position though. And a sweet pick.
You know, that narrow start may have really benefited him there because it was close to his walking gait.
Absolutely.
He didn't have to bring his feet in, and that caused the yoke to stay nice and stable.
And he just gets the lead in the finish. Here he is running back to that iron cross. Both gentlemen just about to pick it up. Oh, and Chuck with a great pick, but he's got to lean back. He's dangerously forward.
Look at John is leaning back nicely, but he's moving slow.
Chuck has dropped the apparatus at this point, but so has
John.
They could do this. They could finish. They have the time. Chuck is almost there. He's almost there. Don't drop it.
He needs to finish this thing. One more carry.
He absolutely does if he needs to get the points to get on the podium today. John is about halfway. Chuck is just on the finish line. He needs to get it across his feet. His feet must cross. This is incredible heat. You got to finish it. It's big points. It's big points. And he does. Great work by Chuck. And John just inching himself a couple more inches there. Fantastic performance out of both athletes. I mean, listen to how physically sapped they are after that iron cross.
It's tough. It's tough, and we've talked about it before with these 2 events already. 60 seconds is not that long of a time.
No.
If you can train your body to where you can go max output for 60 seconds, it doesn't seem like too tall of an order to fill. But this iron cross,
once it's on your body,
this is the determinant here. It is such a brutal object. And I knew from the second when I saw the list of events for this thing months ago that this was going to be an event that athletes were going to get their feelings hurt.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah. Egos will be checked today.
Egos will be checked indeed.
And our next heat, we have 2 gentlemen. We have an Xavier Wiseman and a Dominic
Creekwee
in lane number 2. Thank you very much for that. So
yeah,
Xavier Wiseman.
Dom is someone that I, for a while now, have felt like he's going to work his way and earn his way to the same stages that I'm at.
I mean, he's a big man.
I have no doubt I'm going to be competing against him in the near future, but he is going to have to prove and earn every step of it. And he's got some significant rivals here today.
I mean, he certainly has the physical ability based on his looks alone and the size of his body. So it'll be interesting to see how he does in this moving
He's a big
event.
boy. I like to refer to him as a juggernaut.
Yeah, that's
but still
aptly put.
Still very fresh in the sport. Still has to become immersed in the rhythms of competition, tuning out a lot of the noise, a lot of the external factors, focusing on the job at hand and getting it done.
Developing that tunnel vision is really kind of that next step for most athletes within the position that you're in now. Knowing how to really just make it a singular task at a time. Nothing else matters.
Very tough to do, but 100% necessary if you want the top.
It looks as though we're just about ready. We're going to get that iron cross in the line here. Again, we have Xavier Wiseman in lane number 1 and a Dominic Quiqui in lane number 2. Again, it's a 795-pound yoke into a 325-pound iron cross. Okay, smooth start by both gentlemen.
Acceleration. There it is.
Kicking up. Look at the speed here in lane number 2 by Dominic. Great finish. He's already heading back to that iron cross, but a great sprint. Oh, Dominic wants this win. Great pick. He has it high in the body.
He's got to lean back. There it is. There's the lean.
Oh, Dominic might have an event win here. This is an incredible pace Dominic has. And the finish. Wow.
Lightning fast.
Incredible. You still have Mr. Xavier Wiseman here. He could do this. He's nearly finished. Finishing his incredible points. The juggernaut there marching off the field with a crazy event win, at least.
Xavier's digging to get it done. He's closing in, and he's got it.
And he gets it. Great job, Xavier. That was a fantastic heat, but really the star of that heat in particular had to have been Dominic Quiqui. That performance on the iron cross in particular was something special.
You know, I love the very last few steps of that iron cross. You know, for the athletes moving fast, moving slow, just all of them. There's so much mass in motion, and there's no graceful way to put this thing down.
No way.
Especially when you're fried. How many guys and gals have we seen just fall over it when they're done?
Probably 5 out of 10. It's, I mean, a considerable margin, and especially when you're a guy like Dominic, for example, who I'm going to go ahead and say is probably in excess of 300 pounds body weight.
I think he's about 320, 330 right now.
A large man, so basically equal weight to this iron cross. That is 600 plus pounds flying in one direction.
That's almost 650 pounds in motion, man. That is a lot of inertia.
It's a lot of human, it's a lot of metal.
Yeah. Don't get in the way.
No. Feel bad for anyone right behind that gate at the finish line. It's a scary moment.
That gate does not look like it could stand up against a Dominic in an iron cross.
No, the juggernaut's real.
Okay, so we'll have Colton Sloan and Brett Vaughn coming up next. As I mentioned before, I competed with Brett Vaughn at Texas Strongest Man in 2021. He was one of the 2 amateurs that was selected to compete at that show. It was a pro-level show, but he performed well at a national qualifying event and got selected by Josh Thigpen to compete there.
Oh, wow.
And Brett is, again, maybe not the most statically strong guy, but he is highly athletic. He can move well, and I think this is going to be an event for him to shine. And then Colton Sloan, all the way from Canada.
Yeah, we have athletes, and again, for those listening in that maybe want to compete in one of these regionals, you do not have to be from North America to compete in the North American regionals. You can be from Canada. You can be from South America. You can actually be from Europe.
Canada is North America, though.
Yeah, you're right. It's a special place. It's a special place. Pardon me. But you can be from basically anywhere to sign up for these contests. So again, we have a Colton Sloan in lane number 1 and a Brett Vaughn in lane number 2. I must say, Brett with a stellar mustache handlebar situation here.
He did not have that when I met him. I didn't recognize him today. He looks like a Hulk Hogan without the long hair.
I think he's going to add some pounds to him, maybe even stronger. Oh, these athletes are ready. They're under the bar. Okay. Both athletes with a great pick and start. Look at the speed they're picking up here.
Wow.
Simultaneous finish here. This is a heat to watch.
Who
Both
can
have
stay
the
up?
iron cross picked. Who's going to keep the balance? Who's going to keep the balance here? Lane number 2, and Brett Vaughn is finishing real strong. He's nearly there, and he finishes.
Incredible. Oh, my gosh.
That was amazing.
That might have beat out Dom.
It really might have. That was an incredible finish here, but Colton is nearly at the finish line now. He's almost there.
And he gets it, too.
And a great finish by Colton. Just hits the ground.
I am really like biting my nails to see who's got that top placing right now, because Dom looks so fast, and then Brett. I knew he was going to move. I really did.
That was an incredible performance out of Brett there. He's looking at the scorecards now. We're not quite sure where he racked up, but that was an incredible time. It looks like he might have gotten the event win, at least thus far.
Maybe. Maybe. Dom
was
I'm
fast.
watching them right now, seeing what that interaction is when he goes to Dom. Oh, he avoided him.
Dom just shook his head. It looks like Dom just took
Dom
second.
might have gotten it.
Yeah, I think
We'll see. We'll see.
I think Brett got it.
We'll see, man.
We'll see. That was an
I
incredible
see Stephen
pace.
Good smiling over there too, like he knows what he's got to do, and he's gonna have to bust his butt.
They're putting the pressure on gentlemen like Eric Carlson,
Yep.
Stephen Good, Bradley Pillow as well, another great strongman here today. That was a fantastic heat. So we're getting an event restart here. Our next two athletes to come up is Seth Sukup, the brother of the other Mr. Alex Sukup from the 105s, and a Chase Woods. Seth will be in lane number 1, and Chase Woods will be in lane number 2. Our athletes are coming out here. These are some thick boys. These boys coming out here demanding presence.
I see tree trunks for legs. That means they're good at yoke.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
Let's see how this goes for these gentlemen.
I believe that's Seth Sukup.
Yeah.
In lane number 1, yep. That man looks like he eats squash for breakfast. It's incredible.
With a side of whole milk.
Yeah. All right, both athletes are getting ready here under the bar. Seth Sukup in lane number 1, Chase Woods lane number 2. Oh, Seth with the start. Oh, my goodness. And he just drops it. Gets a little too fast. A little unruly start there by Seth, but he's already running back there for the iron cross.
Both guys clear it, even with those mishaps, so quickly.
Seth's got to get this high in his chest. He can't lean too forward here. And he's already nearly halfway down the course. This is an incredible time by Seth. He needs to hold on to it.
Too upright.
And Seth with the finish.
Wow.
Incredible. Chase just behind him here. He's a little too tall for this apparatus. He's to lean back a little. And he gets the finish.
Oh, and he finishes with it upright. How about that? But,
fantastic.
I mean, it's going to come down to, Alec, these top 5 that we get in this open division are just going to be within fractions of a second.
It's going to be less than whole seconds. I completely agree with you.
I cannot believe the caliber of athlete I'm seeing right now.
Honestly,
these guys, whoever wins today will have earned every bit of that invite.
Hands down, the podium absolutely deserves an entry to a chance to win a giant size potential podium win there. That being said, Seth, I mean, honestly, his run there was reminiscent of that of a Novikov, in my opinion. A little crazy with the yoke, but almost didn't stop at all. Kind of sliding a little bit, and then the way that he handled that iron cross is incredible.
Pulled it off.
Yeah. You see guys like Novikov kind of at the top of the game there, where they're running the yoke so fast, they're almost dropping, sliding, the way that they run.
But it's always so incredible to watch,
Yeah.
especially when, like, those technique gambles wind up paying off.
Absolutely.
So up next we'll have Donald Treglia and Bradley Pillow stepping onto the stage.
All right. Lane number 1, Donald. Lane number 2, Bradley Pillow. Now, Donald was incredibly impressive on the axle clean and press. It'll be interesting to see how he handles this moving event here. He's a big man. He looks like he can handle his weight easy.
Big man with a big shelf.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like you said before, look at the size of that back.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Both gentlemen with a very good start. Looks like they're neck and neck right now.
The only thing working against Donald is he's a little low on that pick, but still gets it done first.
Absolutely. Both gentlemen are now at the iron cross.
Who can crank back enough to get this thing done?
Also, we have a fall there in lane number 2, and Donald, lane number 1, also falls. He's got to get that weight. And he does. Good recovery by Donald.
Get it up.
Bradley's over halfway down the course. He's nearly there. He could do this. Donald needs to lean back a little bit, get higher in his chest, and a finish there by Bradley Pillow. Fantastic. Donald is almost there. He's got to lean back. He could do this. He could do this.
And look, he slowed down a little bit there at the end, but that was what he needed to maintain that control. If you're in motion and you're leaning forward, the faster you go, the harder you're making your job. And it's coming down to that on this iron cross, Alec. It's so easy to see like which athletes are not going to be able to clear the course because they're either standing straight up perfectly or they're leaning forward.
And honestly, depending on your body size and frame and your body composition, let's say, for example, if you have what's considered what we call in the strongman community a power belly, that pushes the apparatus that much further away from you. It makes it even more important for you to get lower on the apparatus and to lean back that much greater. Because if your stomach, for example, is getting it away, that's a harder time.
Helps in some things.
It does.
But in other things, it makes it more difficult.
Absolutely.
You can probably load a mean Atlas stone to platform with the power belly.
Yeah, you really can. All right, so our last heat for the open classmen will be Eric Carlson and Stephen Good, the two gentlemen that are currently in first and second place in the contest with the open division.
This is going to be a good one.
This one's going to be spicy. If you're tuning in now, we're at the Southwest Regional Championship for the official Strongman Games to qualify these gentlemen to the official Strongman Games in November. We have Stephen Good and Eric Carlson coming on up.
Eric Carlson is still very fresh in his strongman career. But how long has Stephen been in strongman? Do you know?
As far as I'm aware, Stephen's only been doing strongman for about a year and a half.
So
Maybe
these two are a
years.
good match.
Yeah, they're
a really good match.
They're young, talented guys who have very tactical mindsets who are fresh to the sport. I very much believe that we're going to see these men at the highest levels of the sport in the not too far future.
They are paving that path today, blazing the trail.
Absolutely, absolutely. Oh, here we go. We got some competitiveness already, fighting over lanes.
All smiles. And look, see, that's what it's about. Being able to have that switch turned off until it's go time.
Absolutely. So we even have Eric Carlson here helping out Stephen, putting on his belt for him. Oh, look at this, trading a belt. This is adorable.
Absolutely heartwarming to see this level of camaraderie.
Adorable. All right, so lane number 1, we have Eric Carlson, and in lane number 2, we have Stephen Good.
I think I saw them tickle each other a little bit.
They might have. This is going to be an incredible heat.
Let's see it.
Oh, Carlson with a fast pick, but Stephen smooth.
The long leg Stephen has really picking up some pace in those strides.
Eric with the drop here, and Stephen's got the edge. Let's see how this iron cross does to Stephen. This apparatus is at his home gym, so he should have the advantage.
He's cranked
back.
back.
But Eric is catching up.
Oh my
Eric
gosh.
is catching up.
Stephen goes down.
Eric finishes, Stephen just goes down.
Oh my goodness.
He needs to pick that apparatus up, he needs to get it across the line. And he gets it. Oh. A minor mishap there for Stephen Good, but this happens, and Eric with the win for the event. Incredible, incredible performance out of these two athletes.
Wow.
Outstanding.
But my heart's beating.
That was so fun to watch. And that being said, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in to the Yoke and Iron Cross medley at the official Strongman Games Southwest Regional. My name is Al Kazay. I'm joined by my partner in crime,
Gabriel Pena, the Texas Titan.
We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes to switch out the events. Thank you so much for tuning in. gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning back into the official Strongman Games Southwest Regional. Up first right now, we have the 64-kilo women's division getting ready to pull some deadlifts and axle deadlifts. We have 3 athletes heading into this first heat here. So in this heat here, I'll tell you in just a moment who we have.
We've got Maria Pearson, Ziri Abodaka, and Chelsea Cullen.
Absolutely. Lane number 1, we have Maria. Lane number 2, we have Apodoka, and lane number 2, we have lane number 3, we have Chelsea.
For our under 64 kilogram women here, they are deadlifting 300 pounds on this axle bar for max repetitions in a minute.
And really, for this weight class, and on this apparatus in particular, the axle bar, it is an incredible weight. It's 136.5 kilos for those overseas.
Look at Maria, she's just grinding through this rep right here, really fighting for it.
Heroic effort from Maria in lane number 1. Can she finish? Can she lock it out? Oh, it looks like it's falling. Oh, and it does.
She gave it everything there.
That was an incredible effort. She got 3 repetitions, and her peers, it seems as though they might have gotten 0.
That time under tension she spent on that last rep, that was a battle. There's no better way to put it.
That was heroic. I really enjoyed watching that. Great effort there by Maria and the rest of the athletes. We'll get the scores for you just momentarily. But again, we have the axle deadlift, the Arsenal axle deadlifts. It's going to be a 300-pound axle for repetitions here in the 64-kilo women's class. It's 140 pounds body weights.
And here we have another for reps event in a minute. The athlete is challenged to see how much work they can pack this 60-second time frame with. And at 300 pounds on the axle bar, for these athletes who weigh under 140 pounds, this is double body weight. This is serious stuff.
Absolutely.
Stepping up next, we have Deandra Flores in lane 1, Miranda DeMarc in lane 2, Sarah Furman in lane 3, and Jess Garcia in lane 4.
Absolutely. Be sure to keep your eyes peeled on lane number 3 and Sarah Furman. That she's a very experienced deadlifter.
As for lane 4 and lane 1, Deandra Flores and Jess Garcia, they are just flying hot out the gates.
Are getting reps. This is incredible.
Alec, I have never seen 300 pounds for this weight class move so effortlessly across the board here.
Axel, no less. Lane number 4 is killing us. She's already at 7 repetitions. Oh my goodness. This is an incredible effort. And lane number 1 also at 8 now. This is outstanding.
These ladies are going all the way to the wire here.
This is genuinely one of the most impressive feats of deadlifting I've ever seen for the 64-kilo class. 12 repetitions in lane number 4, 11 repetitions in lane number 1, 11 repetitions in lane number 3. What is going on right now?
Deandra looking strong, just got that 12th rep. Catching up to Jess.
Jess Garcia is a machine in lane number 4. Sarah Furman about to go for her 15th rep in lane number 3, and Deandra in lane number 1 with 13.
Sarah Furman just makes that tie right in the nick of time.
Oh my goodness.
16-16, Sarah Furman and Jess Garcia.
What a heat. That was unbelievable.
16 repetitions with 300 pounds.
I'm going to say it now. We are not going to see something like that maybe for the rest of this show. That was unbelievable.
You know, I mentioned it before with some of my, with a previous event. When you have athletes getting double digits on a deadlift event, on this event, you know, when you have 16 reps, either the athletes are so freakishly strong or the weights need to increase. But at 300 pounds,
what more could
what more? Exactly.
Yeah, right. It's down on axle too. We're not even using a deadlift bar. That was incredible. Anytime you get near 20 reps for anything in a strongman contest, it's just bananas.
So but these ladies all came here to do some business.
It's almost like trying to go to the world's strongest woman or something.
Almost. Well, what do you know?
So next on up, we have our Masters athletes. We have Leslie Nickman in lane number 1 and a Christy Stefanik in lane number 2. These are our women's Masters division, 40-plus division. The weight is still the same, 300 pounds on the bar for our Masters women.
Christy is off, and so is Leslie.
Oh, we have a couple of deadlifters here. This is going to be a race. I would say in lane number 2, pretty steady technique, utilizing her legs quite well. Lane number 1 has an incredibly strong back.
Yeah, Christy is just looking very rhythmic, and I see total balance from head to tailbone in her posture.
Absolutely.
And Leslie is just moving
I mean, Leslie is clearly just strong. Her technique is fine. It may not be as crisp as Christy, for example, but she's just a strong person. Look at this. They're both tied at 11 reps now. This is incredible.
How much work can they
Christy's
fit into
ahead.
1 minute?
Leslie just matches with the 12th repetition. Look at this. Christy sneaking into the lead with 13 reps.
That's Leslie. Yeah, Leslie going for 14 right here.
Yes, Leslie. Leslie with the 14th repetition. Wow.
Leslie inches away at the very end. And that's what I'm talking about, folks. 60 seconds. You got to last the whole time.
That was unbelievable. Really, we had, in lane number 2, we had Christy, who, to all intents and purposes, we probably say had the better technique of the two, but she didn't have the engine to last the full 60 seconds.
You know, and we can say better technique in a very subjective way, because, sure, it looked very balanced from head to tailbone, but that doesn't say Leslie's technique was bad.
No.
Her upper back may have been a little bit more rounded.
Which you see often in strongman. You'll see a rounded T-spine often. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Usually the lumbars where maybe things get a little scary if it's rounded so much.
Right. But, I mean, she went the distance, and she outlifted Christy by 2 reps.
That was incredible performance out of Leslie there in lane number 1. So now, in our second heat of the Masters women, we have Jamie Sharma in lane number 1, Amanda Kelly in lane number 2, and a Laura O'Connor Butler in lane number 3. Wow, and off fast in lane number 2 here. Amanda hitting these reps hard. Jamie not too far behind in lane number 1. Lane number 3, already on 3 repetitions, and Laura.
See a very low deadlift posture from Jamie, whereas Amanda, her hips tend to stay a little bit higher.
Yeah. And how do you feel about that position?
I think for Amanda, with the higher hips, it takes less time to set up, but her posterior chain's going to get more fried. I think she's going to really wear out her lower back quicker.
Where Jamie seems to be utilizing her legs a little bit more.
Yeah.
Both athletes are right next to each other now.
And then Laura, of course, she just gets to double digits, locking out her 10th.
Yeah. Laura just working over there, just working. Seemingly have incredible conditioning. Oh, this is coming down to the wire yet again for another heat. 16 reps tied, and she pulls the 17. Oh, now they're tied. Now they're tied at 16. Incredible. Wow. Jamie just caught up to Amanda there in lane number 2.
The only reason that happened is Amanda let off the gas, and she did not think she needed to do one more rep.
Incredible.
And Jamie just went for that last rep, and now we've got another tie.
It just goes to show you, like, every second, like you mentioned before, absolutely counts.
That was 16-16?
Yeah. 16,
just like our under 64s.
16-16. That might be the number of the day, apparently. I really didn't think we'd see something like that again, but here I'm standing corrected.
And we are just getting started with this axle deadlift event here at the Southwest Regionals.
All right, so up next, we have a weight change because we're going to the 73 kilos division. That weight will be 330 pounds or 150 kilos on the axle for repetitions. Let's do a quick little review of the 64 kilo class. In first place in the deadlifting event, we have a tie. We have 2 ties. We have a tie with Sarah Furman and Jess Garcia, both hitting 16 repetitions each. And in third place, we have a Deandra Flores with 13 reps. Dude, when 13 gets you third place, that's unbelievable.
That's when you know you're against a serious caliber of seasoned athlete.
Absolutely. And back to the Masters women in first place in the deadlifting event, we have a tie as well with Amanda Kelly and Jamie Sharma at 16 reps each. And in, let's see here, and in third place, we have Leslie Nickman with 14 reps. Jeez, that's incredible. Fourth place with 13, that's incredible. Last place at 12 reps.
So every woman in this in the Masters division right now got double digits on a 300-pound deadlift.
Yeah, in the Masters division.
Incredible.
That's awesome.
I love it.
That's wild. So we have that weight change, like I mentioned, 330 pounds, 150 kilos on the dot for the 73-kilo women's class. It's a pretty good weight. 30-pound bump. Now, for those tuning in, the 73-kilo class is a new addition to the Strongman International scene. It had its feature year last year in the 2021 Games. The women's 160-pound or 73-kilo class. It was a class brought in due to the fact that there was a big jump between 64 kilos and 82 kilos traditionally. About a 20-kilo jump, a little too much. So bringing in the 73-kilo class kind of bridges the gap there for a lot of potential athletes to come on in and compete in the sport. And it worked out really well. It was the second most populated class at Worlds last year. And, you know, it seemed to be a hit with the fans and the athletes. In your upcoming years in competing in strongman, did you ever compete in any of the weight classes?
I've always been a super heavyweight.
Stayed heavyweight.
I always say there were some times at nationals where I competed in the under 300 super heavies, but
so you've always been a large man.
I've always been a large man with the intent of being a large man.
Right.
You know, I always wanted to make it to World's Strongest Man to compete at that stage, and I didn't want to mess around at lower weight classes or do weight cuts. But that was just
pretty brutal.
Yeah, that was just my unique path to follow. So it's tough working with athletes who have to go through the weight cuts.
Yeah.
Having been an athlete that's never done one myself, you know, it's
very challenging.
It is. But I'm very happy to not have had to do one.
Sure. So in our next heat of women, we have all three 73-kilo women. So this will be fun to watch. This is really going to matter. In lane number 1, we have Deanna Marina Flores. In lane number 2, Brittany Davis. In lane number 3, Evelyn Valdez. This is going to be an incredible. I know for a fact that this weight is actually a PR, a lifetime PR for Deanna if she gets it for 1 in lane number 1. So this will be interesting. Can she get it? She needs to get points on the board.
Brittany is off. Deanna's got it.
And Deanna
She's going to get multiple reps.
Lifetime PR.
All 3 ladies.
Oh, we are getting reps today. This is an incredible effort by all of these ladies. Deanna needs to get these reps. Create some separation. In lane number 2, Brittany Davis is killing this. Already on her 5th repetition. Lane number 3, we have 2 solid reps thus far by Evelyn. Just got her 3rd.
Deanna just locked out 4. From having it as a PR to getting 4 reps with it, that is the fire that comes out on competition day.
That's unbelievable. Lane number 2 sitting on 6 repetitions, but she can't stay there too long because Deanna looks like she might be on her tail. Getting out 7 now. Deanna could absolutely get 1 more rep.
She's going to have to dig for it, though. Her systems are pretty taxed.
Lane number 3, Evelyn sneaks back in.
Oh, she's going to lock out that 6th rep.
Oh, my goodness. What an incredible effort by all 3 of these ladies. That was outstanding.
330 pounds on the axle. In motion for multiple reps across the board with this division.
That's outstanding. Wow. That was the 73-kilo class. We're going to have another weight increase now because we're going to the women's 82 division. 82 kilos. It's going to 370 pounds. That's incredible for an axle for reps, regardless of the height.
The axle is true dead weight, Alec. You don't have any flexing going on like a normal barbell would. I mean, from the second that bar breaks the ground, you are feeling every single one of those pounds. It's very unforgiving. It's dead weight. It's grueling, but it is the nature of our trials of strength here today.
Absolutely outstanding performance for all these athletes here. So now, like I mentioned, we're going up to 370 pounds to the 82 women's kilo division. That is a weight class that a lot of you will be familiar with tuning in, watching this. Athletes like Nadia Stowers, Melissa Peacock, Erin Murray, and Sam Bellevue compete in that weight class. Some of the more internationally known athletes. It's a real fun weight class. You feel some of the strongest just humans ever featured in that class.
It is amazing the amount of muscle and strength that this class is able to pack onto their frames.
Oh,
absolutely. It yields a very, very high level of performance output.
Yeah, it's a fun one. It's a real fun class to watch at any level, really. For those that aren't familiar with the weight classes in strongman, for women, there's a 64-kilo weight class. There's the 73-kilo weight class, the 82-kilo weight class, and then the open division, where you could weigh basically anything you want. It's really the heavyweight weight class, but they just call it open. For men's, you have 80 kilos, 90 kilos, 105 kilo, and open, like Mr. Pena here competes in.
Nice and comfy with no weight cuts.
Big boys, the big boy division. So it looks like we're just about done changing out these weights here. Again, we're moving to 370 pounds on this axle deadlift for reps for the 82-kilo women's division. We have 3 athletes in the 82-kilo division, so we'll have all 3 come out for this heat here. We'll have Sophia Sharp in lane number 1, a Jocelyn O'Brien in lane number 2, and Chelsea Pullen in lane number 3.
With the last name Pullen, I want to see her do some serious work on pulling some deadlifts.
I mean, you kind of have to now.
Got to live up to it.
I mean, it really is in the name.
Let's see what these ladies do.
Okay, looks like
I'm feeling some power.
What's your guess? How many reps are you going to guess here?
At 370, I mean, I will be very impressed with any scoring 5+ reps.
I was going to say 7 or more is incredible.
I think 7 or more will win it. We'll see, though.
All right, once again, Sophia Sharp in lane number 1. Lane number 2, we have Jocelyn O'Brien. And lane number 3, we have Chelsea Poland.
Chelsea is off to a strong start.
It's like a lane number 1, she's taking her time to strap in. She's using the wow straps. Takes a little longer to get in, but once they're locked, they're locked.
Long way up, and she's getting it.
And she looks like she's
There it goes.
that, yeah.
Chelsea taking a look, watching her competitors. She's got 3, but she can't get too comfortable.
No.
Because Jocelyn is right behind her.
Wow, look at that finish here in lane number 2. Just getting it. Incredibly narrow stance on that athlete as well.
Chelsea is a good deadlifter, but she does not want to spend any more energy than she has to. I keep seeing her look to her left, watching Jocelyn and Sophia.
It looks like that might be the end for Sophia here. Chelsea might have one more attempt in her, but
I don't think she's going to do it. I think she has what she needs to, and she's not going to do it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Chelsea's smart. She's playing the game to the very end. She's got 2 more events she needs to last for.
Absolutely.
She needs that back power. I think she may have been good for another 2 to 4 reps.
At most.
But why waste that energy if you don't need to?
I totally agree. All right, so that was the end of our women's 82-kilo division. Coming up next is our open women. Open women featuring incredible athletes like Julia Hamilton, Stephanie Herod, and Jackie Rose. Now, Julia is probably the most accomplished of all 3 of these athletes, at least in the sport of powerlifting, so one would think that her deadlift would be pretty promising.
And she is technically the only strong woman pro on that roster right now.
She's the only pro.
Fresh pro.
Newly pro.
As of 3 months.
Yeah, 3 months. Getting her pro card by taking 3rd place at Beerstone, one of the best pro-am competitions in North America, hosted by Gabriel Pena himself.
Oh, thank you, Alec. We had a lot of fun.
As I've been to all of them thus far, I'm going to say it's one of the best ones.
Well, thank you. And it was still a stepping stone to bigger and better ones that are in years to come.
Yeah.
But yeah, Julia put on a hell of a show there, and she earned her new pro status.
Oh yeah.
But she did square off against Stephanie Herod there, and that was
4th.
Yeah, it was very narrow, the difference between the 2.
Yeah.
And then Jackie Rose. I mean, she is bringing some serious strength to the table as well. The deadlift is always one of those proving events. And in terms of these static lifts that embody the total power and strength that you need in strongman, this is it.
I completely
This
agree.
is it, and it kind of gives you a really good inclination of who will come out on top. Not to say who wins this will win, but you get a really good idea of where their total body power lies.
Absolutely. It's a great representation of physical capability and maximal strength. Looks like we are getting our weight change. For those listening, our weight change for the open division, we're going to 410 pounds on the axle today. 410 pounds. It's about 184.5 kilos on the axle bar deadlift for reps. In lane number 1, we will have Julia Hamilton. Lane number 2 will be Stephanie Herod. And lane number 3 will be Jackie Rhodes. Julia, I believe, still holds an American record in the squat in the sport of powerlifting. I believe the squat was about 585 pounds along that lines.
I'm not 100% sure on it, but I do know that if you've got strong leg power, you've got a strong push off the ground when you need on the deadlift.
Absolutely.
Doesn't necessarily make you a good deadlifter.
Oh, yeah.
But it sure as hell helps your speed off that floor.
It does help. All right, this is going to be a very revealing event here. Who's prepared? Who came to this contest with the power to move such incredible weight for reps? Special shout out to Julia's barber because her hair is awesome. All right, here we go. Oh, easy wrap out of Julia Hamilton and Stephanie Herod. Oh, they are neck and neck now. They're like incredible.
Even Jackie, I mean, she is banging out rep after rep.
She really is over there. Jackie's not far behind. She's rolling it in, rolling it back in those great positions. Smooth and comfortable
Stephanie,
reps.
quick to lock out rep number 6, going on 7.
Wow, Stephanie just gets the lead here.
I think I sense a revenge from Beerstone steaming
It
up.
looks like we have some competition here for Julia. This is not an easy win.
But who can last the whole time cap?
It's going to be the conditioning here. Even Jackie Rhodes is creeping on up there in the 3rd lane.
Stephanie's got a good rhythm going on. She goes into that hip thrust at the very end, but I did see a misstep there.
Wow,
Julia on
deciding
straps.
to stop. And Stephanie Herod looks like she's going to take the event win with 12
Wow.
reps. Wow.
12 in the nick of time.
And a tie between Julia now and Jackie Rhodes. Julia might have stopped too early.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, an incredible performance out of Jackie Rose here, just inching her way to the tie.
And I noticed Jackie was using a rolling technique where she would roll the bar forward and then roll it back right before she started, keeping that momentum in play, kind of maybe adding to her rhythm and helping out.
Absolutely.
But a tie between her and Julia.
I think Julia might have made a tactical error there and not getting just one more rep because she had plenty of time. She didn't look particularly gassed. That was an incredible.
But again, that's from our third eye perspective looking in. Maybe she was feeling something that was a bit off and understand she's got 2 more events she's got to last for.
It's a long day.
But a tie is always a curveball, isn't it?
It really is. It's going to be interesting how the points play out now. That was a fantastic showing by our open divisions here and the heavyweight women's division here.
Watching Stephanie go rep after rep on that deadlift. Now looking back at the Iron Cross, it's no surprise how easy she was able to pick that thing up with the back strength she has.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. She has a real promising future ahead of her within the open division. I genuinely, I hope soon, maybe even today she'll earn her way, but I hope soon we see her at the world
Like
level.
you said, it's a tough to swallow the pill that there's only 3 of them in this class.
I know.
So only one of them will advance.
All 3 of them are genuine OSG cal. I mean, I'm a guy that coaches our World's Strongest Women every year now. I've seen, I could very easily say that these women, all 3 of them belong there.
Yeah, they definitely have the capability to be there. But there can only be one.
There can only be one, yeah. All right, looks like I have another weight change, everybody. We're going to the men's 80-kilo division. The weight for that division, we're obviously going to go up in weight. We're going up to 500 pounds for reps for the 80-kilo class. That's a decent weight on an axle. As a matter of fact, I remember the axle in 2019 Nationals weighed, I believe, 550 pounds. So just 50 pounds more in the same weight class, and I believe every athlete zeroed except for one, Richard Yu.
I have a feeling we're going to see some impressive numbers, though.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
This is heavy, but it's also not too heavy to the point where double digits are ruled out. I mean,
Yeah,
we're going to see some.
I agree.
We're going to see some performances.
So in lane number 1, we will have a Nicholas Petrie. In lane number 2, we'll have a Jeremy Clevenger. Lane number 3, we'll have Tony
McNavish.
Why keep messing that one up? And then Quinn Romansasko in lane number 4.
McNavish. He likes to go by the alias the Russian Texan.
The Russian Texan, okay.
He has a Russian ancestry and is a proud Texan.
All right. Well,
And a heck of a handlebar mustache.
He does. Hopefully he can use some of that Eastern Bloc strength for this next event here. Fantastic deadlifters coming out of the Eastern Bloc.
Well, looking at him over there, just staring down his axle, he's looking hungry.
He looks ready over there.
He's ready to attack.
He really wants that invite.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Yeah,
It's a big stage, and
it's the stage.
Oh, I just saw my own calling card. He pulled down his hair.
Oh, it's getting real
for the
now.
deadlifts.
It's getting real now.
That's how I know it gets real for my deadlifts. Is when I pull down my hair.
Is that your cue to get serious?
If you see me posting a deadlift video with my hair down, understand that I live in Texas and it's hot. There's no other time I want my hair down than when I'm deadlifting.
Yeah, when you pulled your 1,000 pounds at that amazing arena show, you had your hair down as well, I believe, right?
I did. Some people might see it as a weird little ritual, but it kind of really helps keep you in the zone of that moment.
It's your cue or your trigger to get in that mindset.
And I see Tony doing the same thing.
All right, Nicholas in lane number 1, Jeremy in lane number 2, Tony in lane number 3, and Quinn in lane number 4.
Outwalk our deadlifters.
Tony looks like he had some serious business here. Quinn looking quite calm and collected. Here we go. Tony running to that bar. Quinn with the first one to get a rep.
Quinn is off and balanced. You know, Quinn strikes me as such a technician.
Yes.
You know, making sure he doesn't waste energy.
He really is. He's a smooth operator. He focuses on every single rep. And then you have someone like Tony, who is a good strongman, and he is technical, but he's kind of reminds me more of like just a savage. He attacks.
Very ballistic,
yeah,
you know,
he
like
really
a berserker.
attacks the event. It's an aggressive approach. Looks like so far we're at 6 repetitions already for Tony, 8 repetitions for Quinn. Both singular reps for the gentlemen in lane 1 and 2, and Nicholas and
I think
Jeremy.
Quinn's about to go in double digits.
Yeah, Quinn might get that 10 reps.
He's got it.
Wow, I mean, from rep 1 to 10, it looked the same. Very technical.
You know, and I admire Quinn for going as far as he did. He probably could have done another rep or two if he wanted.
Yeah.
But he also did not stop and start turning to look at his competitors. He was very focused on his own performance. Realistically speaking, he only needed to do 7 reps.
Yeah.
Tony got 6, 7 would have beaten it. He didn't need to do those other 3, but
he more than likely probably wanted to beat maybe a personal best and training best.
you know what also? I think that Quinn does view this as the stepping stone.
Yeah.
Rightfully so, to OSG.
Yeah.
And he wants to test himself here because that's one more way to go into official Strongman Games 2022 more battle-hardened.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot of experience that he can easily gain here.
That's the word, experience.
Yeah. It's very valuable. Coming up next, by the way, we have our Masters 50 Plus, featuring the same exact weight that our 80 kilo men just did, so 500 pounds for reps. And lane number 1, we have Nathan Anderson. Lane number 2, we have Robert Stahl. Lane number 3, Joey Grape.
I'm looking forward to Joey's energy on this one.
Let's see how Joey's been having a blast all day, and Robert just behind him all day. Let's see how we do here. First one with a rep is Robert, lane number 2. Really solid technique out of lane number 2. Oh, great. Just getting a single rep. Maybe he's opting to save the body. Interesting approach. He might be feeling something. Lane number 1 is yet to get a rep, but he's looking like he's loading up. Might just be a little too heavy on the day for him. Robert in lane number 2. Solid 4 reps thus far.
I think I see some strategy here from Joey.
Yeah, I think he knows he can't do more.
He acknowledges that Robert is the better deadlifter. He's watching Nathan to see if he gets a rep. Because if Nathan doesn't get a rep, 1 rep is all that Joey needs to get that 2nd place.
Right. And it's a good amount of points. He needs those points.
If Joey was going to try to win, he would have to do 5 reps, and I don't think he's ready to expend the energy.
Yeah, he might not have that on him today. But fantastic heat there by a Masters 50 Plus man. Really great work by all 3 gentlemen. Great effort. Now we will have another weight change because we are going to the men's 90 kilo division. The men's 90 kilo division, we're going to bump the weight to 550.
550 for our men weighing 200 and under.
Yeah, 198 pounds body weight. That's 250 kilos on the bar. It's an incredible weight.
2.5 times body weight.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. On an axle, no less. It's not, again, this is not a deadlifting bar. This is not something easier to do. This is brutal.
And we just saw Quinn barely making that double-digit range. Not necessarily needing to, but he did.
Yeah. Like you mentioned, he probably easily had another 3 in him if he had to.
Probably. And I'm looking at our roster of these men under 90 kilos, you know, wondering who, if any of them, well, I know CJ Kraus is going to pull double digits. And Cameron is looking like a hell of a force to be reckoned with today, too.
Cameron's a legit 90 kilo man.
I'm wondering which of these other athletes are capable of double digits here.
Yeah, you know, I'm a little unfamiliar with this local talent here, besides CJ, obviously, and we're getting to see Cameron and Caesar put on Cameron put on excellent performance, and Devin, rather. That being said, you know...
and then even recognizing the fact that 550 pounds, this is tough weight.
Yeah.
I mean, in a lot of ways, so you can argue that axle is tougher than a barbell.
Yeah, I think it is.
And let's say 550 pounds on an axle, that might equal 6 plates on a barbell.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a heavy deadlift, especially for a 200-pound athlete.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's basically the 3rd bar at the official Strongman Games in the medley that they featured for the last year.
Right.
Which is a bar that most athletes zero. Yep. So this is really exciting. You know, the talent thus far has been exceptional to watch. I am very much looking forward to watching CJ. He is something special in relation to the deadlift, and I'm sure right now he's chomping at the bit to put on that ability, put that display on.
You know, I think I see a lot of myself in CJ in terms of, you know, the deadlifters it is. And when you are a good established deadlifter and you come to a 4 reps event like this, you have to get your mind in a zone of like, okay, I'm going to really have to bang out some serious reps and do some cardio if I've got someone relatively close to me in strength.
Right.
So there's a different type of readiness. A lot of these guys are stepping up to the bar thinking, okay, this is some heavy weight, this is close to my PR, let me at least try to get some points, versus you have guys like CJ.
Yeah.
Like, okay, let me get ready because I'm going to go and I'm going to aim for 20.
He really is very well capable of double digits here. I think I can confidently say that.
We'll see, though. We'll see, because there have been 2 events that led up into this.
Yeah.
Is there any residual stress coming from the Yoke and the Iron Cross?
I mean, you know he's fine. Come on, we both.
I know he's fine, but what about these other guys?
It's true.
That Iron Cross is a deadlift killer.
Yeah,
it can really take a lot of your top end away if you haven't recovered.
Absolutely. So in our first heat, we will have a gentleman named Chase McGee, then Brett Allen in lane number 2, Mike Cargill in lane number 3, and in lane number 4 we have Jaime Solis.
I believe we're just doing 2 athletes for this first one.
Okay,
so Chase and Brett.
Just Chase and Brett for now. Now Brett is a very young competitor. I believe he's 18 years old. A really gritty guy. Loves strongman. See both athletes strapping in, taking their time. Oh, and Brett getting a rep here. Oh, just
he needs to get it past the knees before he does any type of hitch.
He hitched a little too early there. You can see it. He killed the potential momentum on that. Let's see. Brett in lane number 1 going for his first rep.
There we go.
He gets it. Fantastic work out of Brett. I'm sorry, out of Chase McGee. Pardon me.
Chase McGee, correct.
Chase McGee, fantastic rep. Brett opting to take the 0 on the event and stop, cheering his competitor on. Great sportsmanship out of Brett here. Let's see if Chase can get one more rep on the board.
Got to summon some big power here.
He could do this. That first one was smooth.
Oh,
maybe not today. That initial push off the floor with the axle was brutal.
It is, man. It is, and you have to have 100% of your fight about you for it, because
you really do.
If you don't, you can't break the ground, and you don't have the luxury of pulling through a flex.
Would you say an event like the axle deadlift really behooves some of the bigger squatters, the ones that can break the ground a little easier?
It's tough to say because there's so much of the crane type mechanics where you have to involve the torso. You know, whereas a squat, you're not leaning over. You don't have the shoulders over something. You got the bar on top of you. You can fold up like an accordion. So theoretically, yeah, it'll give them that leg push power off the ground. But this is the symphony of the leg push power, the lower back integrity, and the hip strength all moving seamlessly together.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So it seems as though right now, in lane number 1, we should have a Mike Cargill. In lane number 2, a Jaime Solis. And a J.D. Cherry in lane number 3. I believe Jaime is your athlete, is that correct?
He's one of my athletes. This weight used to be a 1-rep PR for him. I'm curious to see what he can bang out today on this. He's been looking forward to it, hoping to set some new numbers for himself.
Let's see Jaime Solis in lane number 2 here. Oh, he could do this. A little fatigue.
A little fatigue. I'm noticing he's drifting forward on that bar a little bit. He's got to really lock everything in. But
well, if this heat doesn't demonstrate just how heavy this weight is, all 3 of these gentlemen are having a hard go at this weight, and justifiably so. It's incredibly heavy.
It is big weight. Jaime is locking in, getting a full brace.
He could do this. He could get this 1 rep.
You know, and I see when he winds up, his shins just push that bar a little too far forward. I think that might be all he's doing. It's kicking it out
in front of him. Yeah. Understandably, a little upset at the misrep. However,
I get it. I get it.
It's at the end of the day, this is a world-class weight. They're trying to get to a world-class show. There's nothing to be ashamed of in missing this
Nothing
weight.
to be ashamed of, but you know that he's a young athlete, and there's a level of mental training that needs to follow performance like this.
Yeah.
And you know, it's okay to feel disappointed right now, but get it over with. Get it done before you start warming up for the next event.
I agree.
You can't carry that with you because it's crying over spilled milk at that point.
Absolutely. So in lane number 1, we have Devin Ford. Lane number 2, we have Cesar Serrata. In lane number 3, we have Cameron Peters. In lane number 4, the CJ Krause.
This is the heat right here.
This is the one. I'm very interested to see how many repetitions that CJ opts to go for, because I feel like he's just going to choose, and oh my goodness,
gosh.
he's flying.
It's a warm-up.
That's all right. Well, here we go.
Yep.
All right, lane number 1.
I think CJ's making some statements already.
He really is. Lane number 1 is to an outstanding performance here with 2 repetitions already. Lane number 3 was already on 5 repetitions. Outstanding work from Cameron Peters as well. CJ just hit his 7th rep, working on his 8th. Goodness gracious. Lane number 1 with 5 repetitions. Fantastic reps by Devin Ford there. CJ taking a look at his competitors and his own reps. He realizes he's now at the 10th repetition. Incredible.
Double digits at 550.
Cameron's not too far behind him.
He can't get too comfortable.
He really can't. If Cameron decides to do the tortoise, we have a CJ just missed a rep, and now he is tied with Peters. Now things are getting interesting. This is what we're talking about. This is why we watch Strongman. CJ needs that rep. Oh my goodness, and Peters steals the win with the 11th
He does not get it. He does not get the down command.
Wow, so a tie.
I'm sure CJ was just biting at the nails for that.
Oh my goodness, what an outstanding effort from Cameron Peters and CJ Krause and Devin Ford with 8 reps in lane number 1.
Strength, no strength. Those two gentlemen know that they are.
That was special. That was something really special. 10 repetitions at 250 kilos on an axle is outstanding. That's 550 pounds.
I'm going to have to go back and tell CJ he spent too much time watching the other guys. But, but you know, that's
something
some serious tonnage.
That was
some serious tonnage and some serious reps.
It really was. And Peters nearly getting that lockout. It was great.
I will tell CJ, I was like, if you had 2 more seconds on the clock, Cameron would have beat you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, great judging by the lane that handled Peters.
No freebies.
Yeah, no, not a single freebie. And, you know, he was there. He was 98% of the way there. He needed that extra 2% to finish. Again, outstanding performance. That is the end of our 90-kilo men's division for the axle deadlift. We are now moving on to the 105-kilo division. The U105 division, we're going up to 600 pounds for reps on the axle. Again, an incredible weight. Outstanding work. Now, briefly, while we have time, let's go over the 80-kilo men's standings really quick. So in first place thus far, at least on the axle deadlift in first place, we have Quinn with 10 repetitions. In second place, we have Tony with 6 repetitions. And in a tied third place with a single rep each, we have Nicholas Petrie and Jeremy Clevenger. Great work by all gentlemen in the overall standings. Quinn's in first, Tony's in second, and Jeremy's in third. That is a weight class where there's only 1 invite given. So it's going to be very interesting. Actually, potentially 2, but we'll see how that goes. Tony might make his way. So to the 90-kilo men, we almost have all of our reps put in. We'll go over in just a moment, but I think we can confidently say that CJ Krause and Cameron Peters are tied for first place, both getting 8.5 points. In third place, it looks like we have Devin Ford with 7 reps. I'm sorry, 8 reps. Fantastic. Getting 7 points. Great work out of our 90-kilo men. Amazing.
Impressive stuff across the board. And now we move on to our men who are the middleweights. Under 105 kilograms, 231 pounds.
Oh, yeah. And for those of you who are just turning in, this is the Southwest Regional for the official Strongman Games, a competition that is attempting to find the best in each region of North America to send to the World Championships for the weight class-based athletes in the sport of strongman. My name is Alec Jose, and I'm here with Gabriel Pena.
The Texas Titan.
The Texas Titan. So our first athletes in the 105 division, we have Zach. We have Zach in lane number 1 and Ben James in lane number 2.
And then Omar Salazar in lane 3.
Oh, Omar, thank you. Omar Salazar in lane number 3. Just saw him come out.
Representing the Rio Grande Valley. Big bad Omar over there.
Come on, Zach!
Ooh. A lopsided lift. He needs to recover that.
All right.
I think Omar is calling it. I know he has had some back injuries over the years, so he's going to pass on reattempting. But will any of these men be able to lock out this massive bar? You know, Ben is looking like he's got the power off the ground, but for whatever reason, that bar is going lopsided on him.
These gentlemen are really putting in a solid effort. It just really goes to show you just how heavy 600 pounds, 272 kilos is on an axle bar. These are very talented strongmen, but this weight is incredible.
Dead weight, not wanting to budge.
All right. Incredible work by those men. Again, that was Zach, Ben James, and Omar Salazar. All right, coming on up, we have 4 individuals coming on now. We should have a Juan Luna, a John Alamo, a Michael
Badaglino.
Thank you so much.
And Servando Marroquin.
Servando in lane number 4. This is going to be an interesting heat.
This is still a tough weight. You know, I think of, you know, so like I've said throughout this stream, Servando is an athlete that I've coached that trains at my gym. He just got second at the Arnold World Championships this year. But I do know that 600 pounds on an axle is still very close,
Oh, yeah.
if not his top end. You know, this is big weight for all of these athletes.
Absolutely. It looks like we're going to clean the bar here momentarily. Might have been a little bit of shin blood from the previous athlete. We always sanitize these things and make sure it's as safe and as clean as possible for each athlete to come.
And those axles have some knurling on it too. They look like they're very easy to do some cheese grating up on the shins.
Oh, yeah, there's an aggressive knurling on this section, which is quite rare. You don't often get axles with knurling. So we are set off in this next heat here in lane number 1.
Juan
Great
Luna
rep.
looking like a deadlifter.
Lane number 2
John
also
Alamo.
needs a rep. And Servano in lane number 4 killing it.
I love what I'm seeing from these guys.
Servano is looking metronomic right now with incredible reps. Lane number 2, and John also killing these repetitions, already on 5 reps. Servano is about to start his 5th. And he gets it. Fantastic work. Lane number 1 already with 3 repetitions, just missing his 4th. John killing it with a 6th
Servano
rep.
taking some time to buy his energy, but he's 1 rep behind right now.
He's pacing it well. He's pacing this very well. John just missing his 7th. This gives it a window now for Servano. Oh, he could do it. He's going to finish the lift.
Yes.
He's going to lock it out. And Servano with a 6th repetition, tying John. John now only has a few moments here to get that 7th rep. Can he do it? Oh my goodness, he's gonna get it. Oh, and he
So
just
close.
runs out of time.
You know, he went into the hitch too quick.
I agree.
If he had just waited, he has the power, obviously.
Yes.
If he had just waited to let that bar get higher up on the knees, he would have had it. He would have had it, and he and Servando would not be tied.
It really goes to show you that Servano, he played the timing game well because he took a break well before John ever did.
Yeah.
He didn't let himself get to the point where he would miss a rep, and then he was able to catch up to him and match it.
And I'm telling you, I remember a time in the very, very recent past where that was a 1 rep max for Servando on a barbell.
That was incredible by all those athletes. That was an incredible weight to be moved. But Servano and John Alamo really taking the, so far they're in the event lead with 6 repetitions.
But this last heat, I think we're gonna have some big pullers on this one.
Yeah.
I know Garrett Payne, Austin Hay,
Yes,
Alex Sukup.
That's right. So in lane number 1, we're going to have Terrence Porter. Lane number 2, Garrett Payne. Lane number 3, Austin Hay. And in lane number 4, Alex Sukup.
Did you tell me that Terrence is one of the lighter guys, like about 10 pounds under?
He walks around 220 pounds.
That's right.
So 11 pounds under class weight.
And,
He's
you know,
doing- and
like
he's
the
doing
guy
great.
to his left, Garrett, or to the right on the screen, Garrett cut down to make weight. So someone who walks around 250, 260.
Yeah, and here they are, both are in the last heat together. This is going to be an incredible performance out of these gentlemen. Let's see what goes on. And Garrett with a great pull, and Porter just behind him.
Yep.
We are getting reps in this group right now. Fantastic work out of lane number 2, and Garrett already on his 5th repetition. Lane number 3 and 4 on 3 reps. Now completion of 4th in lane number 4. Alex Sukup is very much in this game still. With 5 repetitions so far, he's taking a knee to get some air. Garrett got on his 8th rep, an incredible deadlifting lead. Terrence Porter going for his 4th. Can he do it? Oh, he hits too early.
That's the problem with hitching, man. It's train your body to not have to do it and save it as a last resort. That's my
7
opinion.
reps. Alex Sukup can. Oh, never mind.
No, Garrett was waiting.
Garrett was waiting for
Like
the
a
right
predator.
moment. He really was. Outstanding deadlifts by Garrett. 10 repetitions. Outstanding.
Garrett is happy with that. Double digits. He was, you know, they call him the Gator. That's his nickname, the Gator. And he was waiting like a predator in the water, waiting to see if anyone kind of inched close.
That was a fantastic performance out of all those gentlemen in our last
You know, when Alec got that last rep and Garrett saw, he's like, okay, let me just make sure that this is clear cut, and got those 2 last reps.
Mean, he smoked those last 2. That was an incredible performance by our 105 kilo men. That was the last of our 105 kilo men. So we'll wait to get our results. But in the meantime, we are moving to the Masters 40 plus. In that age division, we're going to keep the bar at 600 pounds for our Masters 40 plus. We have 3 athletes in Ricky Kelly, Adam Larson, and Chris Porter.
600 pounds on an axle for our Masters over 40.
That's rough. I mean,
it's big.
Yeah, that's big weight. That's big Masters weight.
There was no sympathy on deciding these weights for the Masters on this show.
No, there was not. I mean, at the end of the day, they're trying to get to Worlds, so it makes sense. But yeah,
at the end of the day, you got to think of big bad Jerry Pritchett waiting there.
He's coming for it.
Yeah,
he's waiting. That guy can deadlift pretty good, huh?
Pretty good. He's okay.
He's pretty good.
Decent.
I do think he still has the American deadlift record.
He does. He does. You know, myself, Bobby Thompson.
All gunning down
we
for that, huh?
Yeah, we all still talk about that. We're just waiting for the right opportunity.
And
to get ready for it.
For those that might not know who Gabriel Pena is, how would you describe yourself, sir?
I'm just a Texas boy who loves moving heavy things.
It turns out he's a 1,000-pound deadlifter. No big deal.
Hoping to
National
increase
champion.
that. Yeah, well, I won the national championships in 2019, got my pro status, and
Podiumed at the Arnold, I believe.
podiumed at the Arnold.
Yeah.
I just got off of World's Strongest Man 2022, and my eyes are set on the Deadlift World Championship in a month. So
I love it.
gonna have some fun. But it's very nice getting the motivation and inspiration right here, watching these athletes just leave it all out there.
All right. So in lane number 1, Ricky Kelly. Lane number 2, Adam Larson. Lane number 3, Chris Porter. 600 pounds on the axle deadlift. Men's
Chris.
Masters division, 40
And
plus.
Adam, 2 powerhouses there.
Here we go. We are getting reps. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we were just saying this was a really heavy weight, but here we go. Two lanes, gentlemen getting multiple reps.
Adam ties Chris. Chris needs to move. He has got the power. He needs to have the fury to match. He cannot let Adam beat him.
I agree. Lane number 1, bowing out gracefully. It's a very heavy weight. It looks like he's going back. He wants to see if he can get 1 rep. So far, lane number 2 with 3 repetitions. Lane number 4, 4 repetitions.
Chris needs to go.
He does.
A lot of time spent in that bent over position, lengthening his muscles. He's got to fight for it and get it. He does.
Ricky. Chris Porter
Wow.
locking out his 5th repetition. Adam Larson locking out his 4th. Great work by all these men. Great work. Outstanding. Outstanding.
Great work
for our
indeed.
Masters 40-plus men.
I think Chris Porter is a lot stronger than he gives himself credit for.
You know, he definitely took more time than maybe he needed, but at the same time, I think he had a pretty good handle of the situation.
Absolutely.
It seems like. Yeah.
And again, there's a lot of strategy that has to be here because
yeah.
Think of the grand finale of this competition, a sandbag ladder that everyone's has impending over them. You've got to save your back power for this, but
which is after a load and pull medley.
correct. But Chris is a strong dude. I'm very impressed by his deadlift performance, and I hope he keeps hammering it well because if he's vying for that official Strongman Games, World's Strongest Man Masters, he's going to have some big pullers.
He has some big pullers, and if this man gets on the podium, he very much can find himself in a position where he's competing against you.
Yep.
If he podiums at the official Strongman Games.
Yep.
That's unbelievable.
All right, so we're moving on to our open men's, correct?
Yes, the open men will feature a 300-kilo deadlift, a 660-pound deadlift on the axle bar. Pretty decent weight. It's big weight.
It's decent.
Decent, says the Texas side. Just decent.
It's decent. You start approaching that 700-pound mark on an axle, it's
What was your axle weight that you had to do for reps from the deficit 2019 Nationals?
675 pounds.
675. So just over this.
And my first Arnold, the Arnold in 2016, we also had a 675-pound 4-inch deficit axle deadlift.
For reps.
For reps.
Incredible. Incredible.
Double digits, bro.
Oh, wait, do you remember what you got?
Double digits.
Double digits.
10.
All right. All right. My man can deadlift.
But the axle is tough. It's the nature of this beast. And you have such a back-dominated show today.
It really is. This show is besides the fact that there's a lot of genuinely demanding moving events, every element of every event, besides potentially the overhead, is very back-dominating today in this show.
But even then, cleaning an axle, that is very back-dominant.
Oh, yeah.
And especially for the weights, compared to some of these athletes, current capabilities, I guarantee you their backs got fried from that, or at least temporarily.
And you saw it in athletes like Jaime, for example, who probably could have gotten a single rep like that, or maybe even a couple reps in the gym, but really suffered due to the fact he's just so fatigued from the show.
Yeah.
So again, we have our open men's division coming on next with a 300-kilo, 660-pound axle deadlift for reps. Our first athlete out will be a Wyatt Sheffield, a Scott Deese.
Just those two for this first one.
And just those two. Here we go. All right. I love the cowboy hat. Bold choice.
That's how you know you're in Texas, my friend.
I hope it stays on his head. What do you guys call that? An 8-gallon hat, something like that?
8-gallon hat, 10-gallon hat, just
10-gallon hat?
depends on the size.
And
Scott
wow,
is off.
that was a demanding pull. Incredible positions out of Scott as well. His technique is phenomenal.
So much power off the ground.
Yeah, he might be a big squatter, this man, because the way that's flying off the ground. I mean, a heroic effort there by Wyatt. It's obviously just an incredibly heavy weight, but Scott here is really doing himself some justice, getting some great reps in here.
I think the previous 2 events may not have been his total strong suits, but he is clearly a strong deadlifter.
Absolutely.
Ooh,
Absolutely.
did he get that down call?
He did. He got
okay,
fifth.
good. He's calling it there.
Great work by Scott. He knew exactly what he wanted to do at least.
Look, big back.
Yeah.
What do you know?
Huge back. Exactly.
Big backs win shows.
Yeah, between you and Mr. Trey Mitchell, who just stopped by and say hello to us, I don't. The backs in this room is unbelievable.
Oh yeah, Trey's back is
Why
the
is he so big?
eighth wonder of the
Why
world.
is he so big?
He never stops growing,
Why
man.
is he so big?
In the nearly decade that I've known him, he has not
actually
stopped growing.
concerned. He's too big. You're too, sir, you're too jacked. No, but it's great to see athletes like yourself, Trey Mitchell here, supporting these athletes on their journey to ideally getting to the level that you're at.
Well,
It's
like
really
I said, we are all Texas boys. You know, we walked this path too. We remember what it was like when we started out, and to see these opportunities for these athletes and the path so clearly paved on how to climb the hierarchy. I mean, it's exciting. It really is. And we have Keith Green, John Green, Charles Paulette, and Donald Treglia in order from 1st to 4th station.
Absolutely. Lane number 1 is furthest to the left on screen for those watching at home. Lane number 4, furthest to the right. Lane number 4, and Donald killing these repetitions. He is repping this out. That is an incredible performance out of Donald.
Another strong deadlifter, just like Scott.
Another huge back as well.
Yeah, big boy. I mean, he's got the power to move this thing up and down.
Oh, Donald looks like this. It looks like an empty bar off the ground.
He needs to punch that gas pedal down, though. It's not just enough to be strong. You got to keep moving.
Absolutely. So far, he's on his 7th repetition. If he can get 8 or more, he's going to put himself in an incredible position in this contest.
Double digits is going to win this event. There's some big boys, and he needs to
He
really...
can get one more. He can get one more. Come on. Outstanding work by Donald. Incredible. Oh, he's a little lightheaded there. Looks like he's... All right, he's collecting himself. Okay.
The power.
Yeah.
Absolute power.
That was really,
The
really...
speed off the ground. You know, when you can get yourself to 8 reps, you got to look back on this performance and be like, okay, if I can get 8 reps, I'm totally capable of getting to... The difference from 8 to 10 to 12, it's not a difference in strength.
That man,
it's a difference in cardio.
Exactly.
It's a difference in endurance.
It's all the little things, all the cardio sessions and all...
I bring this up not to, you know, negatively critique his...
It just shows how much promise he has.
It shows how much promise he has, and also we got to remember why they're all here today.
Exactly.
They're vying for that Giants life spot.
They
you know?
want to be considered the best, some of the best in the world.
And when you're going up against guys like Alexei Novikov, when you're going up against Tom Stoltman, like you cannot stop. Yeah, I ain't gonna stop. I tell you what.
So here we are in this heat. We have Xavier Wiseman in lane number 1. In lane number 2, we have Bradley Pill. Lane number 3, we have Colton Sloan. And lane number 4, we have Chase Woods.
Colton, our Canadian, hot out the gates with the rep.
That's right, Colton, fantastic first rep there. Looking at lane number 4, we're getting our first rep as well. Or I'm sorry, yes, our second rep rather. Lane number 1 getting in some reps as well. Xavier getting his points.
It's always interesting seeing that first rep be so slow on some athletes, but then once they establish that tension in their body, the second, the third, the fourth start flying up.
It really neurologically primes them for those reps to come. Lane number 2 opting to cut it early, but to cheer on his fellow competitors, and Colton Sloan, really great sportsmanship out of him. It looks like lane number 1 is at 4 repetitions thus far. Xavier Wiseman putting in a great performance.
He's going to go for it.
He's going to go for it. He can do it. Oh my.
I got to admire that, though. You know,
I love the effort.
It's very easy to unstrap and just walk away, but what it takes to go for that next rep.
Look, I don't know if you noticed, but our Canadian athlete switched out his blue shirt for an equally same color blue, but has a Canadian flag on it. Well done. Sneaky man, sneaky. Well done, sir.
Sneaky.
Well done, Bradley. Oh, no, not Bradley. I'm sorry, Colton.
Some pride.
That's awesome. That's actually really awesome. All right, fantastic work out of that heat here. In our next heat, we have some killers in Daniel Moreno. We have Nathan Norman, Stephen Good, and Eric Carlson. So a bit of a shift here in the total points after that last event. Interesting. So now for Eric and Stephen, who are, I would call them static powerhouses. Incredibly strong guys. It's very pertinent here to make up some points.
This is an event where tall athletes, you know, they do have the potential for bigger body frames, more muscle on their frame, but it is more distance the bar has to travel, more time under tension, more range of motion. And these are all tall guys.
It looks like we have a bit of a technical error right now, so they're going to take a moment to fix one of our score counters. Just take just a moment here. These boys are ready to go. These guys are experienced. They've been to some of the biggest levels in the world. An error like this or a stop like this is not going to bother them whatsoever.
Yeah, we saw that both Eric and Steven know how to turn that switch off.
Oh, yeah.
And when to turn it on. But, Nathan and Daniel, how do they deal with this delay? Are they losing that mental capacity? We'll see.
All right, here we go. Lane number 1, Daniel. Lane number 2, Nathan. Lane number 3, Steven. Lane number 4, Eric. And Eric with a fast first rep, and Steven just behind him. Lane number 1.
Judging by bar speed, I think Eric is a better deadlifter than Steven, just from what I'm seeing right now. But this is the first part of the set.
Let's see who has the conditioning to maintain that strength. Lane number 1, fantastic first rep out of Daniel. But Eric Carlson and Steven are stealing the show here.
Daniel going for a second. He's fried.
Eric taking a strategic break. This is interesting. He's on 6 reps. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Steven is about to hit 8 reps. Eric needs to get his reps in right now if he wants to keep the lead. Eric on his 9th rep. And Eric chooses to stop. Interesting. Steven trying to tie him. Can he do it? Can he tie him? And he does. They tie on 9.
I don't know if it was a tie.
No?
I think Eric might have gotten 8 and Steven inched ahead for the 9th rep.
Interesting. We'll see.
I might be wrong, but from my perspective here, his judge was showing 8.
Okay. We'll have to
Either way, man.
We'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately, our rep counter is non-functioning at the moment in the 4th lane, but we'll find out just briefly. That was an incredible heat.
And I said that Eric looked like the better deadlifter based off of speed, but he was not able to last as long as Steven.
He didn't have the conditioning to match his strength. So in this last heat here, we have Seth Sukup, a Damian Dunn, a Dominic Creekwee in lane number 3, and lane number 4, Brett Vaughn.
Brett does look like he's packed on a little bit of size from when I competed with him last year. Dom is an incredible deadlifter, So Dom might be the best deadlifter on this roster, but I don't want to, he might be. I want to see how, I know he does really well on barbell. I'm curious to see how he does in this axle, but he might beat Steven.
And that's Dominic in lane number 3.
But these other 2 guys on 1 and 2, let's see how they stack up.
All right, Dom with a very fast first rep. I mean, all of these gentlemen are killing us right now. The first 3 lanes are monstrous in their abilities.
Damian is banging out rep after rep. He's found his groove.
He really
and his reps are getting from top to bottom faster than Dom's are.
Wow, Damian is really doing a great job right now.
And
Dominic
Seth
going for
just locking out 5th.
Seth is on, 5th repetition now. Got his 6th. Dom just finished his 7th, it looks like.
That's 8 for Dom. He's getting tired. Damian can take this if he just moves.
Damian needs to go.
Look at that speed.
Wow,
he can get double digits here.
Damian could go. He just needs to start pulling. He can take this event win. He's gonna take the event win.
He can do 1 more.
1 more for Damian, and he takes the win. And he does
Wow.
it. Wow. Outstanding. That was incredible.
Holy
Incredible
hell.
performance by Damian in lane number 2.
And, his first rep didn't look necessarily as speedy.
It really
but
did.
he just hit his groove in 10 reps at 660 on an axle.
That was unbelievable. It really just kind of goes to show you that, like you said, you mentioned that Dom probably has the biggest deadlift here, but his conditioning wasn't as on par as an athlete like Damian, who probably doesn't.
He faded out.
Yeah. That was an incredible performance there. So that being said, everyone, thank you so much for tuning in for the deadlift portion of this Southwest Regional Official Strongman Games qualifier. We're going to take a mini break here to change out the implements. Thank you much for tuning in. My name is Al Cazay, joined by my partner in crime,
Gabriel Pena, the Texas Titan.
Yes, and we hope to see you soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning back into the official Strongman Games Southwest Regional. I'm joined here by my partner in crime, Mr. Gabriel Pena.
Hello, everybody.
And we have an amazing event ahead of us right now. We have the 64-kilo women's coming up first. That being said, Gabe, describe this event for us. What's going on?
We have the load and pull carry race. We have the athletes are going to carry 2 sandbags across a 50-foot course, loading it into a sled, and they will run back to sit down on a platform and pull that loaded sled back to them in fastest time.
Absolutely.
Now, they have to do this in a 60-second time cap. This is a lot of moving, a lot of mixed movement patterns. And here up we have Aziria Apodaka moving on our second sandbag now that she's going to carry down to the sled. Once she gets it, she'll sprint back to her platform, sit down, and start pulling it hand over hand with the rope laid out in front of her.
Absolutely, and it looks like Aziria is being a little strategic in where she placed those sandbags. I imagine that might make a bit of a difference on the pulling portion of this event. All right, nice long pulls out of Apodaka here, driving your legs into the wooden apparatus. You're treating it like a squat and a pull simultaneously. Fantastic technique.
And she wants to get her hips as close to that platform as where her feet are so that she can utilize that squat push like you were just saying. The longer the stroke, the more distance she pulls.
Right now, just about halfway through the course. Get one more big pull in her. And a great final pull by Apodaka.
You know, Alec, when I first started looking at this event, you know, I coached a couple athletes who are here competing today and even familiarizing myself with what was going to be happening. 60 seconds to do this does not seem like a long time at all.
Oh,
You've got 2 sandbags over 50 feet. You got to run back, sit down, get set, grab your rope, and then hand over hand pull that thing back. There are going to be a lot of athletes today that don't finish this just because of time.
Absolutely. What you're going to find is really, what's nice about an event like this too, it's such a change of duality in a lot of the strongman events in that it's very much conditioning based. Like the weights are not that heavy in relation to the sandbags. And even once they're on the sled, due to the fact that we're on a pretty slick floor, it's really just about conditioning. You need to be, who's the athlete that's going to be able to control their heart rate, be smooth all throughout, and then really explode once on that arm over arm.
Right, and it's a lot of technical refinement is going to have to take place on this arm over arm because short strokes where you're just pulling fast, you're not going to cover a lot of ground. You got to have those really long pulls, like getting your butt down close to the feet, pressing with the legs, and pulling those arms up to your chin.
So for an event like this, do you think, how would you prep for it? Would you have athletes just run the events? Would you have things being separated in the training protocol? How would you go about this?
For my athletes I trained for this, I had them separate the carries at first in the early stages of training. You know, do sandbag carries on their own, do arm over arm sled pulls on their own, and then slowly as we got closer to competition, you would stitch them together and run the full medley. But there is, like I was just saying, there's so much technique that goes into a hand over hand sled pull, especially sitting down on a flat, low platform like this. You need to practice it repeatedly, just that, to get that technical refinement. If you're doing the sandbags and then straight to it and that's the only time you practice it, you might just always be in a state of fatigue that you never get a chance to really work the technique that matters.
And in lane number 1, we have Chelsea Cullen, and in lane number 2, we have Maria Pearson. Right now, both athletes have just about loaded that first sandbag. Lane number 1 being the lane closest to the Southwest Regional banner, and lane number 2 being the furthest from the regional banner.
So our ladies right now are lifting up a 125-pound bag and a 150-pound bag to load into this sled. That combined with the metal weight of the sled, this sled may very well be at 300 pounds by the time they're dragging it to them.
Absolutely, because I believe that sled is 100 pounds empty.
Oh, wow, so over 300 pounds.
Yeah. Looks like Chelsea's just about to get that second sandbag into the sled that she's running back. We have great arm over arm action out of Maria Pearson directly right in front of us, utilizing her legs really well. Chelsea is just now getting the sled moving. Every inch matters. They really need to pull as far as they can. Fantastic effort out of both these athletes. That was a great heat to watch.
You know, another aspect of this sled pull that a lot of athletes, it really benefits them to practice it in their training, is just the coordination of going hand over hand. You will see, I guarantee it, through some of these heats today, that the athletes will get flustered, they'll fumble the rope, they'll be tossing all over the place, they'll misgrip it, or it will all add to their frustration if they haven't practiced and they haven't developed that coordination with pulling it. Especially thinking that, okay, they've taken 2 sandbags over the distance, they're exhausted, they're tired. Keeping your wits about you and accurately placing it on a moving rope, it's tough.
Absolutely. where you find a lot of times athletes who stare at the rope a little too often or sometimes misjudge their hand placement. What I found that usually kind of looking just ahead of the rope seems to be a pretty good way to make sure that your hands are in good positions as you're pulling on the rope.
Right. But it is coordination, and you only get coordination through practice.
Absolutely. So in this next heat here, in lane number 1, we'll have a Miranda DeMarc, and in lane number 2, we have Deandra Flores. Deandra Flores.
Deandra Flores. One of my athletes I'm most proud of. She has covered a lot of ground in this first year of her being a strongman competitor. She went to nationals for the first time last year. She's been doing really well throughout this contest. I know she's vying for that top spot. Or what, this class gets 3 top spots, correct?
In this class, we have 3 athletes competing for the podium. All podium athletes will make it to the official Strongman Games.
She, just like all the other athletes here, wants that OSG invite. But this is I think how I've had my athletes practice for this back at my home gym. We do not have a nice, slick, concrete floor like this. We trained in an asphalt parking lot, so I'm curious to see with Deandra how that constant friction we use at home translates over to the sled drag.
I'm sure ideally it'll help her fly on this. So again, we have Miranda in lane number 1 and Deandra in lane number 2. Here they both go after that first bag. Great picks out of both athletes. Both athletes equidistant so far. Both about to drop into the sled. They'll be really controlled here on these picks. The initial pick on the sandbag is incredibly crucial. And a 1 motion pick out of lane number 1 in Miranda. Incredible.
Still neck and neck.
Here we go. Careful placements there by both athletes. They really are neck and neck with each other right now. It's really going to come down to the inches here on the arm of her arm. And Miranda's already off. Deandra's getting nice long pulls here.
Long pulls is exactly what it's going to take.
Miranda just slightly ahead of her by just a couple of inches. Lane number 1 just slightly ahead of lane number 2. Miranda with fantastic arm action, and Deandra powerfully using those legs.
Neck.
Powerful legs in lane number 2 here. They are both nearly finished. They are almost there. Who's going to finish first? Lane 2 might get it, and she does.
Deandra gets it, oh my gosh.
Deandra finishes just ahead of Miranda.
Wow.
Incredible. The first 2 athletes to finish, and
Incredible indeed.
And Deandra
Incredible.
takes the dub thus far.
And a smile walking off the stage. She knows she did well.
That was amazing work out of those 2 athletes, both Miranda and Deandra finishing this medley. Deandra just ahead by a few seconds.
And 2 athletes who, based off their performance, there's not too much you can critique them on. They did everything very well, and still finishing in that nick of time.
What impressed me the most by lane number 2's athlete in Deandra was her pacing of the arm of arm. At first, watching Miranda, you would think because she was returning forward a little faster that she would have the initial edge, but her pace just didn't wane at all, whereas it did start to fade in lane number 1. Really impressive work by Deandra.
You know, I'm also wondering, looking at these platforms that they're sitting on, how grippy are they? Is it easy to slide the hips back and forth, or is there a lot of friction? And this is something where an aspect like this could be, it could weigh heavily on what type of shorts the athletes are wearing.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a really good point. A lot of times athletes might actually benefit from maybe wearing just like a slick leggings or something.
Or compression shorts, something that goes down to the knee instead of just right below the hip.
Exactly. So right now in this final heat, we have Sarah Furman in lane number 1 and Jess Garcia in lane number 2. 2 athletes that have been really putting on a show thus far in this contest and who are currently both tied for first.
They just tied for 16 reps each on that deadlift event.
Yeah, they did.
That was something.
So again, lane number 1 with Sarah Furman, a very tall athlete, and then Jess Garcia in lane number 2. This is going to be fantastic out of both these athletes, and a great pick by Sarah Furman. Both athletes just now getting into the sandbag. Sarah Furman charging back to the second bag.
When you go against such a high-level competitor like this, like these 2 ladies are going against each other, you have to be so accurate, and you have to make sure that you don't lose any of your focus if you are inaccurate.
Sarah Furman's just ahead here, opting to loosening up her belt. She's now into the sled and starts with a powerful leg drive. Fantastic.
Oh, I love that start that she did. She used the momentum of her body as she sat down. And look at this thing. She's getting some tremendous slide, really letting momentum do the work.
Jess Garcia getting a phenomenal pulse, and she's almost done. She's about to finish Sarah Furman with the win. Incredible finish. Just behind her is Jess Garcia. She absolutely can finish this. One more big pull and she's done. And a great finish by Jess Garcia.
I really love how Sarah was using so much power on each of those strokes of the pool that the sled just kept going even when she stopped.
Absolutely.
That is how you do it. If you can get it done, especially on a slick, polished floor like this, that's the way to go.
We talked earlier today about the different body style, different body types rather, and how they have some advantages or disadvantages depending on the event. Someone like Sarah Furman with such long arms and legs, she's really to get a lot more out of each pull than maybe a shorter athlete would.
That's something that, you know, the athlete has to be self-aware of with their own body too. Like, if you know you are a taller athlete with longer limbs, use it to your advantage. Like, get those long pulls in. Longer levers do more work.
Absolutely.
That's just the truth of physics.
Absolutely.
And Sarah is a prime example of how exactly you get that to work in your favor.
Absolutely. That was a great performance out of both of those athletes here. We're going to have an equipment reset, but not a weight change, because now we're going to our Masters 40-plus division for women. The Masters Women division here. It is an open division. We have quite a few athletes competing in it, actually. First up will be Christy Stefanik and Laura O'Connor Butler. Actually, Christy might be out by herself due to an odd number of athletes. We have an accidental weight change here. They're not supposed to change, but they'll go back to the original weights.
This is the event where I feel like conditioning plays such a huge role. I mean, the yoke and the iron cross, yeah, conditioning played a big role. Of course, the static lifts for reps, that played a big role, but this one, toggling back and forth. They are running across the course.
And intentionally.
For two bags and then back to pull again. I mean,
and these
it's a lot of
aren't,
movement.
and these bags aren't heavy intentionally by the promoters' design, simply because they want this to be a conditioning event.
Right,
They want
right.
sprints.
But a fine line that the athlete has to walk, or better yet, has to run, is with a bag that's not necessarily such a max effort bag, is not moving too fast to where they do let that bag still pull them forward.
Right. You see a lot of athletes potentially slip forward oftentimes.
Or being too fast and not accurate on the pick.
Right.
You know, there are a lot of curveballs that come into something that's a little bit lighter than traditionally.
Absolutely. So right now we have Christy Stefanik coming on up with her first bag here. Great pick out of Christy. Charging down the field. Yeah, really great work out of Christy. That was a very efficient bag pick and a great sprint on back. Going to the 150-pound bag next. Great pick and run. Here we go. Looks like Christy has done a lot of conditioning right now because she's still charging ahead. She's chosen to wear gloves for this arm over arm. How do you feel about that, Gabe?
You know, gloves work for some people. They don't work as well for others. Personally, I've always felt I don't enjoy having a membrane between my hands and the rope or whatever I'm carrying, but there is also a point where something that you're pulling on can be so abrasive or sharp or uncomfortable where you don't have to deal with it, and gloves can help.
Absolutely.
But when you're pulling something heavy, you want to make sure those gloves are so secure that they don't fly off of you.
Chris is one pull away from finishing. She's got 3 seconds. And she does it. Great work by Christy. And she's just out for the count there. Really put everything she had into that effort, just finishing just before the time buzzer. Great work by Christy Stefanik in lane number 1.
And you're going to get to see which athletes have practiced this hand-over-hand pull and which haven't practiced it too much. Not only in terms of how they move their body with each stroke and pull, but how they get that initial one. We saw with Sarah Furman, when she was going to take her position, she had a tight grip on the rope already, and she used the weight of her body as she sat down to get that first pull, rather than sit down and then begin her first pull.
Absolutely.
And when you're on the clock and you're trying to fit in as much as possible, especially if you can use that long pull of the body physically sitting down, that's some pro-level move right there.
It really is. You see how she preloaded her legs with that tight grip that you mentioned. So when she sat down, she already had gained speed or distance on that side. It really is a higher level move. So next up in this next heat, we have Laura O'Connor Butler in lane number 1 and Leslie Nickman in lane number 2. Again, this is our Masters Women's Division. It's the open division for our Masters ladies. And here we go. And a great pick and run out of Laura in lane number 1. Just behind her is Leslie Nickman, who lost a little bit of that bag control there. Great pick by Laura. Again, those long arms are really helping her out here. Leslie getting that bag up. Now Laura's already running back to that arm bar. Let's see how she loads up her body here on this side. Goes right into it. Great big long pull. Leslie's finally making it back here to the arm-over-arm portion of this competition.
20 seconds left. And Laura closing in on the last half of her course.
Laura looks like she might get this finish here. With one big pull away, possibly two. And she finishes. And Leslie is still giving it everything she's got here, pushing through her legs, pulling as hard as she can with her arms. And a finish.
A fight to the end.
Well done by Laura O'Connor or Butler, and a great performance by Leslie Knickman.
Now with the size of these sleds, and at least with the size of the bags that they're currently using, I do think that there is a little bit of strategy with where you can put these bags. You know, if you put the bags at the very back of the sled, furthest away from you, furthest away from where the rope is, I think you run the risk of possibly having them act as brakes to where they pull down on the back of the sled. Versus if you can get those bags closer to the front where the hook is, you have more control of the center mass, and it's not so far away from you.
Yeah, you know,
especially with the athlete being at a higher angle too. You know, if the bags are far back, it's like a break. It really is.
I agree. You don't see things like that at the official Strongman Games that's notoriously had the death medley over the last two World's Strongest Games, essentially. Whereas athletes, you know, if they put it, some athletes put it a little too far back, it would fall out. Some athletes put it right in the front. That seemed a little bit more of an easier time. A lot of people would make the assumption that having it in the front would act like more of a brake or adhesive because it covered more surface area, but it actually seems to work a little bit better for these pulls and drags.
It does, and I mean, some people could critique that as being too meticulous or like nitpicky about details, but when you're trying to fit all this work into 60 seconds, everything that you can get working in your favor, when you're trying to win, when you're trying to get that top spot.
1%'s everything.
Exactly. And we've seen in the previous events that the fractions of seconds or the inches in between each placing, like it all comes into the fold.
Absolutely. And in our final heat here, we have Jamie Shema in lane number 1 and an Amanda Kelly in lane number 2. Our two athletes here are in the lead for the Masters division of this portion of the competition. All right, here we go. And we're off. Fast pick by both athletes, already sprinting down the lanes here. Both athletes heading back now, pretty evenly placed so far. Great pacing out of both of them. And Amanda with a slight edge now on that sandbag pick. Already dropping it in the sled, running back for the arm over arm. Jamie's got to catch up now. See what her arm over arm is. And she jumps right on in. And she gets loads up her legs.
That's what I'm talking. Look how much further she got from that one stroke.
Huge portion of that one lift. You're absolutely right. She's pulling the sled so hard, she's actually moving the physical apparatus itself. And she's now just slightly in the lead over Amanda. One more big pull and she might have this win. And gosh. And Jamie gets it. She just beats out Amanda, even though Amanda beat it to the sled initially. Wow. Goodness gracious, that was incredible.
Talk about making up for lost
ground. She's grabbing her backside right now because she actually might have given herself a little bit of burn on the wood. So hard she was pushing with her legs into that wooden apparatus.
I mean, it's tough. When you're in the moment, you tune out that pain, but when you're done, you're like, oh, hey, what did I just do to myself?
That hurts a little bit. That was an outstanding final heat for our Masters women, our Masters 40-plus class. It looks like Jamie Shema might have gotten the win in that event. We'll find out officially soon enough. But to quickly go over the 64-kilo women's placings, in first place, we have Sarah Furman with 39.76 seconds. In second place, we have Jess Garcia with 47.93 seconds. And in third place, we have Miranda DeMarc with a 58. Oh, I'm sorry. No, in third place, we have Deandra with 57.46 seconds. An amazing top 3 finish from Deandra. Fantastic work by all 3 ladies. All right. Now, for our Masters ladies, we're going to get our scores just briefly. All right, so for our Masters women, after the load and pull medley, in first place we have Jamie Shema with 45.89 seconds. In second place, we have Amanda Kelly, not surprisingly, in 47.17 seconds. And in third place, we have Laura O'Connor Butler with, with third place, with 52.98 seconds. Now we're going to have a weight change in relation to the sandbags. We're moving to the women's 73 class division. The weights that we will feature there in weight will be 150 pounds in the first bag and 175 pounds in the second bag. So both pretty light weights for this class, but this is a drag race event.
Still, carrying their own body weight in bags.
Yeah.
You know,
that's now the baseline minimum.
Carrying my body weight in a sandbag,
hard.
it's tough. I'm going to warm up for that. It's not easy.
Here we go with Deanna Marina Flores charging down with that first bag. at it. Oh, she told me just before this event, this is her favorite type of event. It's coming from a CrossFit background. See how her pick is on this heavier bag now. Getting it nice and flat. Great positions here by Deanna.
Now, once she was able to pack in that bag and get a good grip, she's set.
Absolutely. All right, her final portion of the competition now. She's in a great place in terms of time. She could finish. She has 30 whole seconds, and she's loading up on the legs really smart, just like her fellow competitors. Fantastic work thus far. She's got to push hard through those legs if she wants to get that finish. She could do this. Deanna can do this. She's giving everything she's got. She's gritting her teeth. She's throwing her head back. She's driving through those legs. She can do this. She's going to finish. One more big pull.
Nice.
And Deanna gets the finish. Outstanding work by Deanna Marina Flores. Again, she is our 64-kilo world record holder in the axle clean and press. That was amazing.
Very impressive.
Shout out to Team Bear in California. Jake Affinity, I know you're watching this, buddy. Great work by Deanna there. That was really impressive.
Next up onto the arena, we have Evelyn Valdez and Brittany Davis.
Absolutely. And these two have had a pretty commanding lead in the competition thus far. Incredible performances out of both athletes. We're going to have Evelyn Valdez in lane number 1, and lane number 2, Brittany Davis. Lane number 1 is the closest to the Southwest Regional banner that you see on screen, and lane number 2 is the furthest from the Southwest Regional banner. Having pretty fast equipment reset here. Once things are ready to go, these athletes will be cheering for it. Now, I know it's not quite the same considering you've always competed in the open class, but an athlete like Deanna, for example, who's going up in weight class, got to increase her body weight and size. I'm sure you can relate to that to a degree in that, you know, for all intents and purposes, not that you're a small guy, but amongst some of the best in the world in your own class, you might be considered small.
At the World's Strongest Man stage, I'm one of the smaller guys.
So yeah, for you, is that something that you often think about, having to gain size and strength?
Sometimes. You know, there's a very fine line you have to walk. You know, there's some lifts, mass moves mass, but I don't want to lose my ability to move fast in events like we're seeing them do right now. I don't want to make it harder to tie my shoes. You know, I want to keep that speed because strongman competitions, you have the static lifts, but you have the movements just like this where speed is strength.
Speaking of speed, Brittany Davis' sprint back to that second sandbag was incredible.
She's really turned up. She
almost dropped the sandbag out of the sled, though. She got to be careful. Here she is with the arm over arm now. She's already on the arm, and she loads up her legs massively. Just like Sarah Furman did in the 64-kilo class. Here we go. Now we have a drag race between these two ladies. Who wants it more? Again, this is the 73-kilo women's class. It's our last heat. It really is coming down to here.
Long strokes. They need to reach as far forward to grab as much rope as they can and just yank it.
They are neck and neck. Oh, my goodness. It looks like Evelyn might be taking the lead right now. It is coming down to the wire. One more big pull out of both of them. We'll get a win. And we get a win.
I don't know, man.
I think
that was so close.
That was incredible finish by both of them. We're going to have to go to the scores for that later. It was so stinking close.
That was very
amazing.
close. I don't know who came out first on that one.
I think Brittany might have edged her, but I can't confidently say that. Oh, my goodness. Look, Evelyn's nearly falling over, walking off the platform here. That was amazing. Oh, wow, and it seems as though, according to our head judge, Tommy Lavelle, Evelyn might have taken the win.
By .03 is what I heard.
That's incredible.
0.03 of a second.
0.03 of a second. Goodness gracious.
We're going to have to make sure that's double confirmed.
Yeah.
But that's what it's looking like right now.
That's wild. That was a really fantastic way to finish the women's 73-kilo class here. We'll get our scores in just a moment, but just a heads up for all those that are listening, we have the 82-kilo women's class coming up next. We will have a bag weight change for that class, and that they will be using a 175-pound bag and a 200-pound bag. Oh my goodness, but get this. In first place, we have Deanna Marina Flores, the first athlete that went out by herself with a 54.1 second. In second place, we have Evelyn with 56.2. And in third place, we have Brittany Davis. So Deanna coming back for a swing. She wants that number 1 spot.
She does. She does.
She is not out for the count yet. She's 1 point away. So right now, in first place is Evelyn Valdez. In second place is with 9 points. In second place, we have Deanna with 8 points. And in third place, we have Brittany Davis with 7.
These ladies are so closely matched with each other.
They really are.
And just thinking talking about, again, that 3/100ths of a second between Evelyn and Brittany.
That's incredible.
Wow.
Incredible.
And that's what benefits the athlete most is when you get into a contest like this, especially at this stage with so much on the line, you always just give it your absolute best. You don't worry too much about what other people do. You don't worry at all about what other people are doing, you know? Give it your best. That way you know that when the final points are tallied, you left no stone unturned.
Absolutely.
You get a true representation of your strength. And if it comes down to fractions of a second and you got those fractions because you gave it your all, that's victory.
Absolutely. And here we have Sophia Sharp in lane number 1, charging down the field here with that first bag that weighs 175 pounds. An incredible weight here for the U82 class, going up to the 200-pound bag now. Over body weight by at least 20 pounds.
200 pounds looked pretty easy getting up there.
It was a great pick out of Sophia here. She looks like she has over 30 seconds still to get this armor on. It's a fantastic time for her. Now she just hit the 30-second marker. She's got long legs. She can get a lot out of this if she utilizes them well. It looks like she's got some strong hands. I think she could probably utilize those legs a little bit more, but she's nearly halfway down the field.
Watching her technique, and it is making me wonder, is that board very grippy? She's wearing leggings. She should be able to slide back and forth on it, really use that hip strength.
Yeah,
but
you're right.
Maybe she's just going for just a bend, and that's it.
Here we go, Sophia, almost there. She might be able to get it. She's just one more pull, and she just misses out on the finish. Narrowly gets the finish there. Outstanding work by Sophia.
Great work indeed. I think the only missing link there is using a little bit more legs on that hand over hand.
I would agree. Maybe just a little bit more leg drive, and I think she would have had that finish. But great work regardless. And who knows how it might held up. She might still place quite well. We don't know yet. We only have 2 more athletes remaining in the U82 kilo division. We have Jocelyn O'Brien that will be in lane number 1, and in lane number 2 is Chelsea Pullen, who's currently in the lead in this competition. Great name.
Chelsea Pullen just got off of doing some good pulling on that deadlift event.
Great name and great hair.
She was a strategist, you know, on that last event. We saw her looking towards her competitors, making sure she didn't do any more reps than what she needed to win. She's saving her energy for this event and the last event, both featuring sandbags, both featuring, you know, implements where you got to have back power to get the job done quickly.
Absolutely. All right. So again, for those watching on the online stream, this is the load and pull medley. Athletes will be picking up and running down and loading into a sled, 2 bags. Once those bags are loaded, they will sprint back to this arm-over-arm platform here and bring the sled down towards themselves. Our last 2 remaining athletes in the U82 class division is Jocelyn O'Brien, who will be in lane 1. In lane number 2, we will have Chelsea Pullen. Starting this quite shortly. These are our top 2 athletes in the lead within this weight class thus far. Here we go. And Chelsea with an aggressive first pick on that bag. Already halfway down the field, and just behind her is Jocelyn. So Chelsea looks quite collected right now in her jaunt back. She's not quite sprinting with some of the other athletes.
Biding her energy.
Yeah.
Like we've seen, but then again, she has that 200-pound bag.
That's a heavy bag, man. You can see it right now. They're both struggling right now to run.
She's going to need her lats. She's going to need her hamstrings. She's going to need everything she just used right there for this pull.
Absolutely. It looks like she's getting ready to put everything she's got into this portion of the event right now. Here we go. All right, let's see how Chelsea does here on this portion of the contest. Looks like she's having a harder time actually pulling the sled. And already caught up to her is Jocelyn O'Brien in lane number 1. This is interesting. It looks as though Sophia Sharp actually would have done incredibly well. Oh, it's going to come down to inches now between the 2 athletes. Who knows who won that? This is literally just inches here between the 2. Outstanding. And Sophia with an event win.
Wow.
That's incredible. That is so wild. It's so crazy to see what things can happen. You know, you see an athlete come out and not even finish. Oh, you might think, oh, well, you know, it might not do that well. But now look, an event win over the 2 athletes that were in the lead going into this contest.
We're seeing more weight getting put into that sled now to where it's getting harder and harder to get that thing to slide with a long pull.
Absolutely. So we have Tommy Lavelle here judging the distance to find out who won this portion of the contest. If anyone's going to be brutally strict with the judging, it's going to be Tommy, which I appreciate. We're going to find out momentarily. Which one of these two athletes just got the edge?
I'm thinking Jocelyn got it.
That would be very impressive. Oh, wow. Judging by Tommy Lavelle's face, there might be no way. He had a look on his face like there might be an exact tie. We will see. Just a few moments. He's judging again. He wants to get the meet right. Let's see here. Looking at Mr. Lavelle. He's going to do it again. It's that close. It's that close. He almost has a look of dumbfoundedness on his face.
When you're triple checking something, you know you got a reading that needs to be verified, or a tie that needs to be broken.
This is interesting. This is very interesting now. Because this is the big deal. This is going to determine who's going to the world's strongest woman. He's going to judge again now. He's doing a fourth check. I really appreciate the thoroughness. They should not move that just yet. Okay, it's good. Make sure they don't move these sleds quite yet. Tommy's going to have to check it again for the fourth time. And he's checking right now yet again. Interesting. Okay. Let's see what Mr. Lavelle says here.
Let's see indeed. The suspense is killing me.
This is really interesting. I want to see what's. Stop. Who's moving the sled? Someone's accidentally kicking the sled. Let's be careful of that. It looks as though we actually might have. Let's see here. All right, so Tommy Lavelle's pointing over to Chelsea Poland's lane. It seems as though Chelsea might have gotten the event win. It had to have been within fractions of an inch. What do you think, Mr. Pena? You have a devious look on your face.
It was just close, man. It was close. You know, when things get this close, you wish you had like the top of the line, highest tech, like laser measuring device to just eliminate any and all doubt. But we have a rolling measuring wheel, and we've got a very able volunteer staff. So, we'll see. It does look like he said that Chelsea came out on top, unless he was saying Chelsea came out shorter.
So according to the metrics, 124.2 feet for Chelsea, 123.9 feet.
Wow.
For Jocelyn.
Wow.
That's,
I mean, 0.3 of a foot.
Yeah, I could see why
4
he did
inches.
it. I could see why he measured it 5 times.
Less than 4 inches.
Yeah. Incredible. And Sophia Sharp with the win. Incredible. All right.
Some serious power being output here, and a lot of work to be crammed into 1 minute time.
So now we have our next division coming on up in the women's open division.
Speaking of output of power.
I know. We have in our open class a 200-pound sandbag and a 225-pound sandbag. Our first athlete out in lane number 1 with the most brilliant hair here, I would say, is Julia Hamilton. This is going to be interesting. I know Julia's a bit of a static powerhouse. So it's going to be interesting to see how her training has gone in relation to something that is quite literally a very conditioning-based event. That being said, she also destroys events like truck pulls, so who knows? She's a good mover.
She's a good mover, and I mean, you and I have both seen her lift heavy stones, both for carries and loads. I mean, these sandbags look smaller than some of the stones that I've seen her move.
Yeah.
And I have not seen her do a hand-over-hand pull.
I have not either, but this is an athlete that has walked and run with a 300-pound Husafel stone.
That's correct.
So I'd imagine a 225 sandbag is going to be within her ability. Julia looking very stoic, very patient right now, getting ready. Very mature athlete. She is a pro at the end of the day. All right, let's see here. So once again, this is the open division for the Southwest Regional official Strongman Games qualifier. All right, Julia Hamilton's going. Gets that first pick, easy enough, and she's off. Julia now just dropping that sandbag in there. A little bit of a jog running back. She's probably controlling her cardio right now, being very measured. 225. Very good pick here from Julia. And I feel like Julia could be picking up the pace just a little bit right now. She doesn't have a lot of time.
This is a hard event to try to keep a pace on. You know, the consequence for going too slow is very real.
It is. But she looks really strong right now. I know she has a great grip. So we'll see if she can utilize that grip and leg drive right now in this arm revolve. Interesting approach to the technique. She's going one hand, was just going over for a moment there.
She's getting some good pulls.
She really is. She's getting so much
sled is covering
she
some
needs to
serious
finish.
ground.
She can get far in this. Wow, that last pull is an incredible distance.
That was the all or nothing last ditch effort right there.
It really, so
But that really highlights what the athlete needs to be aiming for in terms of the length of their pull. You don't just stop where you're upright.
Every pull
Lean
should look like that.
Lean
Every
back.
pull.
Get that thing to your chin.
I completely agree. Now, it's going to be interesting to see what her peers do on this because, you know, not to be critical of Julia, she's obviously an incredible strongwoman. We know this, but I feel as if she could have been a little quicker with the transitions. I feel that might have bit her in the butt.
We'll see, because she is a very strong woman, so maybe she just made the heaviness of these bags look a lot lighter than they are. We're going to see some of the other athletes.
I mean, that is what happened with Sophia Sharp, right?
True, but here we have Stephanie Herod and Jackie Rose, and we know Stephanie Herod has been dubbed the Queen of the Husfeld in the past, so she can move some big weight.
Who gave her that really cool name?
I don't know, some cool guy.
Some guy?
Herod, Titan something, I don't know.
Oh, okay, some guy from Texas, I bet. Now, we do know that Stephanie Herod, I think I could confidently say that she's a bit of a moving specialist. She is incredible within the medleys. So we're going to see. I'd imagine she'll do quite well in this event. So lane number 1, Jackie Rhodes. Lane number 2, Stephanie Herod with a smooth sandbag pick.
It's so cool to see how she toggles back. Like, if she picks up the bag and feels like she's too upright, she immediately just leans back. Very in tune with how gravity is moving her.
Yes, that initial readjustment. And Jackie finally getting that first bag down there. Lane number 2 just finishing the first bag. Lane number 1 rather. Lane number 2 now finishing the second bag.
It's at 225 pounds.
It's 102 kilos for those watching overseas. She's just 30 seconds now to finish this arm roll. She can do it. She's quite tall. She has long legs.
Perfect use of technique right there.
Absolutely. She needs some big drives, and she needs to lean all the way back. Get these big pulls.
She's doing a good job of getting her hips close to her feet. But she needs that leg power because this is some tonnage in the sled.
I mean, this is going to show you just how good Julia actually did. Because at this point, Julia nearly finished. Wow. An incredible performance. An incredible performance by Steffi Herod here. Great work. And I'm going to go and say Julia Hamilton won the event.
She might have.
I think Julia took that one.
Yeah.
It really goes to show you that grip strength that she actually has because this looked brutal on the other two athletes.
Grip is tough, especially on a hand-over-hand pull like this.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's after having to carry something, pick and carry something. It's going to be exhausting with those initial loads.
Sandbags, even though it's a big object, I mean, all of the muscles of the forearm are working, keeping that sand from moving all over the place.
Absolutely. So right now, we're going to switch over to the 80 kilo Menzu, but the 80 kilo men are going to switch to a 225 and a 250 bag. We'll give you the results of the open class women in just a few moments after the scores are initially put in, but I do believe that it's Julia Hamilton in first on that event. Second place, probably Steffi Herod, and then third place, Jackie Rhodes. So again, we're transitioning now to our 80 kilo men, a 225-pound bag and a 250-pound bag. Those are heavy bags.
Heavy bags indeed. It's
for men that weighed in at 175 pounds.
It's going to be interesting to see that body weight pulling the combined weight of those bags in the sled.
Absolutely.
And I guarantee you we're going to see our volunteers stepping on the platform to keep it from moving because it's a polished floor and there's a lot of weight.
So to quickly recap the open class women, we have Julia Hamilton taking the event win, taking first place in that event. Second place was Stephanie Herod, and third place was Jackie Rhodes. But now, Stephanie Herod and Julia Hamilton are tied for first going into the final event.
That is a nail biter.
This is such a crazy nail biter.
Going into the sandbag. Again, this is Beerstone all over again.
It really is. Between those two, it really is.
It really is. And it's going to come down to a sandbag to shoulder ladder for those two. And they both clearly display that they are good at sandbags.
Yes.
But getting it to the shoulder versus just carrying it in the front.
It's a different game.
It's a different game.
It's a different game.
Especially who can do it quicker.
Between Julia's strength and Steffi's athleticism, we have a real battle on our hands.
I am really looking forward to that match.
That's going to be really
not
fun.
Not to take anything away from, from any of the other classes or
not.
athletes, but
a tie for first is interesting.
A tie for first going to the last event. That's what we love to commentate on, my friend.
All right, here we go. In our first lane for our 80-kilo men, we have Nicholas Petrie in lane number 1. In lane number 2, we have Jeremy Clevenger. Both gentlemen picking up the 225-pound bag successfully, and both gentlemen just now dropping it into the load. We now are going to the 250-pound bag. Jeremy here is now just getting to the bag first. Nicholas going for a long bag pick approach. What do you think about that, Gabe?
I personally like to do the horizontal bag approach. It gives me more clearance to move my legs, and I can see.
Right.
And you need to be able to see for bag placement on this thing. And God forbid, like you trip on the sled or something like that. So, but to each athlete their own. You know, you train a certain way, and you don't change it the day of contest.
Absolutely. So now we have both athletes on the arm over arm. I believe they have 20 seconds remaining. Both gentlemen are really utilizing their legs quite well, leaning all the way back. I would say that Jeremy's doing a slightly better technical approach to this event, but both gentlemen are real strong. Well, Jeremy's giving everything he's got in his final pull, and good. Fantastic work out of Jeremy Clevenger and Nicholas Petrie.
Strong.
Yeah, that was a great first heat for our 80-kilo men. I would say Jeremy looks like he edged out the win there in this heat at least. We'll see how that holds up against his other competitors.
I love watching grip events. You know, I don't know if it's a ritual for us athletes as soon as we're done, but you always see the athletes look down at their hands. Like, is everything still intact? Is there blood? Am I missing chunks of skin? Yeah.
I mean, I will say, it's funny you say you love watching grip events. It's probably my least favorite to watch, if I'm being totally honest. But there is something special about the grip in that. It's one of those unique equalizers in the sport.
I didn't mean it, and then I love watching grip events.
Okay.
I love watching the when
athletes.
people are done with it.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because everyone always looks at their hands.
Yeah,
you know?
it's true. It is one of my favorite events in that it's a true equalizer.
Yeah, it is.
You don't have to be the biggest and strongest to win a grip event. You just have to have the best hands, which often the case isn't always the biggest person. All right, we have Tony in lane number 1 and Quinn in lane number 2. Both these gentlemen have been really pushing each other this entire contest.
Two high-level athletes. One with that Tasmanian devil strength, and then one with the technician strength.
Oh, there. But Tony, it looks like Tony's ahead of him on the sandbag here, and he is. He drops it in just ahead of Quinn. This might be his event. Let's find out. But Quinn with that really technical approach. Tony mogging this bag. Now Quinn just got ahead of him here.
Both guys moving very well with this heavy bag.
250 pounds. All right, they're both running back. Now let's see this arm-over-arm approach of both these athletes.
Tony's got faster strokes right now. He's covering more ground, but Quinn's got the longer strokes. Longer strokes are inching away.
Incredibly technical. Tony's just savaging it, though.
Technician.
And Quinn with just the finish ahead, and Tony's about to get the finish, and he does. Amazing work.
You know, and we saw Tony had the rhythm and speed, but Quinn, he was pulling in such a way that his strokes were just a little bit longer.
Yep.
A little bit longer, and that's what gave him the victory right here.
That seems to be the name of the game between Tony and Quinn today. Is you have Tony, who possibly, maybe even the more athletic, truly explosive, and then Quinn, who also is obviously athletic, but incredibly technical. And you can see that slight gap that's created due to that technique, I would say.
And, you know, with there being so close of a level of athleticism between them, it's good to see that their class gets 2 invites.
Absolutely. So that class will get 2 invites, and frankly, they both deserve it.
Yep, they do. They've shown it all day.
Assuming that they maintain their position going into the last event, which I think it's a safe bet to say they will, they absolutely deserve a route to the official Strongman Games World Championships for the U80 kilo class. So our next group of individuals competing are our Masters 50 plus. In the Masters 50 plus division, we are going to have a 225 and a 250 pound bag. So the same weights on the sandbags. Our athletes in the Masters plus, here we go, we have Nathan Anderson in lane number 1. It's our first Masters up, Masters 50 plus division. Excellent pick.
He's got it up, and he needs to stay leaned back, not let this 225-pound bag pull him forward.
I absolutely agree with you. He's a little more upright than maybe necessary, but a great finish nonetheless in that first bag. Look like he's really controlling his pace here, heading back. Look like he's not in a rush. I'd imagine these bags are probably near PR territory for him in terms of picks and loads. Looks like he sat back a little early on that initial pick, Gabe.
That's one thing with odd objects is you have to get it past the knees before you crank back, or you're just not going to be able to control it. But with the shifting weight of a sandbag, that is so much easier said than done.
Absolutely. And it looks like he's going to wave it off. If I had to guess, between the fatigue of the show and maybe just the weight of that bag, it's probably near his best ever, I would say, in sandbags.
Yeah.
Maybe even exceeding it, who knows?
Maybe that 225 bag was a PR for him, too.
It really could have been. I mean, these are not lightweights.
He definitely had to work for it.
Yeah. These Masters Plus, these 50-plus division is really exciting today, especially between Joey Grape and Robert Stahl coming out here for this event. All right, so once again, in lane number 1, we have a Joey Grape, and in lane number 2, we have a Robert Stahl. Joey sporting the very American headband that he's got there. Love it.
Headband of power.
Similar to yours, actually.
Yeah. There's something about it, man. It just helps get you in the zone.
I support it. I'd wear my bonnet of power if I still had my long hair.
The bonnet. What happened to your long hair? Why'd you cut it off?
Oh, I made a huge mistake. That's what
Okay,
happens.
gotcha.
All right, we're about to go here with Joey in lane number 1, Robert in lane number 2. Let's go. Fast pick there for Joe.
Wow, a one-motion pick by Joey.
Incredible.
He's moving well.
All right, Joey getting that first bag in. Robert just slightly behind him here. Both gentlemen are pacing themselves well. This is obviously very heavy bags. Joey's the first one to the bag. Robert now just approaching his own.
Easy
with
pick.
a great
Look
one
at
motion again. Fantastic.
Joey is looking very, very able with these bags right now.
Really impressive. Robert just getting his 250 up now. Looks like both gentlemen are going to at least get between first and second in this event now. Looks like the cardio of Joey starting to catch him a little bit. A little bit of wincing going on, but Rob is at least, at worst, will do second place in this event.
Look at Joey go, man.
Getting that arm over arm now. Great work by Joe.
Getting a good reach forward, making sure he's got some good distance with each pull.
Leaning all the way back really effectively. Robert's doing everything he can to get that bag just in the sled. And a great finish by both gentlemen. Clearly a first place and a second place in this event at least. Great work so far.
Joey really brought it there.
Yeah, that was a great performance out of Joey Grape. That was very impressive. Looked like he's happy for that event to be over, too.
I would be.
Yeah.
I was talking to some of the other athletes right now. This is the event where, you know, all the other ones, you got a certain amount of time where you've got work going in, but this one just, I feel like, has the most work capacity in it.
Oh, absolutely. And again, it's mostly due to the fact that the sandbags aren't too heavy, so it does allow you to have full-on sprints. That being said, that 250 did a number on a couple of the athletes.
We're getting to that weight range now where these bags are really pushing it.
Yeah. Yeah, I find anything regardless of class and size, anything 250 more, that's the things get spicy.
Yep. And we're going to get another weight increase right now, correct?
We are. And just before we announce the 90-kilo class, we're going to talk about the Masters one more time and going over the placings. In first place, we have Joey Grape taking first place in that event. Yep, taking first place in that event, and Robert Stahl taking second place, and Nathan Anderson taking third place. Now, transitioning to our 90-kilo men, we are going to have a weight increase on the sandbags, at least. And the weights that we're going to use are 250 and a 275.
Big bags.
Those are big bags. Not only in weight, but just the literal size of the bag is quite cumbersome.
And these are the size of the bags now, too, where you can't necessarily pick where they go in the sled, because it's going to take up the whole darn thing.
It is what it is, yeah. You could do your best to maybe put it to the sides a little bit, but at the end of the day, it is going to take the majority of this sled at least.
Yeah.
Our first heat going into this event, the load and pulley medley, is Brett Allen in lane number 1 and Mike Cargill in lane number 2. For those of you that are just turning in, this is the Southwest Regional for the official Strongman Games qualifier for the World Championships for all things weight class-based strongman and all things weight class strong women and strongman as a whole. My name is Alec Jose, and I'm joined here today by my lovely partner in crime, Mr. Gabriel Benya.
It's great to be here, man. This is a wonderful day for North American strength, or just strength all over. You know, you don't have to be a North American to come here, but if you want your spot at the 2022 official Strongman Games, the international world stage, vying for that next tier in elite competition, this is where you want to be.
I absolutely agree.
And it is a true joy to see a lot of the athletes that I've gotten to watch over the years here in Texas take to that next stage and want to test their skill, want to face these trials today. This is what it's all about, seeing where your practice and hard work stacks you up against the rest of these high caliber athletes, what you got to do better, and what steps you need to take to climb.
Yeah, and it really is. All right, here we are, our first athletes coming out now, Brett in lane number 1. So Brett's going to go by himself for this first heat. Brett is a very good athlete. He's a very young man. Similar to Tony, like, gets a little ahead of himself, he gets a little excitable, but his athleticism and frankly his love for strongman is palpable. It's incredible.
I really enjoy how he's not wearing any gear.
Yeah, Brett
just giving himself plenty of room to move.
He's a true athlete in that sense. Very athletic individual, and he's a young man. I believe Brett's 18 years old.
Watching an 18-year-old run with a 275-pound sandbag, that's powerful right there.
It's incredible. He really is one of the strongest teenagers in the country. Oh, he's getting psyched up right now, screaming, "Let's do it," before he even touches the arm of our arm. Brett with a great first pull. Let's see if he can keep that long pull strokes going. Doing a great job of just now starting to finally utilize those legs, getting a little bit locked out action. I like that. Reaching quite far on the rope and leaning as far back as he can. Brett's doing a great job right now. He is nearly finished his event. He could do this. Brett is so close. He's a couple big pulls. Can he do it?
Oh, and so close.
Just before the finish, but an outstanding performance by Brett.
Incredible. And, you know, the second half of his pull course right there, I feel like he really found his rhythm and started getting those long pulls, especially
really
getting a little bit more of a slide, you know, after he was done.
I couldn't agree more. His technique. Oh, look at him. Someone better grab that boy. Brett really put everything he had into that, and it shows. It was an outstanding performance by Brett Allen. I'm sure he wanted to perform a little bit better today during this contest, but I think with that performance alone, he really justified his place in being here. He is a fantastic young man, and I can't wait to see his growth in the sport. Now in our next heat, we should have 2 athletes coming on out. We should have a Mike Cargill in lane number 1 and a Jaime Solis in lane number 2. And I believe you coach Jaime?
Yes, I do. Jaime has been working really hard on prepping everything for today, building the package of his strength, and he moves very well with sandbags. But again, just like with Deandra, how will our training in the parking lot with the sleds compare to this nice polished concrete floor?
Well, it worked well for Deandra.
It did. It did. I'm hoping that translates over to Jaime too.
I will say, Mike McCargill, he might not be in first place in this contest right now, but he's first place with that mustache in our hearts.
I'm telling you, man, he and Tony, we need to have a vote and see who's got the better stash, a crowd opinion.
All right. Again, Mike McCargill in lane number 1 and lane number 2, Jaime Solis. Great pick out of Jaime. Already running down the field here. Brett's a little too forward with his bag, and he drops it, unfortunately. Not Brett, Mike. Oh, and Jaime accidentally rolls the sandbag out of the sled.
Looked like a pretty quick recovery.
Yep.
I was hoping that sled wouldn't slide when he did it, but nailed it.
Both gentlemen are already back to that second bag. Jaime, first one to pick it off the ground. He's going to adjust the hand placement and just get going.
275 pounds is a big bag, and Jaime needs to stay cranked backwards to not let it pull him.
He's doing great. He's nearly there. He's nearly there. He's nearly there. And he drops it into the sled. That's fantastic. It's in the sled. He can start charging on back now. Fantastic.
That worked out well.
It did. It really did. Great job, Jaime. And we still have Mike over here fighting with that 275-pound bag. It really just goes to show you just how heavy this thing is. It's so awkward. And Jaime's starting his first pulls. He needs to get something. A couple more inches and he'll be doing great. All right, Jaime getting some distance there.
He got some distance. You know, it's with this list of athletes, that may very well be enough distance to give him some good placing above some of the others.
You can even see a great athlete like Mike McCargill there. He couldn't even run the second bag. It shows to show you how hard this medley is.
Yeah, it's a heavy bag, man.
It really is. 275.
275 is a really big bag.
It's brutal. Great job by Jaime Solis in that performance there, getting some distance on that arm for arm. Give me a little fist bump there on the way up. Good job,
Coach. Fist bump, tells me he'll finish it next time. And
okay. I love the attitude.
I do too, and he's already thinking about the future.
See, and that's kind of what we were talking about earlier today in reference to having that goldfish memory. If something didn't go quite your way, doesn't matter. He'll do better next time. You already said himself.
That goldfish memory, I like that expression.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use it.
Yeah, you got about 2 minutes after an event. You're happy or sad. You got 2 minutes.
2 minutes, that's it. And don't waste any more of your mental capacity on it.
Goldfish memory, babe. That's all it is. But great job by Jaime there. And it really goes to show you just how well Brett Allen actually did. You know, that was really impressive by Brett.
The young buck,
Yeah.
18 years old and the pace setter. And here we have J.D. Cherry in lane 1, and then Chase McGee getting ready here in lane 2.
Absolutely. Now, with the arm length of J.D. in lane number 1, you would think he might have an easier time picking those sandbags. We're about to find out.
You'd think so. I mean, this is an event built for a taller athlete with longer limbs.
Yeah.
Easier to wrap around sandbags, easier to get some long strokes on the arm over arm pull.
And just like that, he gets the first bag off the ground. He's already charging down. Great job by J.D. Cherry in lane number 1. And not too far behind him is Chase McGee in lane number 2. Just dropping his bag in there, and J.D. is already at the 275. Let's see how that length kind of comes into play here on that 275-pound bag.
That's a big bag. He's got to wrestle it. He's got it.
Very patient roll past the knees. That was excellent. He's already charging down. McGee is now fighting with the bag, now standing. Got to lean back just a little bit more.
Taxing those same systems as the Iron Cross.
Exactly.
But he gets it. JD's there, and Chase is right behind him.
JD is doing a fantastic job in this event right now. McGee's not too far behind as he just got it in the sandbag. Just got in the sled, rather. Loading up his legs there. Great first pull by JD. Let's see how he takes this going.
Here comes Chase.
Looks like he slipped a little bit on that first pull.
Just a little bit.
JD needs to get every bit of this as he can. Wow. Great job by both gentlemen, really giving it their all.
Still unable to catch Brett.
Yeah, exactly. Brett, so far, first gentleman out, is still in the lead. The youngest competitor here. I believe Brett might be the youngest competitor here in the whole contest as well.
You might be right.
How incredible would that be if Brett comes out here and gets an event win? That'd be incredible.
That's going to be a big confidence igniter for him.
And it should. Honestly, even considering where he is right now, so far, we still only have 4 athletes left. He still should be incredibly pleased with what he just did.
I would be, especially as a rookie athlete.
When did you start Strongman?
I started my first competition. I was 23 years old, in 2013.
Could you imagine being at a show, qualifying for the highest level in the world at 18?
I can't imagine it from personal experience, but I can imagine it would be,
it'd be incredible.
incredibly invigorating in terms of realizing one's own potential.
Absolutely. I really do believe in relation to Brett Allen that 5 years from now we're all going to talk about the fact that we got to see him at a regional, and now he's potentially in the highest level of sport. I really believe that he really does have the
I
heart
really
for
hope
it.
so too. That's one of the greatest things when athletes stick the course for many, many years to come.
Absolutely.
Cesar Sierra in lane 1, and Devin Ford in lane 2.
Here we go. Let's see how Cesar does in this bag. A really good pick by Cesar, but he's a little forward.
A little forward, we're seeing a replay of that.
Yep.
He got it.
Devin Ford, really, he's pacing himself well here.
Cesar tapping into some anger.
And you'll see
He
some
looks better positioning on this heavier bag.
of Devin with that incredible pick. And you'll see some of the more seasoned athletes drop the sandbag onto the hand already, so they don't have to dig. It's a pro move. Both athletes now sprinting to that arm of arm. Let's see how they do here. This is a close match. Oh, this sled is heavy. It is really showing.
Pulling on the platforms, right?
It really is. It's literally pulling on the platform. Cesar, though, nearly halfway down the course, but Brett is not too far behind him. Devin, pardon me, is not too far behind him. This is very interesting. These athletes are getting close to where Brett Allen was. Will we have a finish?
Cesar's
and
got it.
First finish by Cesar. And,
Wow.
and Devin Ford not too far behind, but not exceeding Brett Allen. So far, only one athlete is finished.
And to see Cesar come back from that first sandbag carry just now, where he had it too low, I was wondering. I was like, okay, maybe this sandbag's going to be a little bit outside of his well-rounded ability. Sure. But, I mean, look at that.
Yeah, no, he crushed
He's
that
our group
event.
leader right now.
Yeah, he's our group leader. He honestly just seems like he just needs to shake off the cobwebs in that very first one. This next heat, though, we have 2 killers in C.J. Krause and Cameron Peters, who are both basically tied for first going to right now. C.J. Krause has 24 points, and Cameron Peters has 24.5 points.
C.J. Krause, the Giant Slayer.
It's the Giant Slayer, that's right. Again, for those who might not know, C.J. Krause is one of the most accomplished 80-kilo athletes in the world, and currently has the deadlift American record in the 80-kilo class at 715 pounds, which is ridiculous. The second athlete ever to pull in the 700s in the 80-kilo division within North America. All right, see how they do on the sandbag picks. C.J. Krause with a demanding lead here initially, but Peters right on his tail. And Peters actually gets it in first.
This is an event that is built well for Cameron. He's got a little bit longer limbs than CJ.
He is.
But CJ is a veteran athlete. He's been doing this for quite a long time.
And to be fair, he's viciously strong. But Peters just ahead of him here. About to load that bag, just drops it in now. Peters running back already. Fantastic position from him. Let's see how CJ does on an arm. I know he's
Cameron
good.
very quick on that first pull. Oh, but look at CJ. He's getting a good slide.
CJ's making up the distance here, but Cameron's just a few inches ahead of him. We have an incredible heat, it's CJ with a monster pull there.
It's that deadlift power coming into
They are
play.
close. Oh, and Cameron, and he gets the finish. Cameron gets the finish. CJ gets the finish right now. Amazing work. I dare I say it's probably first and second for this event, but we'll have to wait for the times. Great work by both gentlemen. Obviously, CJ would want as minimal distance between him and his competitor Peters here in terms of relation to points. I think he might have snuck second there. So it's pretty good for him going into the last event. We'll find out just momentarily. Outstanding performance by Cameron Peters. Great job.
Absolutely.
Really great pulls there.
Again, that's you got the longer limbs at play.
Yeah.
That really showed here on those pulls, and even more so on his ability to pick up speed once he got those sandbags up in carry position.
Absolutely. CJ Kraus wearing his heart in his sleeves there, laying down totally gassed after an incredibly demanding event. I'm sure his lower back, like you mentioned, is pretty smoked after an event like this.
Well, he's going to have to suck it up because he's got 4 sandbags he's got to move through coming up.
Said his coach.
There's no sympathy here, my friend.
Only things coaches can say. Very good. Good job, CJ.
Yeah, great job, CJ.
All right, so we're going to get our results to you guys just momentarily in relation to the 90-kilo class. We had some fantastic times, and I actually think Brett Allen is still within the top 5 at least, which is incredible considering he was the first guy out and the youngest man here.
Promising future for that young man.
I full-heartedly agree. So let's see here. We're still getting some scores. I'm very interested. Momentarily, we'll have the official scores from the 90-kilo class in the load and pull medley. In the meantime, we are going to change weight classes to 105-kilo men, so the weight will increase from 275 and 300. 300 pounds is usually the weight you see at World's Strongest Man. But back to referencing the 90-kilo class. In first place, we have Cameron Peters with 50.01 seconds. In second place, we have CJ Kraus with 53.48 seconds. And in third place, we have Cesar Sierra in third place with 58.57. An honorable mention in Brett Allen taking fourth place with a distance of 148 feet, 2 feet shy of finish.
Wow. He earned every bit of it.
So our next athletes up, we have 2 athletes in the 105 men's division, Zach and Ben. Zach in lane number 1 and Ben James in lane number 2. Oh, sorry, just Zach right here. Zach is up here first. That is a 275-pound bag. The second bag is 300 pounds. That's absolutely incredible, even for this weight class. The standard of what is considered now weight class weight is incredible. This is exactly the weight that you'll often see at World's Strongest Man in medleys, 300 pounds.
Correct. That's the same weight that we used in our sandbags that I just did at Worlds.
Yeah, there you go.
We had 2 sandbags in our carry medley. That was the first event. It was 300 pounds each.
And a 105 man now is doing it in a regional qualifier now. It's unbelievable.
Incredible.
Now let's see how Zach's arm-over-arm action is here. Looks like he's got real strong hands. He could probably do with leaning back a little bit more in the finish, but overall he's doing great. Fantastic pulling from Zach here. He's nearly halfway down the course. He has 5 seconds. And a great final pull by Zach. Great work. Loading a 300-pound bag is incredibly impressive by Zach.
Indeed it is. I know how heavy those bags can feel, especially when you're carrying them over a distance like this. And it's all too often you can feel them just like making the lights want to go out.
Absolutely.
Especially if it's been a long day or you haven't hydrated as much. And I mean, it has been a long day for these guys already. And
Second to last event, they're 300 pounds crushing down on their diaphragm.
Crushing down, I mean, they've already done, this is their 4th event of work. They're hungry, their joints have been exerted. It takes a lot. And to see these guys step up to the plate and get the job done, it's inspirational.
Absolutely. In our second heat here, we have Ben James in lane number 1. And in lane number 2, we have Omar Salazar. Again, the sandbags used for this event in particular is a 275-pound bag, which is 125 kilos, and a 300-pound bag, which is 136.5 kilos. And yes, that is off the dome, just saying.
Yeah, I was going to say, you did that all in your head?
I did.
You don't have a chart saying it?
No,
That's
I don't.
impressive, sir.
I'm a weightlifting coach. I've had those numbers stuck in my head for years.
Well done.
All right, so both gentlemen doing really well to get that 275-pound bag off seemingly seamless.
I'm glad to see Omar get that up so well because his back was not cooperating with him on the deadlift.
Right.
But, you know, it is a deadlift to get these sandbags off the ground,
Absolutely.
a different type of deadlift, but here he goes. He's got the 300 in his lap, as does Ben. Both gentlemen moving down the course.
It's like Ben's sandbag might fall out of his hands just before, and it does, unfortunately, and Salazar just takes the lead now.
This is where Omar can make some points.
It really is. This is the huge now. Unfortunately, Ben is struggling with that 300-pound bag over there. It's going to be very frustrating for him. But Salazar now in lane number 2, crushing the arm-of-arm portion of this contest, doing a great job of driving through his legs and leaning back as far as he can. Great technique out of that Salazar.
We'd like to see a little bit more arm pull following that leg pull. Looks like he's just getting some legs.
Interesting.
There's not a lot of elbow flexion going on, but
and to his credit, Ben nearly catches up.
Incredible.
Ben James nearly catches up to Omar, even with that mishap.
you know, that just shows you how Ben really got to use his full body on those pulls.
Right.
Not just the legs, not just the arms, but both together in unison.
Absolutely.
I think that's just one area where Omar can improve on, but who knows? I mean, Omar's upper back and upper body might just be so taxed that it was just a matter of legs at that point.
Absolutely. One thing that I do really appreciate with this contest in particular is they're using the same individual to determine the length for both athletes, which I like. Keeps things nice and consistent.
A good control factor.
Yeah, it really is. It's something that a lot of people wouldn't necessarily think about, but it is important. So again, that was Ben James in lane number 1 and Omar Salazar in lane number 2. Our next two athletes to come out is Michael
Badaglino and Juan Luna.
That's right. Thank you so much for the assist.
You got it, brother.
Juan Luna, I could read. I got that one.
8 letters, no problem.
He's got a sweet last name in Luna. I love that last name. All right, so Michael in lane number 1, and in lane number 2 we have Juan.
And they're off.
Here we go. Great pick there by Juan Luna in lane number 2, and Michael just behind him.
You know, when they were doing their deadlift event, I was very impressed with how quick Juan was able to take off and start banging out reps. He's got the back power, and it's showing here too.
Yeah, he's explosive off the floor, and you can see that with that pick. The way that he ripped that is not easy to do. That's really impressive. Just behind him now is Michael, slightly lower on the body than probably he'd like, but Juan just finishing up in lane number 2. Now charging back, deciding to take off his belt.
Now Michael is a veteran athlete. I've known him for quite a while. He's going to do well on this hand over hand. He's probably done it many times before. But Juan does have that back strength.
Yeah, that back and leg strength out of Juan is really impressive. As of right now, Michael's actually catching up. This is really incredible. Michael actually might be exceeding now. It's getting close. Juan has the edge. Looks like he's going to hold on to it. Oh, wait.
Wow.
Let's see. Oh, it looks like Juan might have just edged him out just slightly.
I think so too. But
that was a great performance out of both athletes. Really giving their all.
The amount of time it took for Mike to get that second sandbag done and the edge that Juan had over him.
Yeah. Nearly
to see Mike reclaim all that lost ground. I mean,
that was really impressive.
That just shows you the technique.
Absolutely.
He's got some good technique on his pull.
You mentioned he's an experienced athlete, and it really showed, especially in the arm-for-arm portion of that contest.
Yeah, definitely. And experience is what it comes down to. There's so many factors at play. You know, essentially you have 3 different objects you're working with, two of which are the same, just different weight, but the sled. It's a setup where unless you have a platform you can use like this, like even if you try to replicate it sitting in a tire, it is not the same as being completely flat on the ground, having that low pulling or having to be able to drag your hips back and forth between each stroke. And a flimsy rope, trying to catch it between each pull, we talked about it early on when the women were competing. This is a lot of coordination at play here.
Absolutely, I completely agree. Look at our spotters and loaders. You're literally just picking up the sandbag. The sled to make sure things just get done fast. The athletes are strong. The loaders are also strong.
Who's sweating more, the athletes or the loaders?
I should say definitely the loaders at this point. All right, so in our next heat here for our 105 kilo division, we will have Terrence Porter in lane number 1. And in lane number 2, we will have Austin Hay, an athlete who you know quite well.
Austin's feeling like he's got some good momentum after these last 2 events.
Yeah, so he picked up quite a bit of points.
He did. Let's see how he can keep it going with these moving one.
Let's see here. A fast pick by Mr. Porter, going for the long option, interestingly enough. And Hay just behind him. Let's see here. Now this 300-pound bag is going to define quite a few things. Terrence Porter opting for a long style pick.
I feel like for 300 pounds, he picked that up off the ground so quickly.
That was really impressive, that initial pick by Porter. Hay just behind him. Now let's see how the arm technique for Terrence Porter is. Because I know he's a smaller guy, so it's a bit of a disadvantage. Not quite weighing as much as his peers, but his strength is seemingly on par with everyone. Austin Hay driving through his legs quite well. I feel like he can lean back just a little bit. Both gentlemen reaching as far forward as they can.
I feel like Austin could reach a little bit further forward, but
Looks like he could. Oh, Porter might finish this.
Porter
and
gets
he
it.
does. Porter with the event.
Austin gets it.
With the heat win, and
Wow.
Porter, Hay finishes as well. Oh my goodness, fantastic
Both men
performance.
finishing this load and carry medley,
Terrence Porter
or load and pull.
with this heat win, but Austin Hay just behind him. Not many men finished before them, so they just grabbed themselves a bunch of points. Fantastic work out of Terrence Porter and Austin Hay.
And there are a lot of points up for grabs with such a big division as this.
Yeah, there really is. And many, again, like I mentioned, many of these athletes did not finish. So these should solidify themselves at least within the top 5. We're going to find out, maybe even greater.
Then here comes our next heat. We have Juan Alimo in lane 1 and Servando Marroquin in lane 2.
So now Servando has been a bit of a revelation to watch in this contest so far. He's been doing a really good job.
Really good job indeed. I mean,
So far sitting in 3rd place going into this event.
think of his last 2 contests. You know, Beerstone, he got 1st place, and then right before that, he got 2nd place at the Arnold World Championships. He is riding some momentum in 2022 thus far.
Yeah, this definitely seems like to be a gentleman that we're going to be seeing in the 105 divisions for years to come.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt. Very talented,
He's
very
built
strong.
actually quite perfect for the class, too. He's not too big, but he looks like he can still pack on some muscle for the class. So again, we have John Alimo in lane number 1, and lane number 2, Servando Marroquin in lane number 2. So John actually seems to be opting to not
I
compete.
think I heard that he hurt his back, and so he's going to step out of this event.
Oh, I see. So
But he
John-
wants to be here for support.
Oh, well, that's very admirable of John to help his competitor, at least in cheering him on. But Juan, or Savenio rather, is flying with these sandbags right now.
Following Austin and Terrence, let's see where he stacks up.
I think so far I believe he's at a greater pace in relation to those two gentlemen. But we're going to see how his arm technique is now.
Fast. There we go.
These pulls are pretty good. He's driving through his legs quite well.
He could reach a little bit further forward, pull some more slack out of it,
I would
but
agree. He's starting to lean back better now. There
There's
he
the
goes.
legs.
That's the pull. Now he's
That's
starting to
it.
get this. He might finish this. Savenio has it in him. Savenio, come on, he could do this. He could do this. A couple more big pulls. He's so close. He's so close. He's so close. And I'm not sure if that will count. We shall see where they will judge him. What do you think, Gabe? That was really close.
from my point of view, I see that thing touching the platform.
Oh, interesting, says the coach. No bias at all.
Well, I mean, I do see that sled touch. Well, they
The
moved it
sled
now.
did
but
hit. It did go. Now it matters if they will count the distance after when they say time or where the sled ends up on the final pole. If that's the case,
was that talked about in the rules
then it
meeting?
was not. So I think it should default to him getting a finish, personally.
I feel like if the stroke was applied before the timer and the sled is in motion, wherever the sled falls after the stroke, because the power's already been applied.
I'm inclined to agree. I'm inclined to agree.
But it is not my call.
It isn't. But based on how the judges moved, there was no judging of distance. I think they get him the finish.
Yeah, I think so too.
Which honestly, great for Savenio. He killed it.
Yeah.
So we have our last two athletes in Alec Sukup, and I just messed up my own name, and Garrett Payne.
Sorry, I think I called you Alex at one
I know.
point during
Isn't
the
that
stream.
wild? Here we go. Wow, Alec flying down here with that 275 bag, and Garrett just behind him. Sukup is a very young, extremely strong young athlete here. He's really impressed me here today. Oh, but he just drops the 300-pound bag, giving Garrett the window. But Alec recovered so easily. Oh, my goodness.
So fast.
This heat is wild.
So explosive.
just finishes even with that hiccup. He still recovered so well.
We'll see how he goes on this pull because Garrett is one heck of a veteran athlete.
Garrett has a lot of experience. Again, he's a big man cutting down to this class, so he's going to have that power. So we're going to see, but Sukup is nearly halfway down the field already. Garrett just now starting to get his pulls in.
Oh, Sukup is flying.
I mean, Sukup right now is destroying the field. This is unbelievable. One more big pull, and he's already finished. Garrett is nearly halfway done. Sukup gets the finish. Garrett leaning all the way back with a fantastic finish with each stroke here. He needs one more big pull to get some good points. Oh, nearly missed out on that finish. He's a little frustrated. I totally understand that, but his performance was still quite good. Now we'll see where the points land here. Great performance out of both men, but Sukup really with a dominating performance there.
You know, Alec right there had really put on a true display of the symphony of seamlessness between the leg drive and the arm pull.
Absolutely.
You know, they're doing the same weight on the sandbags.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you've got nearly a 700-pound sled at the point that it's loaded. And Alec was using his technique in such a way that thing was still gliding.
Yeah.
Significantly with each stroke.
Absolutely.
I mean, you talk about people you want to look towards on how to get this thing done. There you go.
Honestly, my favorite aspect of Alex Sukup so far during this contest is the fact that even when he stumbles, even when he makes mistakes similar to when he did in the yoke, his recovery is so blistering fast, you would never have guessed that he had made a mistake.
And what does that tell you about an athlete? You know, it's someone who is very well aware of their own gravitational it's gravitational awareness. Let's call it that. They've got great balance.
Yeah.
They've got great reactive speed, good agility. I mean, this is a guy who is not just strong in strongman terms.
Yeah.
But he's strong in all the other facets of strength that get overlooked, like speed, balance, coordination, agility.
He's very kinesthetically aware.
Yes.
He knows exactly where his body is in
it.
space.
That's a very good way to put it.
All right, so now we're going to have our Masters 40-plus division. We're using the exact same weights that we just saw in the 90-kilo division.
These are big bags.
So 275 and 300 pounds. I'm sorry, in the 105, pardon me. We saw the 105 division, so 275 and 300 for the Masters 40-plus division. Our first athlete up, well, interestingly, we have two athletes up, and we really probably should just have one, but we have two athletes, I'm assuming, in Ricky Kelly in lane number 1 and Adam Larson. Wait, no, pardon me. This is incorrect. This is our open man. Wait, no, it isn't.
Adam Larson and Chris Porter.
Adam Larson and Chris Porter, lane number 1. I see. So Ricky Kelly might have opted to pull out of the contest because he should have been the first man out.
Maybe not pull out of the contest, maybe just skip out on this.
Yeah.
I mean, these are heavy bags.
So Chris Porter just finishes that 300-pound bag. It looks like Adam Larson is now starting the bag. So Chris getting some distance now, about to begin that arm over on. Adam Larson just dropping that bag there. It just really goes to show you just how difficult a 300-pound bag really is, even for a large, strong man like Adam Larson. Chris gassed out, opting to get some good distance and just calling it there. Great performance out of both men, really. I think I just heard him say, I hate loading events, which, you know, I totally understand. An event like this is just, it's so demanding.
I can totally understand the sentiment.
Yeah. Not to be fair, you're a great loader.
Doesn't make it any easier, man.
Yeah.
It is tough to keep a big body in motion, let alone a big body in motion with another big object in hand.
Absolutely. All right, so I'm assuming that we won't see Ricky Kelly come out for this event. So that would be the end of the Masters 40-plus division. Let's see if we can quickly go back over the 105 division and get some time. So in first place in the load and pull medley, we have Alex Sukup taking first place with 47.89 seconds. In second place, so fast. In second place, we have a Terrence Porter. Wow. Terrence Porter taking second place with 54.57 seconds. And in third place, we have Austin Hay with 57.89. That's incredible.
And they did give that distance to Servando, finishing in 60 seconds flat.
They did. Where is Servan? There he is in fourth place. An honorable mention, fourth place by Servan. Great work for him. And great work to you, Coach. Well done.
In all fairness, he has been coaching himself over the past few months.
Okay.
So, he's really doing some good work on his own. But it's incredible watching this guy grow.
Outstanding. Now, In our next class that we have coming up, we have the open men's division, the heavyweight men that some people refer to as now. They're sandbags for this contest. They're going to feature something nice and heavy. They're going 300 and 325.
Even bigger.
That's brutal.
Brutal indeed. You know, 320, any bag over 300 is a significant challenge.
Yeah, it's a
Significant
It's obscene.
challenge. You know, for some of these guys that walk around at 300 just slightly under, this is well above their body weight. And when you're that big of a human, when you're talking about things as close to your body weight as possible, it's heavy. It really is.
It's just freaking heavy.
100 total feet with bags in hand, and then another 50 feet dragging a nearly 800-pound sled.
Unbelievable. Yes, so our open class men should be first. So before this event starts, let's go over the placings for the open class men. So far in first place, we have Stephen Good. In second place, it looks as though we have an Eric Carlson. And in third place, I believe we have Dominic Kukoi. Did I pronounce that right?
Kwikwi.
Kwikwi.
And that's with Seth Sukup in a very close fourth.
Absolutely. Right, so our first athlete out for the open class division should be Wyatt Shiflett in lane number 1. And in lane number 2, we have Keith Green. Again, this is a 300-pound bag and a 325-pound bag being loaded into a sled and then arm-over-arm drag back. A great pick and load and run, rather, by Wyatt. Green just behind him. Again, that's Wyatt Shiflett in lane number 1. He's the athlete closest to the Southwest Regional banner, and the closest to the screen right now in lane number 2 is Keith Green. Keith Green already getting that 325.
This size of a bag requires some severe packing into it. You know, it's long, it wants to flop all over the place. It's very hard to get that secure grip.
Absolutely.
And I think Wyatt is really getting to wrestle with it right now.
Green already on the arm of her arm. He's got 20 seconds to work. Not bad first pull.
Not bad at all, but it's a heavy sled.
Oh, yeah.
The systems are taxed.
Yeah, at this point, the sled is nearly, let's see here, nearly 800 pounds, I believe. I believe the sled in and of itself is quite heavy.
Yep.
All right, fantastic work by Keith Green and Wyatt there. Getting quite a bit, with some good distance there.
Keith, our pace setter, clearing about half the distance on the load portion of this medley.
Yeah. We'll find out exactly how hard this medley is based on that performance. So far, almost every first person to go has actually done incredible. Completely throwing off my initial predictions.
And, I mean, the pressure is on them.
Yeah.
You think of them setting the pace for the rest of their class, but you also think of that they are going first because they did not do well on the previous event. So there's that level of
Would you mind explaining that for someone who might not know? Why are they going first?
Yeah, for the viewers at home in the audience, the placing of the previous event dictates the order in which the athlete will go on the next event. So, you know, prior to this event, we had the axle deadlift. For the athletes that got last in the axle deadlift, they will be the first to go in this event, being the next event of the contest.
Is there a disadvantage to that?
Well, the disadvantage is that you don't have as long to rest in shorter competitions, but luckily the athletes have had a good amount of time to rest in this one. But you don't have the luxury of knowing what your fellow rivals are going to do. You don't know how fast they're going to move. You don't get to see them go down the course with the same weights you're going to use. It really all falls on you to set the pace.
Absolutely.
But if you've got that fire lit under you from not doing well on one that you weren't necessarily the strongest on, if it is an event where you can shine, you can really get in the head of all the other guys.
Absolutely.
Or gals who are soon to follow.
So now in lane number 1, we have Bradley Pillow, and lane number 2, Nathan Norman. Let's see how these competitors do here. Great pick so far.
Bradley, strong and solid.
Yeah, fantastic work out of Bradley there.
Nathan's got a nice high grip.
I really like where Nathan's arms are in relation to that bag. He has it quite high on his chest. Bradley already back to that 325-pound bag. Nathan with a near slip up there, but he's okay.
Gotta love these convention center floors.
Hey, they're slippy boys. Very similar to the floor that you won nationals on.
There was one nationals year where we had a carry medley. Trey would remember it. We took off our shoes and ran it barefoot. And then from every nationals after, there was a specific rule that we could not be barefoot.
Oh, that's funny.
Just a bunch of big hobbits running around.
Bradley already back to that arm over arm, getting some distance now. We're going to see what we can do in relation to Green. Bradley getting some good long pulls, and so is now Nathan Norman back to the pulling position.
With the weight of this sled, you really have to bring your hips into play. If you try to do it just all arms, It is a tough order to fill.
You're not going to get much momentum on this one. Wow, Nate Bradley with a fantastic distance there.
He really turned up towards the end.
It seems as though some of the athletes are really finding their groove as their distance kind of continues.
Well, I think there's an element of this sled, too, that when you do finally get into your rhythm and then all of a sudden you hear 10 seconds, you're like, oh, my gosh, I really got to get some points here.
Absolutely. That was a fantastic effort out of Bradley Pillow in lane number 1 and Nathan Norman in lane number 2. Our next heat to come up will consist of Charles Pillet and Daniel Moreno. The only people working harder today than these incredible athletes are the loaders who have to reset all this equipment every 60 seconds for, I don't know, 200 plus times a day.
You got to admire them. It's a lot of work.
I mean, it certainly helps when you have a former world's strongest man as one of the loaders. That certainly helps.
It definitely
and Tommy
does.
Lavelle. But, and even the rest of them are quite big and jacked, and it's pretty useful for that today. All right, so once again, we have Charles Pillet in lane number 1, furthest to the screen, and Daniel Moreno in lane number 2, closest to the camera. Seems as though we're going to check some distance really quick before we start this to make sure things are all even and fair. Just checking out some things and confirm distance and time. Pretty normal procedure, especially with an event like this. You want to make sure everything is even and square between both lanes.
It's a high-stakes event, and there's a lot on the line. You know, you want to make sure it's as fair as can be.
Absolutely. All right, looks like we're about ready now. Once again, we have Charles Pillet in lane number 1 and Daniel Moreno in lane number 2. All right, great pick and load by Daniel in lane number 2.
And Chuck is off as well.
All right, already in the sled there for lane number 2. Fantastic work by Daniel. Chuck not too far behind. That's how he handles his 325-pound bag.
Daniel.
Great pick out of Daniel.
Daniel is an athlete who, from the second I met him, he was just a naturally gifted stone and odd object loader. And it shows you on that big bag.
He just loaded it into the sled well ahead of his competitor.
He is a tall athlete. He's got long levers. I hope he can use it to his advantage here.
Let's see what
he needs to bring his hips into play.
He's got 20 seconds now. It's not a lot of time, but he has the body for it. Chuck now just getting the 325 in the bag. Daniel getting some incredible pulls there. He's got to sit back up a lot faster and pull as hard as he can. Come on, Daniel. Daniel's getting close. One more big pull in him. And he's done. Great work by Daniel.
He got close.
You got so close to finish that in lane number 2.
Such long pulls.
And not for nothing, Chuck, way to go and get some distance at all after dropping that 325 on the way to initially loading it.
Definitely a great event for Daniel here.
Yeah, that was awesome performance out of lane number 2 and Daniel Moreno.
Stepping up next, we've got Brett Vaughn in lane 1 and John Green in lane 2.
Both big boys. Both big, strong men here. Now, you might find with big, strong men like this that the sandbag carry might be fairly difficult, but the arm of our arm might fly.
I don't know. I think, you know, we're seeing these guys in the upper half or close to the, not our openers, let's say that, to where they've proven themselves. They've proven themselves. They're going to move well with the bags. They're going to move well with the sled. But as I've been saying, like a broken record throughout this whole specific event, it is a lot of work to cram into 60 seconds time. And even with Daniel finishing with a surplus of over 20 seconds for his pull, that was still not enough.
Right.
Not quite enough to get the sled across.
It seems as though, based on the other competitors, you need about 30 seconds. It seems like 30 seconds is the marker to determine whether they'll finish this this particular portion.
But think
of the
about
lift.
what that means. That means each of these bags in 15 seconds or less.
Right, which is blistering. That or be incredible at the arm of arm, right?
Yeah.
Those are kind of your only two options.
That's a big or.
Yeah, those are really your only two options of this event in particular. It is a fun event. It's an interesting combination of things. Reminds me somewhat similar to the event at the Shaw Classic, where they had the wheelbarrow loading and the arm-of-arm portion as well. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, I remember that well. That's the second thing I ever passed out on.
Yeah.
Going head-to-head with Brian Shaw, no less.
All right, Brett Vaughn in lane number 1 and John Green in lane number 2.
John's got a nice high pick.
Yeah, John is running this quite comfortably. Stuffing whatever I just said.
But at 325 pounds in this bag, I want to see how they handle this.
So he tips it over first. Interesting approach. And
Quick
an easy pick out of John. Incredible.
You know, I get some Wesley Claiborne vibes off of John Green right here with how comfortable he looks with that sandbag.
I mean, he did an excellent job there. For a large man, too, he is running fast. But look at that first pick. Really intelligent use of his legs there. Lane number 1.
I think he might have strained a bicep or something. He stepped off.
Seems to have opted to stop competing. John's got to finish with some strong pulls here. Come on, John.
Not quite as close as Daniel, but still he moved very well with those sandbags.
Sandbags, I'm actually
I really like how
impressed.
high he was able to get those up in position to carry.
His ability to have it high in his chest was really impressive. Clearly well practiced.
Not 100% sure what happened with Brett there. I know he attempted that 325 bag and something felt off. You know, whether it's his back, his bicep, hamstring.
What do you say to an athlete like that who chooses to do something? Let's say it's your athlete. I would like to assume it's probably a smart decision.
I mean, I always tell my athletes, no one knows what you're feeling other than you. You know, and the most important thing, it's not victory, it's your continued health. So if you feel like something's really off, you've got to keep your future in mind. You really do. And I would like to think that, you know, Brett stepped off of the field right there and called it there because he felt something was off. Yeah. And that, you know, smart calls like that can very easily be the determining factor on walking out of here with a smile on your face or walking out of here knowing that you've got an impending surgery bill. Right. You know? Right. And no one wants the latter.
No one wants that one. So now in our next heat here, we have Colton Sloan in lane number 1 and Chase Woods in lane number 2. I believe Colton is our Canadian representative today.
That's correct.
In this North American Regional Games. That being said, it's the Southern Regional, so he picked the most southern portion he could possibly go to in order to qualify. Again, Colton in lane number 1 and Chase in lane number 2. Let's see how these men handle these sandbags. And Chase with a fantastic pick off the ground there.
Colton's got to crank it back just like that Iron Cross. There we go.
That pace that Chase just put on in relation to that run was really impressive. Jogging back now, setting himself up for that 325. Let's see how the pick off the ground looks. Oh, wow.
A one motion.
Dude, incredible. Better than the first. And Colton's giving this 325 everything he's got. Now, Chase really needs to pick up the pace here on this arm of arm to really solidify himself with some good points. Colton's barely making that 325 to the sled now. Just barely making it.
I think Chase is going to get this. He's got time.
He's got time, but he's got to lean back and push a lot harder. He's not quite leaning on these pulls. Oh, he could do this. He needs some big pulls.
He's waiting too long in between each stroke.
I agree. See, now, had Chase had pulled like that on that very last one, and almost all, I think undoubtedly he would have finished.
Undoubtedly, and there were 2 or 3 strokes there where he kind of lagged a little bit, like almost paused in between them. And this is just very minute areas of technical refinement that these guys have to consider if they want to take that step effectively. Right. Not just to OSG, but to Giants Live, to World's Strongest Man.
And this is obviously not a critiquing a Chase in a negative light, but just pointing out the fact that, one, he did so good, he can even do better.
Exactly. And you only get to consider these next levels if you do good.
Right, exactly.
Right?
It is those little things. It's a combination of little things, all the process that you know all too well. So as we have our equipment reset, we're going to move obviously to our next 2 athletes. Our next grouping will be Xavier Wisman in lane number 1, and lane number 2, Scott Deese. I'm really interested to see how Scott handles these bags here. Man's a bit of a powerhouse.
Judging by his deadlift, he's got a lot of speed picking up objects straight from the ground.
Yeah, wide back, strong off the ground. It's going to be real fun to watch him with these sandbags. Xavier over here looks really focused. He's really zoning in on this event. I love the body language. I love where his head's at. Here we go. Let's see how Scott handles this bag. Oh, yeah, about what we expected. A very easy pick. But both gentlemen are about lined up together. Exactly. I think Xavier has a bit of a lead. Just drops it in first to see the run back. All right. Smooth operations thus far. Xavier getting to the bag just slightly ahead of Scott Deese. Great pick, great look, great stand now.
Xavier really, really technical and precise with how quick he maneuvered that bag up.
Incredibly proficient. Clearly something he's practiced with. Now, he has time. He could do this. If he has big pulls, he could finish this thing.
There's that 20-second mark, just like Daniel got, just like we've seen consistently. Is it enough?
He's doing a great job pulling. He's almost there, he's almost there. Xavier's doing a great job, more than halfway down the course. Oh,
so close.
Oh, he's so close. Great performance out of both guys. Excellent
It just
work.
seems like 20 seconds is not quite enough to get it done.
If you have 20 seconds, you better be really tall and have crazy long pulls.
Yeah, but I mean, and here we go to the upper portion of our roster for these open male athletes.
Oh, yeah. Our next heat is going to have some really incredible athletes in Seth Sukup, the brother of Alex Sukup, and Donald Tragilia.
Something about those Sukup boys, man. There's just some explosiveness.
They know how to move.
They know how to move.
They got
know how
big
to
old
work.
legs, and they know how to run fast.
Yeah, and I mean, but talking about big old legs.
I mean, Seth Sukup looks like he's a tree trunk for legs.
He does.
He just has trunks. The man kind of looks like Luke Stoltman from the waist down.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, impressive.
The Oak.
Yeah, let's just, you know what? Seth the Oak Sukup. That's it. It's sold. That's it.
How many nicknames have we bestowed today? We
Me,
had
it's mostly
Damien the
You're
Storm, and then
yeah, Damien
Seth
the Storm.
Seth the Oak. And then Donald right here. He is just a massive man. He is going to move with these bags well. We saw it on his deadlift. And that deadlift strength translates very well to both these sandbags and the pool.
Absolutely. All right, Seth Sukup in lane number 1. In lane number 2, Donald Trigilla. Let's see how these boys do. Great pick out of Seth. Oh, and Donald with the unfortunate mishap of dropping the bag. Seth just ahead here. Drops it into the sled already, running back. He's making great time. Donald getting that first bag to the sled, running back now. Seth with the 325 and manhandles it off the ground. Fantastic performance. I love that he's leaning back. He's got it high in the chest. Donald, see how he handles his 325 now?
Donald's unfortunately eating up a lot of time.
Unfortunately.
Seth is ready. He's going to give it a run here.
Right in the middle of this thing now. So
That's not going to.
Probably should be fine.
That should be fine. But Chris close right there to get it out of the way.
Thank you, Chris. I mean, with the pace right now, Seth has a chance of finishing this, and if he does, he'll be the first athlete to do so.
15 seconds left.
He could do this. He could do this. He just needs to drive a little bit harder through those legs and keep reaching. Oh, one more big pull. Just one more big pull. Oh, just short.
Oh my gosh.
Incredible.
We are just not seeing this finished.
Oh man, this just goes to show how hard this is with the larger the bag. It's quite literally just a large. That was so impressive by Seth Sukup.
2 inches.
Good. I mean, he's
like
obviously in the lead here. Someone should probably grab. Okay, he's okay. He's obviously in the lead here, but still, that was so close to finishing. Wow.
We got
Seth,
4
the
more
Luke
athletes.
Stoltman-legged Sukup.
Yeah, Seth the Oak.
Killing that performance today.
If there's any athlete that can clear this total distance, it's going to be one of these 4, if not all of them.
We have 4 killers coming up next. Our next heat is Eric Carlson and Dominic Quickly. That's a crazy heat.
It is, and these two have competed against each other head-to-head before.
Oh, yeah.
They will embrace this and to get the most out of it. It is a high-stakes electric matchup between the two.
It's going to be a fantastic year. I'm really looking forward to see how Eric handles it. Eric is a phenomenal mover. Honestly, a guy that big, you wouldn't guess that he runs that fast. But that man's a bull.
The different facial expression between these two men. I mean, Eric is all smiles and calm and collected, and Dom is fuming, getting ready to charge out the gates.
I love it. Very different individuals, but both incredible competitors.
Yeah.
Very different in their approach. Again, we have in lane number 1, furthest from the screen, it's Eric Carlson. In lane number 2, Dominic Quickly. Looks like we're about to get started here. Here we go. Both men runs and charge that bag. First bag off the ground by Carlson, who shoulders the bag and goes for a sprint.
Shoulders a
Oh,
300.
Like it was nothing. Let's see if he attempts to do that with the 325. However, Dominic is the first one back to the 325. Let's see if Eric opts to shoulder this. His belt's right in the way. I hope he minds himself of that. Dominic is already on the way.
Shoulders at 325.
Incredible. That man, all right. Okay, well, we know that he's going to be good at the
We can only
Sandbag
assume that
shoulder.
he's warming up for the ladder that's coming next.
Exactly. He doesn't want to hit any reps prior, but right now Dominic is in the lead. Let's see how that long frame is going to assist him in this arm roll. However, Eric Carlson is already catching up and exceeding the distance.
And
Eric
look at
Carlson,
the technique. Such long pulls from Eric.
He's getting, look how far back and high pulling he is with his technique here. Now Dominic choosing not to do as much, but Eric is going to finish this. And we have our first event finisher in Eric Carlson. Oh my goodness. Incredible. And Dominic just getting past the halfway line.
Picture perfect pulls from Eric.
Watch Eric Carlson. That is how you do arm over arms. The man came from behind and dominated that arm over arm portion. First athlete to finish.
You know, what is it? Is it so much more
Look
that
at the size of that man. He's a gorilla.
Of course, but is it so much that he had, you know, the long pulls? Or was he able to do those long pulls because he shouldered the sandbags and didn't have to keep his elbows under constant flexion?
I think it's because his back has its own time zone. That's what I think it is. I think it's because he's a massive man.
Absolutely incredible.
That was really fantastic work
To
out of Eric
see
Carlson.
an almost 800-pound sled be sliding like that,
Yeah, for real.
that's challenging the laws of physics borderline.
All right,
you
so
know?
now if you're Stephen Good, who's in the lead right now, coming into this last event here, and if you're Damian Dunn as well, you have to finish this now. You don't have a choice. You have to finish.
You have to finish, and you have to do it well. You got to secure points, and I mean, these guys are here, the last heat to go, because they have done so well leading up to this point.
Right. Now, right now, we have Stephen Good in lane number 1, who's furthest from the screen, and in lane number 2, we have Damian Dunn.
Damian the Storm.
Damian the Storm Dunn. I love it.
Hot out the gates like a bolt of lightning.
All right. I can dig it. All right, now let's see. This is going to be a really interesting heat here. All right, see how these gentlemen handle the sandbags, and Stephen Good with a fast pick, but so is Damian Dunn. I think Stephen just edging him out in the lead here. Both gentlemen get it in the bag. Oh, and Dunn gets it in first.
Two men so well matched against each other.
It seems as though that Dunn is a bit more lighter. He is lighter in body weight, so he's able to go slightly faster. However, do not count out the strength and athleticism of Stephen Good, especially when it comes to his arm over arm.
The Stevens' length and size on this arm over arm is going to be integral in his ability to finish.
And he's getting back first. Dunn is just behind him now. Now let's see where this technique goes for both these gentlemen. Stephen is already starting to get those pulls in, and he's opting for more a rapid approach, while Dunn is going for these longer pulls. Oh, now he's not so much. Stephen, over halfway mark. He's going to get this.
Stevens getting it.
He's going to finish.
Stevens getting some good slide.
Will he beat Eric Carlson? And he
Stephen does it.
Stephen Good with a phenomenal finish. Damian Dunn can finish this. He needs one more bigger pull, and he gets it. He gets it. Amazing, amazing performance out of both these gentlemen. That was fantastic work. Now we're going to see where the points line up for that. That was incredible.
To see the last 3 athletes of the entire heat being the only ones to finish.
Right. Their positions justified at this point. They're solidified that these top 3 are absolutely incredible.
The accuracy, the power, the precision, it all came out to play right there.
That was amazing. So we're going to see. Obviously, we're going to get the scores in a little bit. I think Eric might have taken second on that. I think Stephen edged him out, but I don't think Dunn quite edged Eric.
I mean, we'll see.
We'll find out. We'll
see.
It's purely conjecture here. That being said, that was the last 2 of the Open Clash, gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching us. We'll give you the results later. My name is Alec Jose, and I'm joined by my partner in crime,
Gabriel Pena.
And we'll be back to you guys soon.
See you soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning back in to the Southwest Official Strongman Games Regional. We are headed into our last event, which is a sandbag to shoulder medley. Gabe, give us your opinion on this. Have you ever seen this type of event?
I have seen this type of event, but I will say I am looking forward to this event the most.
Oh, yeah.
You know, typically we have Atlas stones as the final event of a contest.
Right.
Sandbags are very similar to Atlas stones, except they like to flop around.
Right.
And these athletes have to shoulder every single one of these in a series for fastest time. This is very much a grand finale. Technique, precision, speed, power. I'm really looking forward to this one a lot.
Yeah, this is going to be an amazing event. I love that the Strongman Games team have included this in all of the regionals. It's the one event that's in every single regional. That will end each regional to really determine, and with that, we get to see who in the country actually is the best at this event. It's going to be really interesting to see all that. Our first two athletes coming up is Artillery Apodoga and Chelsea Cullen in lane number 2. Lane number 2 will be furthest from us, so it'll be to the right of your screen. Lane number 1 will be to the left of your screen. So yes, this is going to be a really fun event. I'm very much looking forward to it. I personally have never seen a sandbag to shoulder medley or a loading ladder like this before, so I'm really excited. I mean, I know the official Strongman Games is very partial to like these heavy ladders, like the deadlift ladder, for example. So it's exciting that we're going to see this potentially, who knows, wink, wink, at the games.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, we will see. But the athletes have to be precise and powerful and speedy, but at the same time, they have to show their judge that they've got established control of that thing on the shoulder.
Yeah, so why don't you go over the basic rules with us? What do you think they'll be?
So each athlete will start with the lightest bag. They will pick it up from the ground, usually to their lap, and then bring it to their shoulder. Now, once they get it to the shoulder, they have to keep control of it by holding onto it with one arm, and they will release with the other arm. If the sandbag stays right where it's set, and it doesn't fall away from them, the athlete has what we call established control. They get the rep. They get a down command. They get to move to the next one. And they have to repeat that for this series of 4 bags of increasing weight.
Right.
But they have to show that established control. If they don't, their judge will not give them a down command. Even if they put that down, they don't get the rep. They don't get to move on.
Right.
They have to redo the bag.
Exactly. And which, interesting enough, with this event in and of itself, like I mentioned, it's going to be at all of the regional competitions, so people get to compete with each other. The weights for the 64-kilo class is 100 pounds, 125 pounds, 150 pounds, 175 pounds. So 4 ladders. Oh, and for those just tuning in, by the way, my name is Alec Jose. I'm a strength coach and a strongman coach. I'm joined by the lovely and amazing Gabriel Pena.
Great to be here, Alec. It's, like I said, the grand finale to a monumental day of strength here in North America.
Absolutely. So our first athlete up is Artillery Apodoga in lane number 1. Let's see how she does in this event here. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Apodoga. Yeah, that was pretty. See how she does in the second bag here. Fighting to get it on her shoulder. And now she gets a clean down command.
Clean down command there by Chris Close, her judge. This is her 150-pound bag.
Now, this is 10 pounds over her own body weight that she weighed in at. So she's fighting to get this to the shoulder. She can do it. She's got to shuffle it up her body, some pops. Keep driving through those legs.
She does not want to have to drop this and repick it because that's wasted energy. She's already spent so much energy getting it there. It's tough to watch.
And unfortunately, she drops that third bag at 150 pounds, so she has time. Let's see if she can get this.
Well above her own body weight.
I love her pick technique. It's clean and efficient. However, it just simply is just heavy. It's just a heavy bag. At the end of a very long day. Great work by Artillery Apodoga. Great work. Now, she was in lane number 1. Now, our next 2 athletes should fulfill both lanes. In lane 1, we will have Chelsea Cullen. And lane number 2, we have Maria Parson. Person, rather. I really do love events like this because not only is it a medley, so you're considering speed and things like that, but for a lot of people, it's a max. So that last bag, or even the third bag, might be a true 1RM PR.
Absolutely, and we saw that with that Zuri right now. That third bag, I mean, you have to get into a fight with it.
Exactly. Wow, Chelsea with a clean first rep. That was amazing out of lane number 1. Also matching her so far is lane number 2 in Maria, getting that bag just before Chelsea. And down. Maria working on that third 150-pound bag. It seems to be the barrier for these athletes in the 64-kilo division. It's a big weight. Again, it's 10 pounds over weight in body weight.
Oh, it is such a fight that these ladies are putting up.
Again, that's like you having to shoulder a 320-pound bag, which I obviously am pretty sure you could do.
I can do it, but it sure as hell ain't easy, I tell you what.
Both that ladies are struggling to fight this 150-pound bag. They could do it. For those watching internationally, it's about 69 kilos.
And they are going to give it everything here, but they might just fall out short of time. And, you know, there's a point where you know, the other event that you have that you bring an object to shoulder is typically the stone to shoulder, the atlas stone to shoulder. But that is a uniform concrete sphere.
Yeah.
Very easy to roll up the body like a wheel. You can't roll up these sandbags.
No.
They will stay where you put them. They will flop, and they will try to get away from you every single step of the way.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of hop it up repeatedly, kind of bouncing it up, shimmying it up higher. But when you have, let's say, like that third bag, 150 pounds in motion, jumping it up and catching it back down the shoulder, there is a significant amount of downforce. And we may, I hope we don't, but we may see it to where a sandbag takes down an athlete today.
It's happened before, but in our heat now we have Deandra Flores in lane number 1, lane 2 we have Miranda DeMarc. Now these athletes, it's important for them to do well because they are fighting for third place right now.
They are.
They need to do well.
That third spot to OSG that they want.
This is for the invite. Chelsea, wrong names on screen here, but Deandra Flores needs to do well, and Miranda DeMarc needs to keep up with her or beat her.
Deandra, the first one to shoulder the 150 bag.
Absolutely. Deandra's getting to the last bag. If she does this, she might have solidified her way
175
to the Strongman
pounds.
Games.
She can do it. She's going to have to get into a fight.
She's going to have to pop here, just like you mentioned.
This is for points.
She could do this. She needs to fight for it. And her competitor, Miranda's catching up.
Oh.
Who's going to do it? If her competitor gets this, she might seal the deal. Oh, wow, and Miranda just drops it. Oh, but so far, Deandra was the first to get to the last bag, so I think that means she solidified her ticket to the official Strongman Games, but not without a fight.
Yeah, it makes me feel bad for just talking about the sandbags taking people down. We just saw it on that last one, but it's such a tremendous amount of weight, of floppy weight. You have to jump it up and catch it.
But I believe,
especially if you're leaning to the side, it's so easy for that bag to just.
I believe I can confidently say, though, Deandra just got her way to the official Strongman Games. Congratulations to her and her coach, Mr. Pena. Well done.
Very proud of that one for sure. And I know it's only going to ignite more of a fury burning within her to win and chase that next stage.
All right, in our last heat, we have Jess Garcia and Sarah Furman, who are tied, who are at 1 point separating the two. So now they are fighting not only for first place, but first place comes with a $500 travel stipend to the games. So they want that money. They want this win. Sarah Furman with the lead going into the last bag. Incredible performance out of both ladies. Let's see if Sarah Furman gets this last bag. It weighs 175 pounds. Damn near 25 pounds over body weight. And
Sarah
she gets it.
She is happy. What a stellar way to end the day today.
And the finish by Miss Garcia as well. Phenomenal 64-kilo athlete. So at this point, we can confidently say in first place is Sarah Furman, earning her ticket to the World's Strongest Woman U64 and a $500 travel stipend to get there. In second place, Jess Garcia, who also gets her invite to the official Strongman Games and gets her entry paid for. And the same thing for Miss Deandra Flores. She gets her entry paid for and a ticket to the official Strongman Games.
Massive congratulations to these ladies. What a way to finish the show today.
Honorable mention in fourth place should be, let's see here, should be Miranda once the points are put in. But congratulations to all these athletes. This is an outstanding performance in the 64-kilo division. Now, our next division is going to be the Masters Women. The Masters Women are going to be using the same weights as the 64-kilo women, so you're not going to see any weight change. Although, no, we are seeing some weight change. Hold on now. Let's see what they've chosen to go with.
Is that a tie?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
We have a tie for third place. This will be interesting. Now, more than likely,
hold on here.
It might be potentially an error, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, we'll come back to that.
If there is a tie, though, what we will more than likely see is them go back to the time on the last event that we see on screen.
There we go.
So Deandra did punch her ticket, so she is good because she got to the last bag faster than Miranda. So Congratulations again to Sarah Furman in first place, getting a $500 stipend, invite to official Strongman Games. Jess Garcia getting her invite to the official Strongman Games, and Deandra getting an invite to the official Strongman Games. All 3 athletes, their entry fees paid for. First place, $500 travel stipend.
Incredible.
Outstanding work. Now, for the Masters women, let's pull them up here.
Here's Leslie Nickman.
Now, the Masters women should be using the same bags as the 64-kilo women. Leslie Nickman coming up here in lane number 1. Okay, solid performance on that first bag. A little bit of a peace sign on that. I like that on the handoff. Now the bag rolled on her there in a lapse. It's going to be interesting to see if it's going to be easier to get to her shoulder or not. Leslie Nickman fighting for position here, fighting for that second bag. She needs this. And she gets the down command. Great work by Leslie. And what would be your general pacing on an event like this, considering similar weights that you imagine you'd have to use for yourself?
There's no pacing. There's just getting the job done.
It's just fighting.
Getting the job done, accuracy, precision, making sure you don't fumble it, you don't drop it, you don't waste any energy. It is the top spot, and there is no room for error. So that means a lot of practice and a lot of training leading to this moment.
She's fighting now for this third bag. This third bag is 150 pounds, about 69 kilos. It has proven to be quite difficult for many of the athletes that have gone so far. Well, great performance out of Leslie Nickman, getting 2 bags. Outstanding performance there. And this is our Masters Women's Division. It's our Masters Open Division for those watching. So these ladies are 40 years old or older. Now, in our second heat, we have Christy Stefanik in lane number 1, and in lane number 2, Laura O'Connor Butler. Now, for this class, 2 athletes will have the opportunity to go to the games. Slight little slip up there by Christy on the floor. Very slick. But Butler getting an easy second rep, so does Christy. Laura looking quite confident with the initial pick of the sandbag. Getting that third one to her shoulder now, just about to get the down command. And she does. Christy not far behind her, though. She's about to get that down command as well. And she does. On to the last bag for Laura O'Connor Butler. Last bag as well for Christy. Let's see if Laura can get this bag. She's been proven to be really skillful with sandbags this whole competition.
Laura gets it.
Gets the last
the whole
bag.
ladder.
Amazing work by Miss Butler there. Fantastic work. Christy's not far behind her. She can do this.
She's maintaining a good ramp position. She's not going to drop that thing unless she absolutely has to. But having to constantly jump this bag up and down. She's getting closer to the shoulder.
She's almost there, and she's just out of time.
So close.
Amazing work out of Butler, and amazing work out of Stefanik. Great work, ladies.
Laura slightly coming out on top and getting that last bag. Great work with technique and wrestling.
All right, now in our last final heat for the Women's Masters Division, we have Jamie Shema in lane number 1, and in lane number 2, we have Amanda Kelly. All right, it's our last heat here. It's going to be the most competitive. Wow, blistering fast
She
first
just
bag.
tossed that 100-pound bag like it was a
Oh
basketball.
my goodness, Amanda Kelly is killing this. She wants that event win.
One motion shoulders.
Oh my goodness. And Jamie, not far behind her at all, doing a great job, but Amanda is just killing this.
You know, it's funny because
Wow,
look
and she
at that.
finishes the whole event.
I was talking about sandbags saying you can't roll them up like your body like a stone, but Amanda Kelly just going and proving me wrong there.
That was incredible work by Amanda. Now, hopefully Jamie could get this last bag. She opted for a tall style on the lap. I'm not quite sure that's the most advantageous, but we'll see. But she's getting it. She's shimmying it up. She's shimmying it up, and she finishes the lift. Wow. Great job by Jamie in lane number 1. Now, with that all being said, we should have our finalists now for the top 3 should be in first place. We should have Amanda Kelly. So she's getting her invite to the official Strongman Games, the Masters World Championships, and a $500 travel stipend. In second place, we should have Jamie Shema, also getting an invite to the official Strongman Games World Championships for the Masters Division. And in third place, I believe it is Lauren O'Connor with a fantastic performance that sealed her the deal on the sandbag to shoulder medley. All right, I was waiting for our scores to be updated here. Missing just one more name. All right, so, like I mentioned before, in first place, Amanda Kelly with 22.5 points. In second place, Jamie Shema with 18.5 points. And in third place, Laura O'Connor with a fantastic sandbag to shoulder medley to finish. Now, all three for these athletes, their entry fee will be paid for. Well, two of these athletes are getting an invite. All right,
Amanda Kelly and Jamie. And here's Brittany Davis starting off our under 73 kilogram ladies.
Yes, the sandbag weights for her are 125, 150, 175, and 200 pounds.
You know, it's amazing seeing how quick she moved with that 150 bag after seeing how much of a challenge it posed for our under 64s.
Absolutely. All right, a fantastic third bag here for Ms. Davies. That was a 175-pound bag. Now we're going to the 200-pound bag.
200 pounds to shoulder. I want to see how this plays out.
This is going to be fantastic. For those watching overseas, it's about 92 kilos for this last bag, and this is a 73-kilo athlete.
Brittany has shown nothing but power all day long, but taking 200 pounds to the shoulder, carrying it is one thing. That's impressive on its own, but this is a big bag to shoulder.
She could do this. She has the strength. Oh, this bag has proven to be quite difficult for these athletes.
She's leaving with a smile on her face. You know, that's what it's all about. She gave it her all. She knows it. It's been a day full of high-power contests.
You said it yourself. This day has basically been nothing but upper back especially. It's been a posterior chain competition.
Nothing but back work and a lot of experience for these athletes to each walk out of here with. And the experience is what builds the mountain that they will use to climb the ladder.
Absolutely.
And it is incredible to watch even just the journey from the start of the day to the end with each of these competitors.
This heat's going to determine the winner.
It is.
It's going to be between Deanna Marina Flores and Evelyn Valdez. These athletes want to go.
This is one of the first times I've seen Evelyn Valdez put on a belt.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, I'm thinking she means business.
Yeah. All right, these ladies are basically neck and neck right now. Deanna needs to win this event, though, if she wants to go and beat Evelyn. She needs to beat Evelyn. It's not enough to win the event.
Evelyn's looking very much more able with that third bag.
Evelyn gets that third
But
bag.
we'll see. They're tightening up that belt. It's one of the first time I've seen her use a belt all day. Deanna gets it.
All right.
And Evelyn is pumping herself up for that 200-pounder.
Deanna doesn't have a choice. She has to get this, and she has to hope that Miranda doesn't. I'm sorry, pardon me. Deanna needs to hope that Evelyn doesn't. So far, though, Evelyn is in the lead.
She is inching up to the shoulder.
She's getting it.
She gets the down command. Oh, my gosh.
An outstanding performance by Evelyn
200
Valdez.
pounds to shoulder.
By a 73-kilo woman. Amazing performance. It's a shame there's only 3 of them because, quite frankly, these two, I believe, are the caliber of athlete that are fantastic for something like the Strongman Games 273. But the win today goes to Evelyn Valdez. She gets her invite to the official Strongman Games and a $500 travel stipend to get there. And her entry fee covered. Amazing day for Evelyn Valdez.
Earning every single bit of it.
Absolutely. That was a great performance. Now, we have our 82-kilo women coming on up. The weights that they will use are exactly the same, it turns out. They will also be using 125, 150, 175, and 200. Interesting. Now, in this class, going into this final portion of the contest for the 82-kilo women, Chelsea Pullen is in a pretty commanding lead, having 11 points. In second place is Jocelyn O'Brien with 7, and in third place is Sophia Sharp with 5. So, barring the extreme, actually, even with the extreme, Chelsea
even if Chelsea zeroed
she
it,
could just zero this. She wins the
got
contest.
this.
Yeah.
But something
sure
tells me she's going to at least want to do a bag or 2.
Yep. A little bit of miscommunication there for the loaders. The bags will be the same. There is a paper towel holder in the middle of the floor that I hope gets picked up in a few moments there. But again, going into the last heat, we have our Sophia Sharp should be coming out first, and then Jocelyn O'Brien, and then Chelsea Pullen. They're just confirming the weights really quick, and then we'll get rocking and rolling. bags nice and organized and ready for these athletes.
And there goes that paper towel roll.
Thank goodness. I was staring at that.
Don't want any hazards at play.
No.
At least you'd have something to clean it up with right there.
All right, now let's get these athletes ready. Now to
Sophia Sharp stepping up to the bags.
Absolutely. Okay, and lane number 1 should be Sophia Sharp. And these bags nice and set up now. All right, so Sophia's going to jump into lane 2 as opposed to lane 1. Totally fine if she's going on her own. All right. Wow, a lot of power.
Oh, too strong.
I mean, she has a lot of power out of Sophia on that first bag. Hit it for a double. Those long arms, it makes it really advantageous for the sandbag picks.
Long limbs, period. You know, you got to think of physics at play. Longer levers can do more work against certain loads, and this is one where the hips essentially act as a catapult.
Yeah. Sophie doing a great job of shimmying that bag up the body. They're being really patient. It's really, you notice a lot of athletes would get scared when the bag's just resting on their chest like that, crushing down on them. Having that patience to be comfortable and just pop it up nice and slowly is kind of a key for the sandbag shoulder once it gets heavy.
She decides not to.
Yeah, just a little heavy on the day. It's 200 pounds at the end of the day. Totally understandable.
But waving to the crowd, leaving with a smile on her face. I'm telling you, man, that's what I love to see at the end of the day like this.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 of these ladies really busted their butt today.
And all of these athletes, to step onto this stage, to put their skills to the test, it is a certain level of vulnerability, you know, to see where you stack up against all these
the literal crowd
athletes.
watching you.
Yeah.
I mean, it also is the dream, you know, to be in this position.
I agree, and I tell a lot of my athletes, you will walk out of this experience stronger than when you started.
Absolutely.
You know, forbidding that you get any sort of crazy injury, but
of course,
you gain so much from something like this.
So our last heat here for the U82 kilo division, Jocelyn O'Brien and Chelsea Pullen. Chelsea with a clear lead. Let's see what Chelsea decides to do. Maybe she'll just get one. Maybe she'll go for the whole thing. We'll find out. Oh, Chelsea with an easy first bag. Yeah, I think she's going to go for it too. Jocelyn O'Brien, though, in lane number 1, really getting after it. Both athletes finished that second bag roughly right at the exact same time. I really appreciate that Chelsea Pullen is challenging herself and still going to attempt to see her finish this medley, even though she, quite frankly, didn't have to do anything. And that 175-pound bag proving to be difficult for both athletes here. However, I do love the position in lane number 1, or lane number 2, pardon me.
There goes Chelsea. She's almost getting it there.
Oh, almost by Jocelyn. Chelsea in lane 2, doesn't quite have the power for this bag, it seems. That being said, it's still 175 pounds. It's quite heavy. Jocelyn O'Brien not giving up yet. Lane number 1.
Sophia Sharp may very well take this.
And she's totally good. Just a slight little slip there.
That means Sophia Sharp wins the sandbag ladder for this heat.
Oh my goodness, you're right. Sophia
Sharp
Sharp
won. She got all 3 bags of the first ones. You know, I am glad to have seen Chelsea go through the bags too. You can see her being calculated with some of the earlier events.
Yeah.
To get to this point.
Yeah.
But I do think that every athlete that is here today at this contest is aiming for the official Strongman Games. And you're already here. You're in a competition. This is a time for you to test yourself.
Yeah.
And with all 3 of the regional qualifiers having a sandbag ladder, this may very well be something that we see at the official Strongman Games in some shape or form.
Yeah.
Why not test yourself and get the experience?
It would be a safe assumption considering all of the regionals have it. It would be a pretty safe assumption.
Yeah, we won't count those chickens till they hatch.
Yeah, fair.
Or we won't count those bags till they're filled.
Oh, hey, I like to see what you did there. Now, in clear first place, we have Chelsea Pullen getting her invite to the official Strongman Games for the U82 division. In second place, I believe we will have, actually, we have a tie for second. We have a tie for second in Sophia Sharp and Jocelyn O'Brien. But the clear earner of the invite is Chelsea Pullen getting her invite. Since there's only 3 athletes, only the first place in this case will get the invite to the official Strongman Games.
And it looks like Sophia Sharp will come out in second because she did get 2 first place. Or no? How are we counted there? What are we looking at on screen?
We're finding out just a moment, the tiebreaker. We'll find that out later. But going into our open divisions class, we have Jackie Rhodes coming out here in lane 1. The weights for these ladies, for the open ladies, is going to be 150, 175, 200, 225.
Wow.
Now, Jackie Rhodes, let's see what Jackie can do here. These are heavy bags. Seamless first bag to the shoulder. This is exciting because we don't know what's going to happen with the last two ladies. And so far, every first athlete has done really well.
I like Jackie's position when she gets the bag to her lap in terms of where her chest is holding the bag, so that when she stands up, it's already in a very high position.
Right.
You know, it's all that much. Look at it.
Yeah.
It's that much easier to get to her shoulder. It's 200. Let's see if she can do it.
Oh, I think she could get this. I think Jackie could do it. She's going to shimmy now, do a little pops to the shoulder. Getting that right arm under the bag as she pops it up to the chest.
Stay with it.
I think Jackie could do this.
I think so too. She just should not be. Oh.
Oh, goodness. She looks
10
a little
seconds
gassed.
left. I don't think she's going to, yeah.
Great effort by Jackie Rhodes, clearing the first two bags pretty handedly. Unfortunately, pulling out on that 200-pound bag, which seems to be the roadblock for most of these women, a 200-pound bag.
It's a big bag, man.
It's a big bag, yeah.
There's no way around it. There's no sugarcoating that.
Yeah, it's heavy. All right,
But
so now this is the heat.
This is the one I've been
Julia
looking
Hamilton,
forward to.
Stephanie Herod tied for first, fighting for that position to get to the World's Strongest Woman competition. This is going to be amazing. These ladies feel the pressure right now. I'm so excited to see how they do.
This is one to watch, folks.
Now, these athletes have competed against each other very recently, and Julia just getting a nod over Stephanie. Now, can Stephanie even things out? Here we go. This is for the invite to World's Strongest Woman.
This is for the win.
All right, here we go. Julia with a smooth pick. Easy shoulder. We're neck and neck now.
It is all going to come down to those last two
Stephanie
bags.
gets the pick first.
They can move as fast as they want on these first two.
Julia throws it to the shoulder like it weighs nothing. Here we go, the third bag, 200 pounds. This is really exciting. Stephanie with the easier pick, but Julia manages to get to the shoulder, potentially first. And she does. She just edges her out on the 200. That's big. That's crucial.
Stephanie gets it. Both ladies moving on to the final bag, 225 pounds.
This is unbelievable. Now this is where it matters.
For the win.
This is for the win and the invite to the official Strongman Games World's Strongest Woman. This is unbelievable. Stephanie might get it first. Stephanie might get it first. And she
Stephanie
does.
takes it.
Oh my goodness, Stephanie Herod with the W. That's incredible.
Oh my gosh,
The
man.
invite to World's Strongest Woman after Julia was in the lead.
She fought so hard
Unbelievable.
every inch of that load. And look at this camaraderie in the field.
I feel really bad for my co-commentator sitting next to me. I was grabbing shirts and pulling them. So sorry.
Oh, man,
boys.
it was electric.
Incredible performance by Stephanie. Oh, my
That was the
goodness.
matchup to watch, man. That was...
Oh. And again, I feel so bad that there weren't enough signups because both of those ladies truly are World's Strongest Women caliber. But on the day, Stephanie Herod with the W. Calm, cool, and collected on that last bag.
Wow.
That was awesome.
Phenomenal.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm still shaking a little
Dude,
bit.
that was nuts. My heart rate's high right now.
You really mobilized my shoulder there. Nice grip, man.
Sorry about that, buddy.
I'm surprised you could fit your whole arm around it. Very, very good.
For a small man, it's oh my goodness. All right, so I'm sure we'll get the official scores momentarily after they reset these bags and change out some weights. But it looks like on screen we have Stephanie Herod with 11.5 points, Julia Hamilton with 10.5 points, and Jackie Rhodes with 8 points. Because there's only 3 athletes in this division, Stephanie Herod gets the only invite to World's Strongest Woman 2022. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable.
Incredible.
Man, that's going to be a highlight that we'll be watching for quite a while.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Yeah.
something special.
And what a way to end the show for them, you know?
I totally agree. That's the last of the women's divisions, and that was spectacular. Now, coming up next, we have our 80-kilo men. Now, the 80-kilo men weights that we'll be seeing will be 175, 200, 225, and 250. 250 is going to be a beast.
You got to think of that amount of weight on a 175-pound body. When you're leaning to the side, I really hope these athletes have been doing their core work. You know?
I know.
That's what it's going to take to stay
Boys,
standing.
better doing your obliques because you're
Yep.
going to need it for this.
Get those windmills, get those bicycle crunches.
All right, so in lane number 1, we have Nicholas Petrie, and in lane number 2, we have Jeremy Clevenger. right, here we go. Let's see how these boys do here. Nicholas going for a long bag style. Jeremy more of a traditional side load. Let's see which style opts for a more heavier load. Both boys are neck and neck right now. Great positions from both athletes, different techniques, but seemingly working equally well. Nicholas the first to get that bag to the chest, it seems, and he gets the down command. Jeremy's fighting.
This is a good event for Nicholas.
Yeah, he's going to disrupt the points here. This is fantastic performance by Nicholas. Jeremy's still fighting that 225-pound bag. Understandable, it's 102 kilos, it's rough. Nicholas going for the long style again on that heavier bag at 250.
I think that benefits his body height. You know, he is really getting that bag right where it needs to go. But this is a wrestle right here. This is a fight.
Now, and he opts to stop. I don't know if he has enough time, and he's choosing to stop the event. That was a great performance by both gentlemen, but Nicholas taking the heat win. Great work by Nicholas Petrie and Jeremy Clevenger.
Now we have Tony and Quinn stepping up to the platform.
Yes.
Tony, I have seen him shoulder a 300-pound sandbag before. Yes.
What? At 80 kilos?
It was truly a phenomenon to watch.
That's now, which style did he opt to do that? Long ways, tall ways. How did he go?
It was a very different kind of bag. It was a homemade bag involving duct tape and stuff like that,
okay.
too.
It was a wild bag. Okay.
It was a wild
Similar
bag.
to Tony.
I'm really curious to see how he performs on a consecutive series like this.
Okay, so Tony in lane number 1 and lane number 2, Quinn. These gentlemen are in first and second place, Quinn being in first. We have 2 invites up for grabs for these gentlemen. So as long as nothing crazy happens, they're both going to the official Strongman Games. Wow, Tony with the fast first bag. Quinn just behind him.
I told Tony before the contest, I'm like, you better get your down commands on these sandbags.
Wow, Tony's just heading. I really appreciate the aggressiveness out of Tony here. Oh my goodness, he's just ahead of Quinn, but Quinn gets to that last bag. Let's see what happens here. Long style ways for both athletes, and Quinn gets the bag with the swiftness. Unbelievable. Now let's see if Tony can finish this. He's choosing to go long ways. Both athletes went long style ways in that last bag, and Tony gets the down call. Great job out of both athletes.
Quinn just blazed through that.
Unbelievable performance out of Quinn there. Now, Quinn, I really, that man is so technical.
He's so technical, and I feel like this being the last event of the show, though, we really got to see something different out of him, to where he's not biding his energy for any remaining events.
Right.
Once he got to that second bag, it was like he pulled out the stop, and he just operated.
Rockets burst. That last bag was faster than almost any of his other bags.
But he had to move that fast because Tony was clearly moving very quick.
Well, Tony was in the lead up to that moment. Yeah.
He absolutely was, but this is why I've been so excited to see this event. Yeah, it all comes down to it here.
I honestly expected a little bit more difficulty on the 250 out of the last 2 gentlemen, but no, they both did a really great job.
It seemed like another warm-up bag for them.
Yeah. So now, going to the official Strongman Games for the 80-kilo clash, Quinn winning the division, winning his entry fee, winning a $500 stipend, and then Tony just behind him winning his free entry fee and an invite to the official Strongman Games World Championships for the U80-kilo men.
Congratulations to all the under 80-kilo men.
Congratulations to those gentlemen who earned their way, and then third place, an honorable mention to Jeremy Clevenger, outstanding performance. All right, so now we have our Masters division. We have our Masters 50-plus division, who will be using the exact same bag weights as the 80-kilo men. So that weight, yet again, was, I'll tell you everyone right now, is 175, 200, 225, 250. So Nathan Anderson fighting for that 175-pound bag right now. At the end of the day, everyone, it does not matter if it's the first bag. That is still a bag that weighs more than most men. It is an incredibly sized bag. Now Nathan, interestingly, almost the entirety of the day, almost no supportive equipment.
He is so close to that shoulder.
He's almost there. He's fighting for it. He could do this. He needs to keep it on his chest. Maybe another pop. Unfortunately, not getting that rep. I don't know if he has enough time. Let's see if he'll give it another shot. All right, Nathan's gonna give this another go. Oh, it'd be amazing if Nathan did this. I don't think quite today. A great and valiant effort by Nathan Anderson, but just not quite in the cards today with that 175-pound bag.
An athlete who fought every single event today.
Absolutely. All right, so now for our last two athletes in the men's 50-plus division, fighting for their way to the official Strongman Games World Championships, where it does feature a master's class. We have Robert Stahl in lane number 1 and Joey Grape in lane number 2.
One motion to the shoulder by Joey.
Joey here in lane number 2, absolutely. Lane number 1, rather, for Joey, absolutely killing the sandbag load. Great job here. Now, at this point, he's on the 225-pound bag, 102 kilos. Both athletes at the 102-kilo bag. Joey might be the first to get it. Although, oh, and he gets the down. Did he get the down command?
He did.
He did. Fantastic. Wow, fantastic work out of both athletes. Robert just getting a down command now. I think they both give each other the thumbs. Oh, just
look at this.
The proper bow out of the last bag. Great sportsmanship out of these two Masters athletes. I love that. Both choosing to just not do the 250.
That was something, man.
And Joey celebrating the fact that he is now headed to the World Championships, the official Strongman Games for the Masters 50-plus division. That's really cool.
The old boys.
Yeah, I was definitely
earning
an old boy
their
move.
seat.
Yeah, absolutely. Those men have earned the right to sit down.
Great sportsmanship from those two. That entire division.
That was a fun one to watch today.
Guys who purely look like they have had fun every single step of the way today.
Absolutely.
Especially Joey.
So going over the standings yet again, Joey Grape in first place, Robert Stahl in second place, and Nathan Anderson in third. Joey being the only athlete to qualify for the official Strongman Games. All right, so now in our next division, we have the 90-kilo men coming on up. And the 90-kilo men, we are going to feature the weights 200 pounds on the first bag, 225 on the second bag, 250 on the third bag, and 275 on the fourth bag, pardon me. So going over just one more time on screen, you can see Joey Grape earning his invite to the official Strongman Games in first place, Robert Stahl in second place, and Nathan Anderson in third place. All right, so going into the 90-kilo class, as we are switching out some bags here, in first place as of right now with 33.5 points is Cameron Peters, but just behind him with 32 points is CJ Kraus, and just behind CJ with, let's see here, with I believe 27 points, quite the spread, oh my goodness, is Devin Ford. Huge spread between second and third and first, really.
But how many total competitors we have in this class? 9. So there's a potential 9 points up for grabs with this last event.
Oh, yeah.
Things can happen.
Especially with an event like this. It's so dynamic. As you mentioned before, sandbags are completely unruly. It's not like a stone where it's a fixed position object. Things can happen. You know, someone might get to that last bag, crush the whole run, get it to the shoulder, and just drop right behind them. Who knows?
Who knows indeed, my friend. But this is what it's all about right here.
Now, can I get some predictions from you, Coach, from your athlete, CJ?
Well, I mean, CJ is very strong with shoulders. He has done qualifiers before that involve sandbag shoulders. He's got the back strength. He's got a good stone load, too. So, I mean, all signs point to him doing well. But Cameron,
all day.
He's been doing his thing all day, and he's got longer limbs. Although, we saw with, what was it, our athlete there? Was it Nathan in one of the earlier classes? The shorter athlete.
Yes.
Who was picking it up vertically.
It was the 80-kilo athlete in, what was that gentleman's name? Nicholas,
that's right. The shorter athletes can do very well in this because less distance that the bag has to travel.
And we have Brett blistering through that first
Our
bag.
18-year-old phenom.
Yes. Brett Allen coming out first, slightly out of order, but let's see how Brett Allen does here. Oh, got a little a little overzealous there. He's got to fix that pick. Brett's got to take his time, find his positioning here. There he goes. That's the position that Brett Allen wants. Oh, unfortunately, just getting a little lightheaded. Someone want to see if Brett can get this now. effort by Brett Allen there, stumbling off the platform. I mean, that man really put everything he had into that event. Goodness gracious.
He reminds me of Tony McNavish a little bit in terms of that, like, ballistic, like, just go pedal to the metal, head into the wall.
As some people say, he went dumb on that event. He went crazy. He really went for it.
He certainly couldn't walk too great after.
No. It was a little scary, but Brett's fine.
A little scary how far away the spotters were.
Now, my order, unfortunately, is out of order right now, so I can't quite accurately tell.
You got Mike Cargill and Jaime Solis.
This is correct? Okay, so we do have Mike Cargill and Jamie Solis out here. Jamie Solis being in lane number 2, Mike Cargill in lane number 1. Fantastic first bag there by Jamie Solis. Doing quite well with these transitions from lap to shoulder.
He's been practicing his sandbags, that's for sure.
Mike Cartel just behind him here on that second bag. See how he does, going for the opting for the long bag style. Jamie Solis rolling that to the shoulder in a very efficient manner. Can he get the down call? Let's see. And he does. Great job by Jaime.
It's not time to rest. This is time to get that bag.
He needs to get after it now. He doesn't have much time. 15, he needs to go now if he wants to get this bag. Mike Cargill getting that second bag successfully, working on the third. He could do this. Mr. Solis could get this bag. Oh, unfortunately, just out of reach for him, but a great performance, a great valiant effort by both gentlemen here.
Strong work by Jaime. Waited a little too long in that last bag. You know, the heavy bags at the end of this ladder, you can't pace yourself for.
No.
Because you don't know if you're going to get stuck wrestling with that thing at the chest, bringing it to your shoulder or not. It is, you got to give yourself some room.
Absolutely. And up next, we have J.D. Cherry in lane number 1 and Chase McGee in lane number 2. Again, lane number 1, J.D. Cherry, and lane number 2, Chase McGee. Lane number 1 is left of screen, lane number 2 is right of screen. All right, looks like these bags are set up. These gentlemen are ready to go. Now, JD has quite the long arms. He should have a good advantage at this event. But McGee first to shoulder. Both get the same time nearly. Fantastic work. McGee is flying right now with his bags. Great performance. JD just behind him. I do really like the aggressive hips of McGee in lane number 2. Really doing a great job of getting to the shoulder.
It seems like this is an event where shorter athletes do somewhat have an advantage.
Yeah, they're doing okay thus far. One would have assumed quite the opposite, but here we are. J.D. Cherry, he needs to hold on to that. He needs to hold on to that bag, and he gets the down command. Amazing performance there. McGee, though, on the last bag.
Final bag.
Let's see if
he got
he
to
can do
his
this.
lap.
He's opting for that Martins Lisi's JF Karan style of one arm being under, but just drops the bag. It is 275 pounds, 125 kilos at the end of the day. Let's see if JD can get the pick off the ground here. Looks a little heavy. Great, you know what? I think they're both going to call it. Great performance out of both guys here. That was a fun watch.
It's a big bag, man.
Yeah. 125 kilos or 275 pounds is no joke. That's legit. Only 25 some odd pounds off from world strongest man weight, frankly, for Medley's. For the open class.
Cesar Sierra and Devin Ford. Cesar, we saw him really pick up some ground on that hand over hand.
Yeah, he did a great job on the hand over hand there. Let's see how he does here. He's getting himself amped up. He's got his smelling salts here. He looks very much in the zone. Again, that's Cesar in lane number 1 and Devin lane number 2. Lane number 1 being left of screen, lane number 2 being right of screen. See how these gentlemen fare up. Here we go. A little bit of a mispick there by Cesar. Lane number 2, and Devin does a great job getting that bag. Oh, and he doesn't get the rep. A little too fast. Oh, Cesar made a bit of a mistake there. Devin's already on the 3rd bag.
Cesar had to repick a bag.
Yeah, he does.
So he's already done 3 bags. This is his 3rd bag now, but only getting credit for 2.
Devin Ford already on the last bag at 275. Cesar needs to make up some ground now.
But he's good at doing that. Let's see if he can pull it off.
Devin Ford on that last bag. He needs to shimmy it up again. A couple more hops, and he's got it. And an outstanding performance out of Devin Ford. Oh, Caesar might have gassed himself in that first bag at mishap there. Let's see how Caesar does here. He has the strength off the ground. I think he can do this. Unfortunately, just can't get the transition.
Done. What a valiant effort.
Understandable. Extreme amount of energy expended throughout this entire day. Is a long day for all these athletes. Great work, though, by Devin Ford. With I believe so far he's one of the few, if only, athletes to finish this.
He is. CJ and Cameron.
Now, this is the heat. Now, this could get interesting. Any minor mistake could swing their points in any direction. Now, CJ's asking for some adjustments on that last bag. Smart move. Well, Cameron's been a fantastic athlete all day, so this is going to be a rat race between these boys. Just give each other a thumbs up. Let's see how this goes. Now, this is the heat. Wow, Cameron so fast to the shoulder on the first bag. CJ just getting it too, though. CJ opting for the long bag style. Cameron already on the third bag. CJ just getting it down.
So explosive Cameron is from his hips to his shoulder.
He really is.
As is CJ, but Cameron just 275 has never moved so quick.
And he smokes the whole event.
My goodness.
Handedly gets first place. CJ going for that last bag. Oh, that might have been one of his best lows. That was fantastic work out of CJ Kraus.
Both gentlemen, just incredible.
The old bro hug to finish off the event. Great work by both men, and CJ Kraus in second place, and Cameron Peterson, I think, solidifying first place. Great performance out of those men.
Wow. I'm just flabbergasted at how fast those bags are moving.
Now, that said, due to the amount of athletes in this class, we will have 3 individuals getting an invite to the official Strongman Games, the world's strongest man for the 90-kilo division. And I can say confidently at this point, CJ Kraus and Cameron Peters are probably 2 of the 3.
Absolutely.
It looks like Devin Ford also might have solidified his position as well. So we'll get the official scores in just a moment, but it's a pretty safe bet that Cameron Peters, CJ Kraus, and Devin Ford are going to the official Strongman Games World Championships for the 90-kilo class. And we are having a bag change because we are moving to the 105 division. Their weights will be 225, 250, 275, and then 300 to the shoulder. We'll have our official standings momentarily for who's going to the world's strongest man, 90 kilo. Just a moment here. All right, so have our scores here.
As the scores are being tabulated, we've got our series ranging from 225
Oh, yeah.
to 250, 275, and 300 pounds.
Yeah. At a 105 class.
105 pounds. This is something that it would not be. You could easily have this as a heavyweight.
Yeah, absolutely. You really could.
You could easily have this as something that I do. You know?
So it looks as though in first place, Cameron Peters with 42.5 points. Second place, CJ Kraus with 40 points. And third place, Devin Ford with 34 points. Those gentlemen are not only getting their entry fees covered for the official Strongman Games, they're getting their invite for the World's Strongest Man, 90 kilos. And Cameron Peters is getting a $500 travel stipend. Now, our first 2 athletes for the 105 class, we have Ben James in lane number 1 and Zach in lane number 2. Both gentlemen flying through that first bag. All right, Zach, taking a look at his hand there. I wonder if something might have happened. But he handled that second bag pretty well. Hopefully he's okay.
I saw something fall to the ground there. I don't know exactly what I'm looking at.
I'm not sure either. Maybe some finger tape, possibly.
Maybe.
And Ben James in lane number 1 here. Zach's already on that last bag, though, at 300 pounds. Oh.
You know, some of these, like Zach, he was moving so well through the series. I can't help but think some athletes tend to over-anticipate that last bag. You know, it's only 25 pounds difference, and I know 25 pounds, you know, the feather that broke the camel's back sort of thing. But
so you think they're respecting it too much?
I think he should have just moved into that with that same aggression.
Yeah.
But it is a big bag, and it's at the end of a ladder.
Yeah. Oh, he almost had it. That was so close by Zach in lane number 2.
Wow.
You know, an outstanding performance by both of these men. We're gonna pick up whatever. Yep. Interestingly enough, okay, so in our next heat we have Omar Salazar in lane number 1, and in lane number 2 we will have a Michael Bagatino. How do you say his last name?
Badaglino.
That's what I said. Thank you very much. Now again, ladies and gentlemen, these bags are 225, 250, 275, and 300 pounds. After a very, very long day. All right, we're just getting ready here, cleaning up just a little bit of what probably if I clean up the bags there. World's Strongest Cleaner, Tommy Lavelle, making sure the bags are appropriate for these athletes.
Look at that technique. Nice
Brilliant
swab
swift,
back and forth in a circular motion.
Appreciate the ankle mobility and dorsiflexion to be able to squat down that low to clean.
A real inspiration.
Yeah, Tommy Lavelle, thanks for doing this, bud.
This is what peak performance looks like.
I think so. Okay, so in this heat here, we have Omar Salazar in lane number 1 and Michael
Badaglino in lane number 2.
Here we go. Wow, Michael with an easy first back to shoulder, and Salazar as well. 2 different styles, long ways and short ways. Let's see which one works out best. So far, Omar's in the lead, but just barely. Let's see how this goes. Wow, Omar with the incredibly powerful hips.
Omar, so explosive.
Great situational awareness by Omar to know to get the down command, even though he wasn't facing his judges. He listened for them really accurately there. Michael's working on that third bag. Looks like got a little lightheaded. Omar's on that fourth and final bag at 300 pounds. I think he could do this. Looking really confident, strong right now. Look at that hip drive. He could do this if he just keeps popping up there.
Oh, he looked explosive. I don't think 10 seconds is enough.
I don't think so
He
either.
gave it his all.
Great performance out of both athletes, and Michael and Omar. That was fantastic. The hip drive, especially in Omar in lane number 1, is really impressive.
Omar was really and it's really good to see on this event and the previous one with the sandbags and the sled, how even though Deadlift might have escaped him a little bit.
Yeah, I think so.
He still had what he needed to give a darn good run.
Yeah, that was an incredible run there by those boys. So, in our next heat here, we have John Alimo and Juan Luna.
No, we have Austin Hay and Juan
Hay,
Luna.
pardon me.
Right.
Austin Hay. Juan Luna in lane 1 and Austin Hay in lane 2. Bags look appropriately set up. Just checking everything really quick. That's okay. All right, looks like we're about ready to go. Juan Luna in lane number 1 and Austin Hay in lane number 2.
2 men with strong backs.
Oh yeah. Wow, look at that speed of the shoulder of both men. Oh, Juan just missing out on that rep, and he gets it now. Great adjustment there, Juan. Austin Hay really bullying that weight to his shoulder there.
Austin is looking really good. His years of experience are showing right here.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job. I like that transition from the same side to shoulder.
You see that real high arm pull, engaging the lateral deltoid, just really making his body work the way it should.
Juan Luna just dropping the weight behind him, unfortunately missing out on that. Would have been a great rep. Now Austin Hayes in the 4th and final bag, which weighs 300 pounds.
Pulling him forward a little bit. He's got to wrestle with it. He's close.
He can do this. He can do this.
He's close.
You see to stick with that weight.
He gets the down command.
Wow.
Incredible.
Austin Hay, fantastic effort there with 300
Oh, he has
pounds to
got to
shoulder.
be happy with that.
I mean, that's incredible. Juan Luna asking for some cheer from the crowd. 5 seconds might not be enough time, but a great performance out of both men. Wow, great job all around. Great
Juan
effort
gave it his all there. That mishap with the 3rd bag definitely took some energy that he needed for the 300, but, you know, walks off the stage with a smile.
Yeah, things. And he honestly, he had a great day.
He really did.
Fairly consistent throughout, and he plays, assuming he's probably going to place right in the middle of the pack of some very talented men.
He made some statements for sure.
Yeah. Austin Hay, though, fantastic work in finishing that medley. All right, so our next 2 gentlemen coming up in lane number 1, I believe that's Clarence Porter. And then lane number 2, it looks like we have Garrett Payne.
you can see Garrett is steaming with a vengeance.
He
was not happy with his performance on that last event.
No, and he needs to do well here in order to really achieve his goals of going to Worlds.
He's a guy who always aims for the top, you know, and I can just see it. It's emanating from him right now.
No, I completely agree. All right, let's see here. Now, these boys are fighting essentially for what is presumably third place. This is truly a key to World's Strongest Man 105 kilo for these men. They need to do well here. Clarence Porter just behind Garrett Payne here. This is a great performance by both men. Oh, and Garrett just drops the bag, opening the window for Clarence Porter. And Porter beats him on the third bag.
Terrence moving on to the 300-pounder.
Terrence needs this bag to solidify his place. This will surely lock him in potentially for the podium for World's Strongest Man 105 kilo. But Garrett's getting the lead here. Can Clarence beat him? Oh my goodness, the window has opened yet again for Garrett to solidify his position. This is getting so close. Man. This is nail-biting situation right now. Who's gonna get the bag?
I think Garrett is gassed. Terrence is trying everything.
They have 10 seconds. Looks as though Garrett sat down for a moment there. And Clarence not quite getting that fourth and final bag, but Terrence does beat Garrett on the third bag. So that puts Garrett just behind Terrence here. Looks like Garrett might have pulled his hamstring a little bit on that last bag of Terrence.
Yeah, he's getting carried off by Stephen Good and Nicholas Gardione. Can only hope it's just a small.
That was a great performance out of both men so far. One moment, everyone. We were going to stop for American National Anthem. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, whenever you share an arena, sometimes new events start and you have to stop for the National American Anthem. That's perfectly fine.
When the Stars and Stripes call, my friend, you know, we got to take pause for a little bit.
And that's quite all right. But our last two athletes to solidify the positions for first and second place are Sereno in lane number 1 and Alex Sukup in lane number 2.
Servando and Alec both explosively to the shoulder.
Oh, Servando might have to stop for a moment. He might have pulled his hamstring. But Alec is pushing ahead. Servando is opting to continue. It's a bold choice.
Consider me worried here as a coach.
That is a very bold choice. No, he needs to stop. He needs to stop. All right, Mr. Sukop, though, however, is blistering this bag run. He's going to finish this here. Looks like he's about to get that final bag. Let's see if Alec can get this bag. And
Alec gets
it. After heroic effort. Absolutely incredible. I really hope that Servano did not do any long-lasting damage to his hamstring. It looks like he might have just strained it, hopefully.
I am hoping it was just a cramp or a sprain.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a super long day after all. He could be just a little dehydrated. Ideally speaking, not a proper tear or anything for that liking. But he has his peers and staff helping him off the platform right now. You know, round of applause in terms of effort to Servano. I do hope he's okay.
Yeah. That's tough to see, man.
He actually managed to somehow still get one bag as well. And he went for the second. Now, hopefully such an extreme swing in points doesn't take him off podium. It would be a real shame considering just how consistently talented and good he's been all day today. But not to take away from Alex Sukup's performance, outstanding all day today. Let's see what these final placings are in just a few moments. How you feeling, buddy?
Well, it's tough to see one of my boys go down, man. It really is. I'm hoping for the best, and you know, I'm sure I'll go regroup with him in a bit. He's got carrying hands all around him right now, so we'll see what happens.
All right, so that was the end of our men's 105 division. I'm sure we'll get our scores in just a few moments here. We have our Masters 40 plus coming on up. The weights that they will use are the exact same weights that the 105 kilo men just used.
So we have Ricky Kelly and Chris Porter.
Ricky Kelly and Chris Porter are on screen here.
Our men's Masters over 40. And Chris just blazing through these first two bags.
Ricky Kelly in lane number 1 and Chris Porter in lane number 2. Great performance thus far. Heading on that third bag for Chris Porter. Chris Porter at the 275-pound bag, going up to the 300-pound bag now.
Let's see how this goes. He is a big man facing a big bag. He decides not to.
All right, so Chris Porter opting to stop there. Ricky Kelly finishing up as well. Great first heat for the Masters 40 plus division. Now to quickly pardon me, that was Adam Larson and Chris Porter. Adam Larson and Chris Porter, I believe. Now, to recap the men's 105 division, in first place, getting the $500 stipend and an invite to World's Strongest Man 105, we have Alex Sukup with 51.5 points. In second place, we have Garrett Payne getting his invite, his entry fee covered, and his invite to the World's Strongest Man 105 with 38 points. And Cervenio still managing to hold on to third place, getting his invite.
Even with that unfortunate injury, he still gets the invite. So we can only hope that when he gets it looked at, it's nothing too big and he can put full pedal to the metal on his OSG prep for later this year.
I think he'll be okay. He has 20 weeks and 3 days to get ready for the World
20 weeks and 3 days. Look at you. You already got the calendar built in.
You
got the formulas to convert kilos to pounds. You got the calendar built in.
Oh, yeah.
My friend, you are just ready to rock and roll all the time.
All little things, you know. But honestly, it really just goes to show the consistency of Cervenio all day. You don't get to hold on to third place after getting just one bag in such a stacked grouping by not being arguably one of the most consistent men the whole day.
You don't, but 3 first-place event wins from Alex Sukup.
Incredible. Wow. I mean, Alex Sukup is going to be a real force to be reckoned with at the 105 class going into Worlds. And now, going on to our next division here, we're moving up in weight for the open men. Actually, pardon me, we're actually going to go over real quick. Joey Grape getting the invite.
This is our Masters men over 50 division.
Yes, sir. Our Masters over 50. Joey Grape getting that invite. Robert Stahl in second place. Nathan Anderson in third place. And our Masters 40 and above class will be up shortly on the scores for that. But in the meantime, our Masters 50 plus, an outstanding performance here. We have our open men coming on up on screen right now.
Wyatt Shiflett takes to the sandbags.
Now the weights for the open class.
Barely gets the down command on that first one.
Do change. So right now, we have a 250, a 275, a 300, and a 325-pound bag to shoulder. Shiflett here fighting for the second bag at 275, and he gets the down command. Great job by Shiflett.
Moving to the 300.
I like his pace. It's smooth, it's calm, it's collected.
Use a little bit of chalk there.
It's getting deep on that bag. He might be okay. Looks like the bag might just be a little heavy, but he's still going to give it another try. And Wyatt Shiflet giving it one last attempt before the time runs out. Great attempt, great heart. You know, a very valiant effort on that bag run here. Getting 2 bags out of 4. Now we should have 2 athletes coming off next, filling out both lanes. And lane number 1, it does look like it's Keith Green. And lane number 2, it should be Nathan Norman. All right, now we're starting this event here. Mr. Green in lane number 1 getting the first bag to shoulders. Nathan Norman not far behind. All right, fantastic work here by Mr. Green. Powerful hips off the lap. Just getting the down command. Norman just ahead of him in lane number 2. Great pick on that 300-pound bag. Getting that right hand deep under the bag to the shoulder. That was a great transition.
Absolutely.
Oh, you got to hold on to it, though.
You need to have that control for these big bags.
Wow,
And
Norman.
Nathan moving on to the big one.
325.
This is in excess of my body weight.
It's a big, which means it's big. It's a big bag. Mr. Green on the 300-pound bag just behind him, and Nathan Norman giving that big boy a run here. Oh, it seems he can't clear his knees just yet. Just not enough time, but a really great performance out of Nathan Norman.
Nathan did something special there. I mean,
Yeah. He showed up.
This is one of his early strongman shows, if not his first. I'm not 100%
Yeah, I remember
sure on that,
talking
but
to him yesterday. It's actually one of his first shows ever. I believe this is his 3rd show ever.
Wow.
And he told me he's just doing this just for experience. You know, he said, I'm
shoulder
not going to get on
300-pound
podium.
bag like that. That's,
I know. He said it
that's
himself. He
something.
goes, I'm not getting on podium, but I'm going to do my best. And my coach and I get to see some of the areas where I do well and some of the areas where I don't do as well. It's a smart attitude.
That's 100% what it's about. Experience.
Absolutely. In our next heat here, we have Chris Pellett in lane number 1 and Scott Deese in lane number 2.
Chuck.
That's right, Chuck.
Chuck and
Call him
Scott.
Chuck. Now, Scott has that really wide back and a powerful explosion-like strength off the ground with his deadlifts and things like that. So I'm interested to see how he handles this bag. Smooth pick by both gentlemen. And Chuck with a smooth transition to shoulder. Scott just behind him. Both men heading onto that second bag that weighs 275 pounds, 125 kilos. Chuck, again, with a very smooth transition from lap to shoulder. Heading down to that.
Chuck has some chalk waiting for him right there.
Yeah, he
Strategic move.
Smart man. Both men are on the 300-pound bag, 136.5 kilos.
Chuck is looking so
Wow,
smooth.
Chuck is killing this right now.
25 pounds.
Let's
Doesn't
see.
seem like much, but it will make a big difference here.
Wow, that's that aggressive pick off the ground here. Let's see what Chuck gets his shoulder. And Scott just behind him, just getting the 300-pound bag now. Chuck fighting for that transitionary period from chest to shoulder. Can he do it? He's opting to roll it across the chest.
It's another one of those examples where I can't help but feel if he kept that same momentum on those first 3 bags,
Yeah, same vigor.
he would have had it. But you know,
Honestly,
these guys both worked past the 300-pound bag today. That's big stuff.
it really was a phenomenal performance out of both men. That was really cool to see.
There was a time in recent history where shouldering a 300-pound bag was top of the world level stuff.
Yeah, in the open divisions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's just amazing to see the standards of strength continue to be pushed
Yeah.
by the athletes of the modern generation.
Now you have men like Tyler Cotton hitting 400 pounds for doubles in the gym. Unbelievable.
Oh, man. And we won't even talk about what we can possibly think Wesley Claiborne can sandbag shoulder.
Oh, goodness gracious, that man's talented. So in this next heat here, we have Daniel Moreno in lane number 1, and in lane number 2, we have John Green. I don't understand what's going on here. Let's get going. Okay, good. All right, these athletes are going, and we have settle off.
Daniel Moreno is going to do something good here. He's got that odd object picking ability. But we've also seen John Green move through some serious tonnage today on his events.
Absolutely. Lane number 1, Daniel, really fighting for that second bag there. Both athletes now in the 3rd bag. It weighs 300 pounds, 136.5 kilos. Great transition to shoulder.
Ain't no
by
thing
Daniel.
for Big Daniel right there.
Daniel manhandling that 300-pound bag. Both men are on the 325-pound bag. Roughly 148 kilos, I believe. Let's see who's going to get the shoulder first. They're both on the chest. They're both right there.
Daniel
and Daniel
gets it.
gets the nod. First man to finish.
He's just got that natural object picking and loading
It's
ability.
fantastic at this event. Now, nothing against John. John did amazing on those first 3 bags, but Daniel, something really special there. Oh, John almost had it again. Goodness. So close by John, rather. Daniel, fantastic finish there. First athlete to finish. All right, so in our next heat coming up, we will have Colton Sloan on lane number 1, and lane number 2, we will have Bradley Pillow. Colton being our Canadian representative here in the Southwest Regional. It's exciting to have athletes from different countries come on in to try to qualify for the World's Strongest Man 105 World's Strongest Man weight class. Seems like we're getting some signaling here by Mr. Colton.
I had got to talk to Colton earlier that his shoulder is acting up on him a lot.
Okay.
And he really felt it on the deadlift, getting some tugs that he didn't want to feel, and it might affect what we see him do here. So he might either be going for some points or just cheering on his fellow athlete.
Oh, he's choosing to opt out and just cheer on his fellow competitor here. Really world-class act by Colton. All right, now Bradley on the second bag here. 275 pounds to shoulder, easy. Up to the 300-pound bag. Now, Bradley really making great work of that 300-pound bag. On the 325, 300-pound bag on the lap here. Transitioning. Can he do it? He's not far. He's got to keep bucking it. He could do this.
He gets the down command.
Gets the down command. Fantastic work by Bradley Pillow.
With the support of his brother in strength, Colton Sloan, cheering him on every step of the way. I'm hoping that shoulder heals up for Colton.
Yeah, we wish you the best of luck, Colton, in your recovery. Thank you so much for coming, and also, more importantly, thank you so much for being such a great competitor. In our next heat, we will have Xavier Wisman in lane number 1 and Donald Traglia in lane number 2. Make sure these bags are in proper order here, nice and organized. All right, yet again, we have Xavier Wisman in lane number 1, which is left of screen, and Donald Traglia in lane number 2.
We saw on the sandbag carry and sled pull medley, Xavier really turned up a bit.
Oh, especially
as if we might have been sleeping on him a little bit.
I think, honestly, we might have. His performance was incredible.
But that last event featured sandbags. This event features sandbags. Let's see what they do.
All right, Donald in lane 2, Xavier in lane 1. Smooth transition to shoulder by both athletes.
Xavier looking so cool and collected.
He really is a smooth operator, Xavier. Doesn't get too hyped, just hits his positions exactly like he should. Paces his breathing, paces his walking.
Now both men using a technique where they have to move the sandbag past their face.
Across the body, right.
And these longer sandbags can be problematic, but both do it. Yep. Both get the down call.
Now both on the last bag, 325 pounds. Now this is it. This is the proving grounds here for both these men. This will solidify their placings.
I like how Xavier doesn't really rest too much. He gets straight to it.
Yeah. He keeps that momentum that you referenced before. And he's going to get it across the face. He's going to be the first one to get to the shoulder.
Alec, I'm telling you, that is the recipe, my friend. You keep that momentum burning. It's only 60 seconds. Pedal to the metal. That's who comes out ahead.
He doesn't allow the exhaustion to hit. He doesn't allow his pace to stop. He lets the momentum carry him. And it showed. That last bag looked just like the one before.
Some great points there for Xavier. And then Donald doing an incredibly strong showing as well.
In our next group of athletes here, we have Chase Woods in lane number 1 and Dominic Quiqui in lane number 2. Very good. Now, Dominic, something tells me this might be a great event for him. He's a large man. He's got great long arms. And quite frankly, he's one of the most athletic men we've seen here today.
I think so, too. And this is the last event of a contest. If he has ambitions leading him to the next stage,
he's got to crush it.
He's got to crush it.
He really does. All right, again, Chase Woods in lane number 1 to left of screen, and Dominic Quiqui in lane number 2. For those of you just tuning in, this is the official Strongman Games Southwest Regional for the open class men to earn their way to get a potential Giants Live invite in November. Oh, wow. Dom throwing that back to his shoulder. Chase just behind him.
Look how quick Dom is on that second bag.
Second bag that weighs 275, third bag that weighs 300 pounds. Let's see if you can have that same effort and drive. Chase Woods just behind Dom. Oh, and he almost drops it behind him, but he
Great
saves it.
recovery.
Great save by Tom. Last bag, 325. Can he do it? And he
So
smokes
quick.
the run.
So quick.
Now Chase Woods on that last bag as well, 325, an amazing run by Dominic. Can Chase Woods tie his competitor here in getting that 325? Can he get that 325 bag? It's 10 seconds, he can do this. He's gotta move. Can he do it? He's right there. And he gets it just before the buzzer. Amazing Chase Woods.
So explosive on that last little hop to get it up, and that's what he needed to get the job done.
Unbelievable. Fantastic.
Chase Woods, Dom Creekly, both finishing the Sandbag letter here at the Southwest Regional.
Amazing work in that heat. That was awesome. That was fantastic. Our next two men coming up is Damian Dunn and Seth Sukup. That's a heat.
The Storm and the Oak.
The Storm and the Oak, that's right. Damian the Storm and Seth the Oak Sukup. This is going to be something special. Seth Sukup and his brother Alex Sukup are so fantastically athletic.
They are. I feel like Damian should be included on the Mike Cargill, Tony McNavish Mustache Choice Awards, you know?
He looks fantastic.
It's clean, it's very pro-looking. Sophisticated, yes.
Here we go.
And they're off.
Both gentlemen are going off here. Whoa!
The Storm.
Damian the Storm blitzing that first bag. Let's see if Seth Sukup can keep up with him. Gets the second bag easily. Both gentlemen on the third bag that weighs 300 pounds. Damian kills it onto the 325. Seth just behind him. Can Damian get this in the fastest time yet today so far? He gets, and he just drops the bag. Oh, the drama. Seth Sukup in lane number 2 has an opportunity to take the event from him, and he does.
The Oak takes it.
Oh my goodness, Damian, he looks lightheaded. He doesn't even look winded. Make some noise for Damian. He could do this. Oh my goodness.
He knows he can do it. They're just small technical errors.
And again, after such a long day of competing, the man just looks fatigued.
Wow.
Great work in that heat, but wow.
You know,
The
2 fumbles, he takes it with grace.
The consistency of Seth Sukup.
Damian had him for a second. Like he was moving.
Absolutely. It just goes, it's the little things, my friend. It's just those little things.
And that aspect does not change as you advance to the upper echelon of the sport.
Right.
It's always the little things.
Yeah. Now we have our final heat. It's Eric Carlson with 62 points. Stephen Good with 66 points. There's still a chance for a swing here. This is going to be an incredible heat. Now we watched Eric throw those sandbags to his shoulder already on the moving medley, so we know he's already good at it.
He warmed up.
And that was
easily.
the last bag weight that he threw to his shoulder. So this man's good at this. Lane number 1, pay attention to Eric Carlson. Lane number 2, obviously also pay attention to Stephen Good. This is going to be a crazy heat. I'm going to have to stand up for this one. It's going to be psyched up. All right, here we go.
Oh my
Eric
gosh.
makes a mistake and almost loses it behind
Eric,
him.
too strong.
Good. Stephen with the lead. Eric losing his belt now. Stephen has the slight edge. Who's going to get that 325? Stephen Good's in a much better position now. Does he get it first? And he does. Eric just behind him. Wow. That was unbelievable.
Eric was too strong.
He was too dang
too
strong. Wow, that was an incredible performance. Both men taking first and second place. First place obviously going to Stephen Good. Second place obviously going to Eric Carlson. That was unbelievable. What a great performance. That is our last event of the day.
I'm just awestruck, you know, like we saw some tremendous feats of strength and skill here.
Now, again, for those of you, thank you so much for tuning in to watching this last event. This was an unbelievable performance in the open class men. Eric Carlson coming in second place, Stephen Good coming in first place, and in third place, Seth Sukup stealing third place from Damian Dunn. An amazing performance. These men are going to OSG to potentially earn their way to a Giants Live show. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. My name is Alec Jose. I'm here with my partner in crime,
Gabriel Pena, the Texas Titan. It has been an absolute pleasure here at the Southwest Regional for the official Strongman Games. I'm still taken aback.
I know,
my
it's
friend.
been unbelievable, and we appreciate all of you tuning in to watching it. Thanks again. We are out.